Evanston Outlaw Baseball is live on the radio at 99.1 FM KNYN and online at mylocalradio.com. This year, Wyoming Legion AA Baseball is the show. Follow the Wyoming Legion Post 41 Evanston Outlaws throughout the summer as we bring you live video and play-by-play coverage. Being brought to you by Dr. Todd Hoover Chiropractic, Cash Honda Yamaha, Wyoming Dental Specialties, Mountain West Business Solutions, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, Bear River Dental of Evanston, and Black Sport Dental of Mountain View, Ellingford Brothers, Uinta County School District Number 1, the Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau, West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, the Legal Tender Restaurant and Best Western Dunmar Inn, the Evanston Recreation Center, the Littlest Wood Shop, Come On In of Casper, Plains Tire, Arrowhead Dental, Rocky Mountain Yeti, Dr. McKay Franken, First Bank of Evanston, and by Auto Farm Chevrolet. With the first pitch quickly approaching, let's head to the diamond.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com. A windy afternoon in Rock Springs. Windy, but fairly nice, 59 degrees. Can't complain about some decent early June weather. 59 for me. Better than 89 or 99. I'll take 59 all day long. And it'll cool off a bit, but certainly breezy, windy, I should say, coming out of the west. And I hope I'm not competing too much. I've got my crowd mic turned to the very bottom because the lone spot I could really set up for the good view for our camera, for you watching at home on mylocalradio.com, was right under the loudspeaker. There's actually one to my right, one to my left, so not much space to move here. So I hope that you can hear me okay over the wind and the music. And Outlaws getting set to take on the Rock Springs Sand Puppies in a doubleheader. There's a non-conference game. These teams will meet again several times this season. In fact, they'll play next week and then get into some conference games later on this month. And they'll play 4 conference games. So add that to the 3 times they've already played this year and then twice today. And these teams will be pretty familiar with each other by the time even conference games roll around. Other than the wind, a beautiful afternoon here in Rock Springs, and I always love being here at the Paul J. Wataha Complex. It's a nice facility and a good view out beyond that green monster in center field. You got the golf courses, so we'll see some folks enjoying the links this afternoon as the Outlaws take on the Rock Springs Sand Puppies. We've got the first pitch coming up in just a moment, so let me set the lineup for you. The Outlaws, of course, the visiting team in this game at Rock Springs. They'll be led off by right fielder number 17, Connor Peterson. First baseman number 11, Gus Allred, will bat second, followed by number 2, center or left fielder Casey Perriman. The Outlaws will have cleanup hitter number 3, the pitcher Jagger Mitchell. Ryan Fisher will bat 5th and play center field. Brennan Thompson at second base, batting 6th. Clayton Moyles, third baseman, batting 7th, followed by shortstop Jordan Schneider and catcher number 28, Kason Smith. Reed Gross got his tonsils out this last Friday. We didn't have him over in the tournament in Riverton and won't have him here to play today. Now, he is with the team. I talked to him a little bit. He said he's doing well, smiled. Doesn't have a lot to say with those tonsils out and the throat still sore. First pitch, inside corner. I think they called that a strike. Tough to say. The umpire gave a punch forward to indicate strike 1 on that pitch. Second pitch, Peterson chops it down the third base line, foul. Finds himself down 0-2 in the count. Pitcher is number 4, Ryan Powers, a right-handed pitcher, and he's on the mound for the Rock Springs Sand Puppies. Peterson waits, the 0-2, breaking ball, drops in but not quite enough, comes in high and inside. So Ryan Powers, number 4. Outlaws and Sand Puppies played a twin bill just this last Thursday, and Evanston won 12-0 and 12-2. Peterson swings and misses. Hamblin holds onto it in the glove, and the first Outlaw batter goes down swinging. Strike 3 on 4 pitches. Thank you. Gus Allred to the plate for Evanston. Windy day. I've already lost some of my equipment. Blew off the table. A couple of cables. That's just how windy it is here in in Rock Springs this afternoon. To the plate, Gus Allred, lefty, long, high, deep fly ball into right center field, and this will drop. 1, 2, 3, hop to the fence. Allred around first. He's rounding second, looks to the third base coach, Chad Thompson, and stops there at third. Allred in with a stand-up double to lead, well, with a one-out stand-up double, and that'll bring Casey Perriman to the plate. Allred just cranked that first pitch he saw. And for Gus, that's, I think, his first, no, that would be his third double. Would have been his first triple had he gotten to third, but stays safely at second base. And please bear with me. I know at times our scoreboard camera is going to get blown off course. I've taped it down, but with the wind blowing the way it is, it may get moved some as well. To the plate, Casey Perriman takes ball 1 down low from Ryan Powers. Set the defense for you with for Rock Springs. Pitcher is Ryan Powers, number 4. Catcher, number 8, Gunnar Hamblin. At first, number 5, Dandy Ricks. Allred takes his lead, and Perriman takes ball 2 down low. Second baseman is number 27, Paxton Hunt. Shortstop, 12, Parker Ross. And third baseman, number 15, Dominic Gunyon. Powers winds, delivers, and a breaking ball catches the inside corner. A delayed indication from the official or from the umpire. I thought that was right inside on that corner, but just he didn't indicate it until I had already started talking. So I'm going to delay the call just a little bit. Pitch down in the dirt. Allred headed for second as it got away from Gunnar Hamblin. He throws high. The tag would have been in time if if Hamblin's throw had been lower and if Gunyon had been able to hold on to the throw down at third base. But as it is, Allred with the steal and is in position. Any kind of contact with the ball essentially is going to put the Outlaws on top. Perriman with a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Powers delivers and misses low. Ball 4, a 5-pitch walk for Gus Allred. And you can hear that wind starting to pick up a little bit more. And another part of you being able to hear it from home, if you're on listening on the radio on K9 or watching online at mylocalradio.com, is the wind shifted. It was blowing more straight out of the west, and it's shifted to a northwest, coming out of the northwest. And so that directly affects me a little bit more just where I'm sitting here. This field looks out northeast. If you're sitting at home plate and looking straight out past the mound, second base, and into center field. A tall fence here at Rock Springs as Jagger Mitchell comes to the plate, and he laces one into right field. This will be caught, and Casey Perriman is going to get hosed. The throw low, and the Outlaws miss an opportunity to score. Perriman gets caught on the double play. So Jagger hits deep into right field. That's a 9-3 double play, and the Outlaws strand 1. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on. No score on this First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
Outlaws had something going in the top half of the first as a one-out double by Gus Allred put him on second base. Then he stole third. Casey Perriman walked, but with runners on the corners, Jagger Mitchell, very good contact into right field. What a nice play by Jaden Shelley the Rock Springs right fielder, he made the catch, and then Perriman failed to tag up. I think he thought that was going to drop it down in the corner, but it didn't. Shelley caught it, threw into first, and completed the 9-3 double play. And that strands Gus Allred there at second. So no score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Not that I'm encouraging you to tune away from our broadcast here, this baseball game. Boy, you can just see that scoreboard, camera just getting whipped around by the wind. That's all wind just blowing around on that scoreboard camera. I'll try to keep that on target, but well, that's going to be a tall task, keeping that on track. I've got it locked down, taped down on the cement, but again, with just today's wind here in Rock Springs, it is very windy. Jagger Mitchell on the mound for the Outlaws. Kason Smith behind the plate. We'll give you the rest of the defensive lineup in a moment. Parker Ross, the shortstop, leading off. He hits right, steps into the box. Jagger delivers, strike one on a swing and a miss. Second batter will be the left fielder, number 2, Bobby Sains, followed by catcher, number 8, Gunnar Hamblin. And then cleanup hitter will be number 5, the first baseman, Dandy Ricks. Third baseman, Dominic Gunyon, bats 5th. And Jagger delivers down low, just misses, ball 1. Pitcher Ryan Powers bats 6th, followed by right fielder Jaden Shelley, center fielder Mason Taylor, and second baseman Paxton Hunt. Mitchell catches low and away out on the corner, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Parker Ross, the leadoff hitter for this Sand Puppies squad. Ross, a right-handed batter, swings down the third base line, just foul. And the Outlaws couldn't get to it anyway, so lucky for Evanston. That would have been at least a single, likely a double down that corner. Rocky Rondinelli in his first season managing the Sand Puppies team. Mitchell kicks and delivers the 1-2. Popped up high down the first baseline. Gus puts his head down, sprints, and just falls short as he was trying to look over the shoulder to make that catch, and it dropped in foul territory. So Ross continues to battle. Ross comes in, hitting .273 on the season. The Sand Puppies, as a team, 1-5 coming into this game. Their last action was losing at Evanston. A dive by Ryan Fisher in center, and he makes the catch. What a grab by Ryan Fisher, laying full out to rob Parker Ross of a single. That is an early candidate for your McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. That was hit right in the gap. That northwest wind may have hung the ball up just enough. And then add that to Fisher getting a great jump on the ball, laying full out to make the diving catch. Rock Springs brings Bobby Sains to the plate, left fielder number 2. Sains hits right, sets and waits, and takes ball 1 from Jagger Mitchell. Mitchell kicks and deals and misses low, ball 2. Sains come in hitting .375, just 11 plate appearances. Has 2 singles and a double so far this season, and fouls this one over the first base dugout. That's the Outlaws dugout on the first base side. They'll have the sun shining on them most of the afternoon until it drops over the mountains on that west side of Rock Springs. Mitchell delivers, and this one's jumped off to the third base dugout. Foul, a little dribbler to the on-deck circle where Gunnar Hamblin, number 8, the catcher, waits to hit. Sains set to get back in there. Again, Jagger Mitchell on the mound for Evanston, a 5.78 ERA coming into this game. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kason Smith dropped it, picked it right back up, and made the tag for out number 2. Brings Gunnar Hamblin to the plate. The Outlaws come in at 9-6 overall this season. They'd won 8 in a row before losing Sunday morning against a Colorado team, Severance, Colorado, the 9-7-0 Sun Devils, and then lost in the Roy Peck Championship game Sunday evening. So Evanston has still won 8 of its last 10. Jagger misses just upstairs to Hamblin, right-handed hitter. Pops it over the first base dugout and out of play. In fact, into a softball field that's just to our south. If you're watching online at mylocalradio.com, that's over to our right. So the Outlaws scoring about 7.7 runs per game and allowing just more than 5 per contest. Jagger winds, delivers, looped into right field, and this one carries further than it looked like it was going to coming off the bat, but Connor Peterson makes the catch, and the Outlaws retire the side. Rock Springs goes down 1-2-3, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. We've played one. Outlaws and Rock Springs, no score on the First Bank presentation of Evanston baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Frankham. As a dentist in Evanston for over 20 years now, my mission has always been to provide quality dental care for people of all ages at reasonable prices. I'm a detail-oriented person, and it's important to me to stay current on new dental procedures and protocols that can help my patients have the best experience and have the best results. Over the years, I've also worked to keep my overhead low so that I can pass those savings on to my patients. I believe everyone deserves quality dental care. Please call us today at 307-789-8910.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
Our broadcast is brought to you in part this evening by Superior Rental and the Gun Room, 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. They have a full line of Cub Cadet outdoor power equipment, plus pressure washers, trimmers, tillers, mowers, including zero-turn mowers. I bought a mower from them a couple of years ago. It's been excellent. I pulled it out a couple weeks ago to mow the lawn. After sitting in the shed all winter long, one pull, vroom, it started right up. They've got some great power equipment, and it's in stock and ready to take home today to buy or to rent. They've got a lot of great rental equipment as well. Superior Rental and the Gun Room, 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. No score after one inning. Outlaws baseball here in Rock Springs. If you're interested, we've also got a live stream going tonight of Evanston High School boys and girls soccer. It's a senior night inter-squad scrimmage going on. Actually, 2 scrimmages. One girls scrimmage that started about 15 minutes ago, and the boys scrimmage happening at 7 o'clock tonight as part of senior night for Evanston High School. That's at Evanston City Field. If you're feeling interested in going to watch some live soccer, they invite you to go down to Evanston City Field there next to Evanston Middle School and watch some soccer. Get out to the pitch tonight. Support the Red Devils. You can also watch it live. Elon Olive with the call this evening on mylocalradio.com. Ball 1 down low to Ryan Fisher, leading off in the second inning. And ball 2 high and out from Ryan Powers, out for his second inning of work. He threw 12 pitches, allowed 1 hit, struck out 1, walked 1 in the first. 2 balls, no strikes for Ryan Fisher. In a scoreless ball game, second inning, and Fisher wears 1. That one coming in, looked like Powers wanted a curve ball, and that got away from him inside. In fact, it rolled down the first base line. Fisher picked it up and tossed it back to Powers on the mound. So Fisher had a 3-0 count and then gets plunked and takes his base. That puts Brendan Thompson to the plate. Brendan, the second baseman. Thompson comes in hitting .297 and chops one back up the middle. Scooped by Parker Ross, the shortstop. The throw to first, not in time and a bit high. And Dandy Ricks can't quite keep it in the glove, so Thompson reaches on a 6-4 fielder's choice that cuts off Ryan Fisher at second base. And the Outlaws have one down with a man on first. Clayton Moyles to the plate. Boy, the wind just shifted, and suddenly it feels like I don't have to deal with it for a minute. Pitch to Moyles. I believe it was a bit low. Moyles hitting .294 coming into the game. Ball 1 to Moyles. Thompson a short lead there at first. Ball 2 is inside for Moyles. Clayton this season, 41 plate appearances, 8 singles, plus 8 RBIs, 10 runs scored for the Outlaws. Coming in at 9-6 overall. Moyles takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Tough pitch from Powers. That's one with two balls, no strikes. You're not going to chase that kind of a pitch. That's tailing away from a right-handed batter. And Moyles just, nothing he could do with it anyways, so he lets it go by. Outfield playing straight away, and especially deep in right field, is Jaden Shelley. Powers delivers, misses high with a breaking ball. And that puts the count at 3 balls, 1 strike with a man on. No runs scored so far by either team. 1 down. Brendan Thompson on first, reached on a fielder's choice after Ryan Fisher was hit by a pitch. Powers delivers, low and in, ball. Nope, strike 2. So Moyles, a right-handed hitter, steps back into the box. Number 8, tall, thin, a white metal bat. And pops one high down the first base line. Dandy Ricks chasing, looks like he's settling and makes the catch. 2 down. In foul territory, Moyles popped it up to the right side. Brings Jordan Schneider to the plate. Schneider had a chance to win the game against Torrington Sunday evening. Came in to pinch hit and good contact, but it was caught down the third base line to end it. Outlaws were down 1, had the bases loaded with 2 outs. Short Schneider hitting .318 this season and swings at the first pitch, fouls it to the first base side for strike 1. That was out of play. Right over near the near Kason Smith at the on-deck circle. No score, second inning. No balls, 1 strike for Jordan Schneider. Thompson, short lead at first. We haven't seen Powers move to first much yet. Powers, there's that breaking ball he was looking for when he hit Fisher in the back. This one drops in for strike 2. And it comes in tight, what looks like going to be in tight on a right-handed hitter, and then just curves back over the plate. Goes for it again and misses inside. That may have been, that pitch had a little more something on it. Powers, some good movement on his off-speed pitches. Not an overpowering fastball, but if he can place his pitches, he doesn't hear. That would misses inside. Another breaking ball that doesn't break over the plate. So Schneider with an even count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kason Smith on deck for Evanston. Powers throws right, kicks and delivers, and another breaking ball that just does not break over the plate. So Schneider saw 2 straight strikes, then 3 consecutive pitches outside the strike zone. The count is full. Payoff pitch. Brendan Thompson running, and Schneider takes ball 4 down low from Powers. Runners on first and second. No hits yet in the inning for the Evanston batsman. And that brings Kason Smith to the plate. Kason, number 28, batting .231 in 18 plate appearances. He's also a pitcher for the Outlaws. Has a 10.8 ERA. But came in and really, I thought, pitched some good innings against Torrington on Sunday evening. After Ryan Fisher had a little bit of soreness in his arm, he went 2 innings and then said he didn't want to go any further. So Kason came in. He gets plunked in the back of the head. That breaking ball just not dropping in for Ryan Powers. He's hit 2 in the inning, and this hit batsman loads the bases. Thompson to third, Schneider to second, Kason Smith to first, and a quick visit from the bench man, Rocky Rondinelli. A lot of construction on the road, on the highway, on the interstate, I-80, between Evanston and here. I think it's, 90 miles to Rock Spring, or to Green River? There's 80 miles to Green River, 95 miles to Rock Spring, something like that. Anyway, the bottom line is it should be about an hour's drive to Green River and a little bit more than that to Rock Springs. It took me almost 2 hours to get here because of the construction and high traffic. At the plate, leadoff hitter Connor Peterson swings at the first pitch and misses. A breaking ball dropping away from him, strike one. Outlaws have batted through the lineup already. Peterson in the first inning struck out swinging. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 0-1 pitch for Peterson. Breaking ball drops in and catches the corner. Strike one. Oh, strike two, my bad. That first one was a strike. I marked it down wrong. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. A windy afternoon in Rock Springs. Peterson takes ball 1 outside and down low. Catcher Gunnar Hamlin tried to frame it and get the called strike, but it didn't happen. Peterson, a .263 average. Swings, line drive into left field. Will it stay fair? No, it just drops foul. That may have been a 3-run double had it dropped in for Connor Peterson. He ripped it down that third base line and into left field, but just about 3 feet foul is all. And that's with the wind blowing, whipping out of the northwest. That wasn't enough to pull it back fair. So Peterson steps back into the box, 1 ball, 2 strikes. He hits right, Powers throws right. And here's the pitch, curveball. Peterson turns on it. That's well out of play and into the bullpen over the third base dugout. So Peterson's count remains a ball and 2 strikes. He had a key at bat Saturday afternoon against Torrington, in which he fouled off 5 pitches and then got a nice single that got a rally started and ultimately led to Evanston winning that ball game Saturday morning. And he's worked the count 2-2. Breaking ball doesn't drop in enough. Peterson, even count, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded, top of the second. No score. Peterson turns on this breaking ball. That was another curveball that looked inside, and he was concerned it would drop back over the plate, so he chips it over to the Rock Springs dugout at third base. Well, the wind just threatened to lift my computer right off the table and blow it into right field. Is whipping out of the northwest. No room in the press box these days for broadcasters at Rock Springs. Ball 3, low and away from Powers. Full count. Bases loaded. Outlaws have not gotten a hit in this inning, but they've loaded the bases up with 2 outs. Peterson chops it again down the third base line, foul. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pitch at bats so far. And the count remains full. 3 balls, 2 strikes for Peterson. Connor waiting. The payoff pitch with the bases loaded. Into left field and again out of play. Into the bullpen behind the third base dugout as Peterson continues to battle. That's 5 pitches fouled off. We got 6 pitches fouled off, and the count remains full. Powers delivers. Peterson pops it high to the second base side. Paxton Hunt, the second baseman, drifts to his right and catches it right behind first base. So Peterson battles but can't make anything happen, and the Outlaws strand 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. 3 runners left stranded. No score on a First Bank of Evanston presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 FM and mylocalradio.com. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when 2 roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less travel. Plains Tire, 157 Fair River Drive, Evanston.
Crafting is really fun. Sometimes a tutorial helps get the project finished just right. The LittlestWoodShop.com offers tutorials on Facebook to teach you new techniques and fun ideas for crafting. Follow us on Facebook so you're notified each time we post a new tutorial. Plus, get all your supplies for each project at the LittlestWoodShop.com. We sell individual project supplies, kits for group projects, and we sell bulk wholesale crafting supplies. Visit the LittlestWoodShop.com today.
Ryan Powers gets himself into a jam. He hit 2, walked 2. No, hit 2, walked 1. Outlaws also got a man on a fielder's choice and had the bases loaded with 2 outs, but couldn't come up with anything. And so heading for the bottom half of the second inning, we still have no score. On the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, our broadcast brought to you in part by Union Wireless at 148 Front Street in Evanston. Visit unionwireless.com. They treat you like a neighbor, not a number. They'll take care of you. Their customer service is excellent. Union Wireless. Wireless speed so fast you'll see stars. Last time these teams met, the Outlaws scored in, I think, the first 7 innings of the 2 games combined, and both games were ended after 5 short innings because the Outlaws had earned or pushed out to big leads. But so far today at Rock Springs, a little different. Evanston has gotten the base runners, but not the runs across the plate. Danny Ricks, first baseman, number 5, the cleanup hitter. Big, strong, looks like Prince Fielder type guy, Cecil Fielder type batter, but he hits from the right side. Danny Ricks, red batting gloves. Evanston, so let me go with Rock Springs first. They're in their orange jerseys, and Ricks takes it on the backside. Plunk, hit by the pitch. And he just lets it come. So Ricks is on with a leadoff hit batsman. Brings Dominic Gunyon to the plate. Gunyon, the third baseman, number 15, a .385 average. I mentioned Dandy Ricks. DeAndre is his actual name, hitting just .143, but he's on board. Gunyon, the third baseman, takes strike 1 down low in the zone. That was low enough, and it continued to drop as it crossed the plate that Kason Smith couldn't quite hang on to it. Mitchell out for his second inning of work. He throws right. Gunyon, a right-handed hitter. And Jagger delivers, but just misses high. I want to thank Val Cook being back in the studio tonight, getting things on the air from our video stream to the airwaves at 99.1 FM, the Big Dog in Country. Mitchell winds, delivers, and Gunyon chips it back to the screen. That was a late swing, and but he did get a piece of it and chopped it back. On deck, the pitcher, Ryan Powers. On first base, Dandy Ricks with the single or with the hit batsman, hit by a pitch. First pitch of the inning for Jagger Mitchell. Mitchell kicks and delivers to Gunyon. Back up the middle. Jagger stabs it, loses it from the glove. He'll throw to second to get the lead runner, and they just get the out. So Gunyon hits into a 1-4 fielder's choice. And he's on first base with 1 out. Ryan Powers, the pitcher, coming to the plate. Rock Springs, the bright orange Sand Puppies jerseys, white numbers on the back with the American flag between the shoulders and above the numbers. Powers, long orange socks, short white pants. Outlaws in their blue uniforms, gray pants. Short sleeve blues, white numbers. Jagger looks to first, nothing happening there, so he delivers to Powers. Chop toward the shortstop. Schneider scoops, throws to second, the out there, but Powers beats the throw to first. So Ryan Powers hits into a 6-4 fielder's choice. He's safe on first, and we've got 2 down. It's a nice play by Jordan Schneider. It took him a little bit of extra time to get it out of the glove, and I think that's part of what allowed Powers to beat the throw. And Powers also some good speed down the line. It would have been a bang-bang, real close play, even had Schneider gotten it cleanly out of his glove. Brings right fielder to the plate, Jaden Shelley. Shelley made a nice play to catch Jagger Mitchell's deep fly ball in the first inning and completed double play. Mitchell misses high and inside on Shelley, number 9. Plays the number 9 position, comes in hitting .333. Mentioned Rock Springs last time out was against Riverton. They've scored, or against Evanston last Thursday. They've averaged almost 4 runs per game and allowed almost 11 per game. Mitchell glances to first, Power with his lead. Jagger delivers and catches the inside corner. Strike 1. A ball and a strike with 2 outs, no score in the second inning. Archie Hay, post 24, Rock Springs, just 1-5 on the season. Mitchell delivers, swing and a miss, strike 2 for Shelley. Outside corner, fastball for Jagger, and Shelley couldn't catch up to it. On deck, Mason Taylor if we get there. On first, he hit into a fielder's choice. It's Ryan Powers. 2 base runners so far, 3 base runners so far in this inning, but Rock Springs has not earned a hit yet. Pitch to Shelley, chopped to his teammates in the dugout. Foul ball. And the count remains a ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. No score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here in a windy afternoon, turning to evening now. I guess we're after 6 o'clock in Rock Springs. Wind has threatened a couple of times to blow my laptop off the table. That's how hard it's blowing. Jagger misses outside. Ball 2 for Shelley. Trying to get him to chase, but just misses that outside corner, and Shelley doesn't chase. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Shelley with a black helmet. We're back to aluminum bats. Outlaws played at that Roy Peck wood bat tournament over the weekend. Hit pretty well. We'll see how they adjust coming back to the aluminum bats. Shelley in close on the plate. The pitch, chopped down the third base line, well foul. Moyles lets it go by. And the count remains at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, the Outlaws outfield, you got Jagger pitching, Kason Smith behind the dish, Gus Allred at first, Brendan Thompson second, Jordan Schneider at short, Clayton Moyles at third, outfield left to right, Casey Perriman, Ryan Fisher, Connor Peterson. Jagger from the stretch looks to second. Short lead over there. Shelley chips this one up and over the first base dugout, out of play. That's 3 pitches he's fouled off with 2 strikes on him. He's battling. Every time the wind shifts, and it's been quite shifty this afternoon, it'll shift from like northwest, and then it gives us some issues. Then it shifts back to coming straight out of the west, and then it's not a problem for a minute or 2. Shelley gets a timeout just before Mitchell delivers. Jagger asks the field umpire about it a little bit. Just a quick chat. And then sets back up on the mound to deliver. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mitchell misses outside, ball 3. 8 pitch at bats so far. Shelley had an 0-2 count. He's fouled off 3 pitches and continues to battle. He's worked it full. Ryan Powers on first, reaching on a fielder's choice. Here's the payoff. Line drive into left field. That'll be a single. First hit of the ball game for Rock Springs batters. Ryan Powers over to second. He'll stay there. As Casey Perriman came in quickly, got to it, and holds Powers at second, Shelley at first. And that brings Mason Taylor, the center fielder, number 22, to the plate. Taylor comes in hitting .125. He has 1 base hit in 12 plate appearances, 8 at-bats. Has walked 4 times, struck out 5 times. And he's a right-handed hitter as well. So Jagger Mitchell steps back up onto the rubber with runners on first and second and 2 outs. Delivers and swing and a miss outside. He threw a couple like that on Jaden Shelley. Shelley didn't chase, but Mason Taylor did. A breaking ball tailing away from the right-handed hitting Mason Taylor. White batting gloves, black aluminum bat. Mitchell delivers high and in. Pops out of Smith's glove, but right to his feet. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, 2 outs, and that wind shifts back to straight out of the west. We've got a little shelter of the building up at the top of these bleachers. Shields a lot of the wind if it's coming out of the south or west. So we're shielded for the moment. Here's the 1-1 from Mitchell. Low in the zone to third. Moyles can't get it. Schneider does, bobbles it, and all the runners advance. So Mason Taylor on with an E6. I mean, even if he fields that cleanly and throws to first, that's a long throw from deep in the hole at third. That may be an infield single. We'll see if they score it as such. No, there's not a spot for errors, is there, on that scoreboard? Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, bases loaded with 2 outs, and Paxton Hunt coming to the plate. A force at any base and home plate as well. Mitchell winds, delivers. This is the number 9 hitter, Paxton Hunt. Ball 1, misses outside and down low. Hunt comes in hitting 0-0-0. He's had 3 plate appearances and just 1 at bat. He's walked twice. Takes ball 2. So Mitchell down 2 balls, no strikes in the count. Bases loaded, no score. On the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, Jagger catches the outside corner this time. Paxton Hunt thought about offering at it, but held back that black aluminum bat. Steps back in. White batting gloves, white cleats, long white pants. Jagger winds and kicks. 2-1, chopped to the first base side. Outlaws dugout. Evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jagger struck out 1 swinging in the first. Looking for an out any way he can get it here with the bases loaded. And 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Mitchell misses outside. Ball 3. And the count is full. I mentioned that Paxton Hunt, in 3 plate appearances, has walked twice. He's looking to make that 3 out of 4. Runners moving with 2 outs. Shot to right side, and Brendan Thompson, the second baseman, steps to his left and makes the catch to eliminate the threat. So both teams in the second inning go no runs, no errors. Or Outlaws did have 1 error, 1 hit for Rock Springs, and 3 runners left on base. Top of the third when we return on a First Bank of Evanston presentation of Post 41 Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
A pass to the Evanston Rec Center can help you reach your overall fitness goals. Whether you would like to walk the indoor track, lap swim, lose weight, run a marathon, or train for a triathlon, the Evanston Rec Center offers something for everyone, every age and every fitness level. With a nursery available year-round, everyone in the family will have fun focusing on better overall fitness. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Rec Center. Stop in today, 275 Saddle Ridge Road.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
No matter what you need to have printed, Westar Printing is the place you want to have it done. Calendars, letterhead, envelopes, brochures, books, posters, vinyl banners, business forms, announcements, wedding invitations, and business cards are just a few examples. You can also have your favorite family photos printed on canvas or placed into a personalized family photo calendar. You will want to do business with Westar Printing. Stop in today. Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston.
No score. Outlaws had 3 men on with 2 outs in the top of the second. Couldn't score. Rock Springs did about the same. 3 men on with 2 outs and couldn't get a run across. So we move to the top of the third, and neither team has scored a run. On the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, zeros all across the board currently as Gus Allred steps to the plate. He doubled his first time up. That was a 1-out double in the first. And takes strike 1. It looked like that curveball again. Big sweeping curve, and it looks like it's going to drop way outside. But curves across, and the scoreboard marked that as strike 1. I thought I saw the umpire indicate, or the scoreboard marked that as ball 1. I thought I saw the umpire indicate it was a strike. We'll go with 2-0 for now. Yeah, see where that takes us. Allred, a left-handed hitter, powers, throws right. Inside, jams Allred at the handle. He's just dribbles it down the first base line, and Dandy Ricks picks it up, steps on the bag, and records the out. Brings Casey Perriman to the plate with 1 down. Perriman, a 5-pitch walk back in the first, then he was thrown out on his way to second on a double play. The following batter, Jagger Mitchell, hit a sharp ground ball, or a sharp line drive into right field, but right at Jaden Shelley, who made the catch, threw to first. Perriman was off the bag, didn't tag, and that ended the first inning. We'll see what Perriman does here. He'll take strike one, inside corner. That is Ryan Powers' bread and butter. His fastball not real overpowering, so he really relies on that curveball. And for right-handed hitters, it's tough because it looks like it's coming right at him. He throws that again, and Perriman chops it down the third baseline foul, so now he's down 0-2. For right-handed hitters, it looks like it's coming right at him, so they don't want to swing at that, obviously. For left-handed hitters, it looks like it's going to go clear outside, so they just want to let that thing go by. But it sweeps back in across the plate about half the time. Powers winds and delivers. Perriman, high fly ball, center field. Mason Taylor going back, and Perriman, one hop to the fence. Casey rounding second base, and he'll stop there with a stand-up double. Mason Taylor, I don't think he got a good read on that thing. He took one step in and then started out, but the wind didn't carry it. The wind's blowing across the diamond left from like third base to first base. Taylor just, I think, misjudged how deep that ball was hit. Perriman hit that to straightaway center, one hop, a short hop to the fence, and he's on second. Brings Jagger Mitchell to the plate. Jagger, a right-handed hitter. Mitchell comes in hitting .436 on the season, 17 hits, 12 singles. He's got 4 doubles plus a home run. And there's that breaking ball from Powers, drops in for strike one. Jagger, a right-handed hitter, stout and strong, steps back in. Perriman on second, takes his lead. Shortstop Ross Parker trying to keep in close. And Jagger takes ball one down and in. Mitchell, the black batter's helmet. Blue batting gloves, those Outlaws blue batting gloves with the blue jersey, white numerals. Those batting gloves match perfectly today, and he gets hit by the pitch high and in. Tried to duck out of the way at the last second. That's 3 Outlaw batters that have been hit. Add to that 2 walks. Fisher, Mitchell, and Kason Smith have all been hit by a pitch. And speaking of Ryan Fisher, he's back up to the plate with runners on first and second. 1 out in the visitors' half of the third inning. No score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Thanks for tuning in this evening. I'm in Rock Springs. Other than the wind, it is a perfect afternoon. Perfect evening. We got temperatures at 59 degrees on a beautiful night. Fisher takes ball one low and out of the zone. Casey Perriman doubled. That was a 1-out double. Jagger Mitchell hit by a pitch. The third pitch he saw. Puts runners on first and second with 1 out. Gus Allred grounded to first. Fisher, high fly ball center field. Mason Taylor coming in and lunges out and doesn't make the catch. Perriman on his way to second. He'll round second and then is held up. Fisher stops at first. Jagger stops at second. And I tell you what, Mason Taylor lunged out to make the play. He didn't, but Jaden Shelley did what you're taught to do. He hustles over there, gets behind so that when Taylor missed the catch, Shelley was right there to scoop it up and keep runners from scoring. Make the Outlaws work for it a little bit more. So Fisher with the single, and that brings Brennan Thompson to the plate. He hit to shortstop and a fielder's choice, so he reached base, but not with a hit. 2 outs. Thompson takes strike one, inside corner. That pitch had a little more heat on it than the breaking ball from Ryan Powers. Powers, a right-handed pitcher, delivers the 1-1 or the 0-1. Thompson, high fly ball, deep right field, out of play. The wind helped carry that, but even without the wind, that would not have stayed fair. No balls, 2 strikes for Brennan Thompson. Big RBI opportunity here. Thompson, 12 RBIs on the season. He's got bases loaded with 2 outs. This one hit to third through the legs of Dominic Gunyon, and a run will score. Scoreboard says 2 outs. I've only got 1. So Brennan Thompson puts the ball in play and gets the RBI. Outlaws put one on the board. Casey Perriman from third scores. Jagger Mitchell moves to third. Ryan Fisher on second, and Brendan Thompson on first. And now some discussion from others. The The scoreboard operator said, yeah, no, we made a mistake. There is just one out. One down with bases loaded, and the Outlaws up 1-0, top of the third. Moyles thinks about offering, but holds the bat back on a low pitch in the dirt. Ball 1. So again, if you're watching online at mylocalradio.com, scoreboard says 2 outs. It is just 1. Bases loaded. Moyles. Line drive into center field. This should drop. It does. That'll score Jagger easily. Fisher gets the wind. He's headed for home and will score as well. Slides in. And Clayton Moyles with a 2-run single. Another candidate for your McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game. Mitchell scores from third. Fisher scores from second. Brendan Thompson safely to second. And Clayton Moyles has the 2-run single. I didn't even mention prior to that hit that Moyles had 8 RBIs on the season, a .294 average, and he's now got 10 RBIs this year, and that opens things up. Outlaws leading 3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. The scoreboard operator said, just now I heard him say, if I knew how, I would, referring to the scoreboard saying there's 2 outs when there's actually just 1. Jordan Schneider to the plate. We're not too worried about it. For you at home, I think you're smart enough to realize there's 1 down. Thompson takes his lead at second. Schneider waits and skies one high into left field. This one pulling back in, but will stay out of play into the bullpen down past the third base dugout. That's the Rock Springs home team dugout, especially on an evening game. And they have the sun at their backs, and they can be in shade if they want. This dugout's pretty nice. They've got a big side area where you can bring a camping chair. Schneider high fly ball, deep left field. Going over is Bobby Sains. He won't get to it in the left field corner. Thompson had to hold up, and Sains misfires on the throw in. That allows Thompson to advance to third. So Jordan Schneider with the single into right field. If there's 2 outs on that, that scores at least Thompson from second base. But because it was only 1 out and Sains had a chance to make the catch, runners had to hold, and that loads the bases with 1 down for Kason Smith. Outlaws have 3 runs in already. They're looking to make this inning even more lopsided. Big gap down the line in right field. Jaden Shelley the right fielder shaded off towards center field. And with the wind going that way, now of course Kason Smith a right-handed hitter and Powers a right-handed pitcher. It'd be tough to go that way. Powers misses low and in, especially because Powers, so many of his pitches, he just relies so heavily on that breaking ball that for a right-handed hitter is inside. He goes outside this time, and Smith can't catch up to the fastball. Strike 1 on a swing and miss. Kason Smith hit by a pitch in the second inning. .231 batting average. Takes ball 2 upstairs. Two balls, 1 strike, 1 out, bases loaded. Outlaws with 3 runs in this inning already. The top of the third, leading 3-0. Wind blowing hard. Smith pops it down the first base line, and chasing Dandy Ricks can't get there. Outlaw runners just stayed put on the bags. Brendan Thompson on third. He reached on an error. Clayton Moyles on second, reached with a single. Jordan Schneider on first, who also reached with a single. That evens Kason Smith's count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. We've got a twin bill here tonight, a doubleheader. The Outlaws this first game started at about 5:30. Almost an hour ago. Game 2 slated to start at 7:30 tonight. Powers delivers the 2-2. Smith chops it to the Rock Springs dugout, third base side. Evanston Red Devils soccer happening tonight at Evanston City Field. They're honoring their seniors tonight with an inter-squad scrimmage and some, and then talking about the seniors as they always usually do on the last home game of the year. Smith, third base, sharp grounder, scooped up by Gunyon, throws home, gets the out there, and the out at first, a double play. Smith can't believe he was called out there, but he just didn't look like he was really hustling down the line as much as he could or maybe should have. So the 5-2-3 double play ends the Outlaw threat. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error, and 2 runners left stranded. Evanston leads 3-0 as we head for the bottom half of the third on a First Bank of Evanston presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
What do you do when you lose a tooth? Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy, so the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Brozana Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
I've got Ryan Powers at 66 pitches delivered so far through 3 innings of work. He's allowed 3 runs, 4 hits. The Outlaws, though, have left 6 stranded, but lead 3-0. Here at Rock Springs, Jagger Mitchell, I've got at 38 pitches. Struggled a bit in that second inning after retiring the first 3 batters he faced with a line drive to center, a strikeout, and then a fly out to right field. Since then, Jagger faced 6 batters in the bottom of the second inning and threw 24 pitches in that second inning. We'll see if he can find a little more efficiency here in this home half of the third. We're back to the top of the lineup, and Parker Ross, the shortstop for Rock Springs. He lined out to center field, and Ryan Fisher made a diving catch. One of our top candidates for the McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the game. It was a full layout diving catch running toward left field, and for a center fielder who's left or right-handed, that's a dive across his body to make that catch with his left-handed glove. Mitchell delivers and misses outside to Parker Ross, ball 1. Good group of fans here at the Paul J. Wataha complex. A younger Rock Springs team just finished their practice. Mitchell misses low, so they're milling about, kind of hanging out, watching their older counterparts and seeing where they may be in the future. Jagger Mitchell winds and delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 1 for Parker Ross. Again, Ross lined out to center in his first at-bat, comes into this game hitting .389. That's tops on the team for average. Line back up the middle. This will be a base hit. It was to Jagger Mitchell's right, and as he follows through, as most right-handed pitchers do, he leans toward his left, toward first base. And so where that went right back up the middle, straight over the rubber, Mitchell just had no chance to reach back and try and catch it. Leadoff single for Parker Ross brings left fielder Bobby Sains to the plate. Number 2, tall, thin, lanky right-handed hitter. Long orange socks, short white pants, white batting gloves, black helmet, black bat for Bobby Sains. Waves the bat behind his right shoulder. Open stance in the right-handed batter's box, squares and bunts. Mitchell scoops it up. The only time to do is to throw it to first, and a perfect sacrifice bunt by Bobby Sains, the number 2 hitter, moves Parker Ross over to second and into scoring position. Parker Ross, that was an impressive bunt right down that first base line. Very nice. Brings Gunnar Hamlin to the plate. His second at-bat of the game. Flew out to right field in his first at-bat. Connor Peterson hugging the line in right. And Fisher shaded toward left from his spot in center. So there's a big gap in right center field. Hamlin takes ball 1 inside. Here in the bottom half of the third inning, and the Outlaws lead 3-0 with 1 down and a man on second. Jagger looks to second, delivers inside, and just misses hitting Gunnar Hamlin. I think Gunnar, in fact, said there, looked at the umpire like, did it hit me? No, okay, it didn't. I'll step back in and try to swing. Here's the 2-0. He swings toward the third base side. Schneider knocks it down as it bounces high into his chest. Runner won't advance. Gunnar Hamlin is on with the E6. Outlaws' second defensive error of the day. That's one thing that Coach Chad Thompson talked about with Elin Olive on this morning's coaches show here on K9. And that's every Tuesday. Elin Olive chats with Evanston coaches. This morning when he talked with Chad Thompson, Coach Thompson said, we're playing well, we're playing good. We lose some mental focus sometimes, and we commit a few too many errors. We have 2 already in this game. Runners on first and second, and Powers headed for third, not Powers, but Ross, and he dives in safe. Boy, he got a great jump and steals third base. Throw down there, not in time. It was a good throw from Kason Smith, and Moyles applied the tag, but just after Ross dove in safe. So runners on the corners, and the big man, Dandy Ricks, up to the plate. I should mention that first pitch for Ricks was strike 1. He swung and missed. May have been a hit and run, in fact. Hamblin stays at first. He takes his lead. He's headed for second, and this Hamblin, that foul ball almost took out the first base coach. Sharply hit down the first baseline foul. No balls, 2 strikes for Dandy Ricks. He was hit by the first pitch he saw in the second, but got thrown out on a fielder's choice before he got to second base. Mitchell in a bit of a jam. Runners on the corners with 1 out. Outlaws on top, 3-0 in the bottom of the third. Mitchell, the right-handed pitcher, delivering to the right-handed hitting Dandy Ricks. Double play possibility. Schneider can't get it to second in time. High and air mails it to the Outlaw dugout. Chad Thompson turns his head, rolls his eyes as Parker Ross scores. Gunnar Hamlin advances to third, and Dandy Ricks is on board at first. So back to right where we were. Runners on the corners with 1 down, but a run has scored as the number 5 hitter, Dominic Gunyon, third baseman, comes to the plate. Number 15. Gunyon hit into a fielder's choice and got on in the second inning. Mitchell looks at the runners and delivers, misses inside, ball 1. So that's the second error of the inning for Evanston. That allowed 1 run to score and keeps it at 1 out. Outside corner, caught it, strike 1. Tough pitch. That's not one that a right-handed hitter is going to chase with no strikes on him. So a ball and a strike with 1 out, runners on the corners, and Evanston leading 3-1 on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws baseball. Mitchell settles in from the stretch and delivers outside, just misses the corner. Umpire gives that indication, puts the arm out to his right side. That's outside and misses. So ball 2 for Dominic Gunyon. Mitchell kicks and delivers inside corner. No, just misses. A .385 average for Dominic Gunyon coming in. And he's got a hitter's count, 3 balls, 1 strike. Mitchell has to deliver something good here. He doesn't want to load the bases with just 1 out. So Jagger delivers and misses low and away. Ball 4, loads the bases. That pushes Ricks over to second. Gunyon on first. Gunnar Hamblin at third. And Ryan Powers, the pitcher, comes to the plate with 1 down. He'll try to help his own cause. So far he's allowed 5 outlaw hits and 3 outlaw runs. Outlaws with 1 hit in the first, 4 in the top half of this very inning. Mitchell delivers, popped up over the screen for strike 1. Powers, right-handed hitter, number 4, long orange socks, white batting gloves, and he's got a white-barreled, black-handled aluminum bat. Jagger pitching the full windup now with the bases loaded and catches low in the zone, strike 2. Pops out of Kason Smith's gloves, out of his glove, but right down to his feet. So no harm, no foul there. No balls, 2 strikes. Mitchell kicks and misses inside and hits Ryan Powers. That will walk a run home. That's an RBI for Ryan Powers, and he hears a shout of, hey, way to wear it, kid. Gunnar Hamblin pushed home. Dandy Ricks to third, Dominic Gunyon to second, and Ryan Powers on first. It's a 1-run ball game. Coach Chad Thompson comes out to chat with his team. And we'll see if Jagger Mitchell's done or if he'll continue to pitch. The errors have certainly been costly for Evanston. 2 errors in this inning, plus 1 in the second. Parker Ross got on with a single, but since then it's been a sacrifice bunt, an error, a walk, and a hit by pitch. A quick meeting at the mound, and it disperses. Coach Thompson back to the dugout. Our broadcast is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic at 545 Cheyenne Drive. Dr. Todd Hoover, Doctor of Chiropractics. A lot more than just chiropractics, too. Inexpensive blood work, dietary supplements. He's got a great weight loss program and can get rid of your allergies. Ask him how. Call 789-0043. Mitchell winds, delivers, and misses outside and low to Jaden Shelley. Shelley worked a full count, fouled off a few pitches, and then singled in the second inning. That was the first hit of the ball game for Rock Springs hitters. Mitchell delivers, again misses just low. Or was that strike one? It was strike one. Again, that late indication from the umpire on balls and strikes. I've got to slow down my talking just a little bit and react to him. High pop-up right field. This should be deep enough to score a run. Connor Peterson makes the catch, guns it for home. Gus cuts it off. Boy, if that goes all the way through, Dandy Ricks not great speed, but he scores. Yeah, there might have been a play at home. Ricks tags and scores from third. Dominic Gunyon tags and gets to third. Ryan Powers stays safely at first. Look for him to try and steal here in a moment. With 2 outs, runners on the corners. Jaden Shelley, the sac fly, he gets an RBI, and that ties the score at 3. In the third inning, Mason Taylor, center fielder, reached on an error in the second. Mitchell looks in, pitching again from the stretch, whips it to first. Powers dives back in safe. A 3-run top half of the inning for the Outlaws, a 3-run bottom half of the inning for Rock Springs so far. 2 outs, runners on the corners. We're tied at 3. Bottom of the third. Mitchell looks to the runners, glances again, and slides and delivers. Strike 3, down low. Smith throws to second, and the tag is in time. They gun down Ryan Powers trying to steal second. What a throw by Kaysen Smith to end the inning. So Mason Taylor will get to come back up to the plate when we start the 4th inning. But Rock Springs has tied it up. 3 runs on 1 base hit. 2 outlaw errors and 1 runner left stranded. Top of the 4th coming up after this on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
When you think about Bear Lake, think family, fun, fishing, beaches, boats, green, and great food. Think water, wildlife, trails, and shakes, snow, scenery, and sun. Think summer. Go to bearlake.org and plan your visit today. Visit Scenic Idaho.
When you want something custom built for your home, farm and ranch, vehicle, or trailer, it needs to be done with precision, be strong, and be affordable. Get all this and more when you work with the Steel Shop at Ellingford Brothers. You bring the plan or idea, and they'll make it a reality. The Steel Shop sells and installs vehicle accessories like bull bars, running boards, and bed liners. They also specialize in truck and trailer hitches as well. Get it built to last. Ellingford Brothers, 221 County Road in Evanston.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
Well, the day is done for Ryan Powers, at least pitching. We may see him move somewhere else in the field, but his pitching day over. 3 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Walked 2, struck out 1, and hit 3. We've got Barrick Hess taking the mound, and it looks like still Gunnar Hamlin behind the plate. Dandy Ricks, is he still at first? Yes. Paxton Hunt at second. Parker Ross still at short. That's got Dominic Gunyon at third. Bobby Sains, Mason Taylor, Jaden Shelley in the outfield, left to right, I believe. So Hess will face first the Outlaws leadoff man, Connor Peterson, who's 0 for 2, struck out swinging in the first and popped out to second in the second. Top of the 4th, tie ball game And Hess misses low and in. Hess, a big, tall right-handed hitter. He's got to be in the ballpark of 6'4", 6'3", 6'4", and built, not a skinny 6'3", 6'4". Peterson chops it down the line to third. Scooped up by Gunyon. Steps, throws, and not in time. Connor Peterson beats the throw. What a hustle down that first base line for Connor Peterson. And that included a stretch by Dandy Ricks, but the dribbler down the third base line was so slowly hit that allowed Peterson with his speed to get to the first base before the throw. So that brings Gus Allred to the plate. Gus doubled in the first and hit the grounder to first in the third. Takes ball one way outside from Barrick Hess. Barrick, number 17, big, as I mentioned, tall, strong, right-handed hitter, the pitcher. Comes in with a 4.846 ERA. Pitched a little bit against Evanston the last time these teams met. 5-6 days ago, Thursday of last week, and the Outlaws won those two games, 12-0 and 12-2. Allred shows bunt, pulls it back as the pitch misses low for ball two. Peterson was ready for that ball to get contacted. He was almost halfway to second when Allred pulled it back, and Peterson had to hustle back to first. Hess looks to first, delivers the pitch off the handle of the bat, popped up to third base side, and a basket catch for Gunyon. Throw to first, Peterson out. He didn't get back to the bag quick enough. And wow, just a crazy double play because that was so clearly popped up. Peterson just a mental mistake there, not getting back to first. So we go from a leadoff single to a P5. 3 double play, and the Outlaws have 2 outs with nobody on. Casey Perriman to the plate, doubled and scored in the third. Hess, a slow, deliberate wind, kicks and deals, breaking ball inside, crosses the plate, strike one. Perriman thought that was coming in to jam him, so he let it go by, and it drops over the plate. No balls, 1 strike. Outfield straight away for this Rock Springs defense. Hess delivers inside corner, strike 2. Little punch toward the pitcher for the umpire and his indication that that is indeed a strike. Shadows getting long here as Barrick Hess delivers the 0-2 to Casey Perriman, and this breaking ball, Perriman says, I better swing, it's going to be strike 3 if I don't, and he fouls it down the third base line. Hess, not a lot of velocity. Be curious to know how old he is. 5 strikeouts, he's hit 5, he hasn't walked anybody. Again, a 4.846 ERA and 4 1/3 innings pitched. And Perriman, sharp grounder to third, scooped by Gunyon, strong throw to first. Big stretch by Dandy Ricks to catch the ball, keep his foot on the bag, and get the out. Outlaws retired 1, 2, 3. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on. 3-3 ball game. Bottom of the 4th coming up on this First Bank presentation of Evanston Post 41 Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM and mylocalradio.com.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
For more than 10 years, the professional and friendly staff at Mountain West Business Solutions has been serving customers in Wyoming and Utah. Our professional technicians live and work in communities across both states. This way, we're able to provide quick, quality service to all of our customers. We serve businesses of all sizes, and we also provide service and supplies for HP printers. Call us today to see how we can help with all your printing and copying needs. Mountain West Business Solutions, a local company with a toll-free number, 866-583-9925. A nice evening in Rock Springs, and boy, if the wind would die down, it would be about perfect. 59 degrees, but blowing, and it's a cold breeze. Cold wind out of the northwest. Outlaws and Rock Springs Sand Puppies tied at 3. This is a far cry from where we sat last week at this time in the first game between these two teams. fact, let's look back at that real quick. Outlaws, by this point in the last time these teams played on June 4th, last Thursday, Evanston scored 4 in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in their half of the third inning. So that put Evanston up 11-0 through 3.5. They've scored 3 so far in this game. Barrick Hess shut them down 1-2-3. Mason Taylor, Paxton Hunt, and then back to the top of the order with Parker Ross due up for the Sand Puppies. Jagger Mitchell out for a 4th inning of work. Misses outside, ball 1. I've got Mitchell at 61 pitches. And if we consider some pitch counts and Outlaws games this weekend, they'll have to have 3 days of rest. If he goes, well, he's already at that point. Dribbler down the third base line, foul by Mason Taylor. Counts for strike 1. A ball and a strike. I guess on that swing, the bat hit Kason Smith, and I didn't see what it was, if it was on the follow through or on the first part of the swing. Kason showing like it hit his elbow or his left arm, the one that holds the mitt. We'll see if there's any indication here. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by mylocalradio.com. Local radio just for you. If you visit our website, you'll see local and regional news, live regional sports. Of course, the Outlaws playing tonight. Evanston Red Devil soccer teams having an inter-squad scrimmages tonight. The girls started at 5:30. They should be wrapped up. The boys set to start at 7 o'clock. So there's some of your live regional sports right there, plus weather, job listings, giveaways, contests, and more at mylocalradio.com. Invite you to stay tuned in our post-game show. We'll have Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. We'll talk with one of the players, one of the Outlaws, and then we'll also do the Dr. McKay Franklin Precision Play of the Game. And then we'll have Game 2 of this twin bill coming up. Between games, we'll have those post-game items. We'll have a quick interview with one of the players, and then we'll move to back to some music on the radio. Keep the stream going and have the same stream for Game 2. Kason Smith, somebody just grabbed his left hand, and he showed like he was in a lot of pain. So the discussion continues, and now we've got some others coming out to take a look and have a chat with Kason. Outlaws, let's see who they've got also on the roster here today that could catch. We've also got on the bench Kendall Cummings, Ethan Buse, Derek McDonald, and Bodie Wicks. I don't know what guys of that group can catch. Ryan Fisher can catch, and it looks like he's coming in from center field. He may be moving in to play catcher. Kason Smith continues to show that left hand in a lot of pain. And there's some discussion with coaches and the umpires. Now, if it was on the initial swing that the bat hit Kason Smith's hand, that would be a catcher interference. But the wind just picked up big time coming out of the northwest. If it was on the follow-through of the swing, then I would think that's not catcher's interference. We'll have to find out, especially since the hitter, Mason Taylor, made contact with the ball. And so Kason's natural reaction as a catcher would be to go after the ball in case that's a bunt down the line or something. Casey Perriman and Connor Peterson out and about left center field, just kind of hanging out. Kason Smith, it looks like he's found some ice and putting it on his left wrist, showing his teammates what he's got and hoping there's nothing broken there. Chad Thompson, the Outlaws coach, coming over to chat with the umpires and tell him what changes will be made. Kason Smith will most likely be done for the night. So Bodie Wicks looks like he's got his glove and he's ready to come out into the field. And Interested to see what the Outlaws do to move lineup and players around. Jagger Mitchell's pitching day probably is getting pretty close to being done anyway. I would think they want to keep him available for this weekend's Ross Kesterson Memorial Tournament in Evanston. That'll include 2 games Friday against Layton and then against Lone Peak Black, I believe. Then they'll play Lone Peak Maroon on Saturday night before a game Sunday. So the 6 teams that compete Friday and Saturday will then be seeded into a bracket, or not a bracket, but a 5th versus 6th, a 4th versus 3rd, and a 1st versus 2nd. So what I'm getting at is that I think the Outlaws are going to want to have Jagger available to pitch in at least one of those 4 games this Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And with that in mind, he's at 64 pitches. If he goes over 80, he would need more than 3 days rest. Of course, you got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I was just interested to see what happens here. Now, we've got Bodie Wicks moving to 3rd. He and Gus Allred throwing the ball around, warming up a bit. Looks like Ryan Fisher has the catcher's gear on. We may have Clayton Moyles taking the mound shortly. And my pen just blew off the table. It's windy here in Rock Springs. So to number 23, Bodie Wicks into the ball game. Still haven't heard the umpire announce to the scorekeepers just what's going on. But it is Ryan Fisher behind the plate. Bodie Wicks at 3rd. I still see Schneider at short. Gus Allred at 1st. Jagger taking a few more warm-up pitches from the mound, and Brendan Thompson looks like he's headed back out to 2nd. We'll probably have Perriman move to center field. So, isn't it 1-1? Some discussion from the umpire and the scorers. I say it was a strike. He says no balls, 1 strike, but I had it at 1 ball and then that's that foul ball. Shouldn't it be 1-1? It should be 1-1. You guys got it right. Okay, confirmed. 1-1 is the count. And so what we've got is Ryan Fisher moves in. So Kaysen Smith goes out, and in for him is number 23, Bodie Wicks. Bodie moves to 3rd. Or Bodie goes in at 3rd. Ryan Fisher comes in to catch. And looks like Casey Perriman indeed moves to center field. And you've got Clayton Moyles moving into right. And Connor Peterson in left. I'll get that reset fully for you here in a moment. Mason Taylor has no balls, 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. He's the leadoff hitter here in this home half of the 4th. Tie ball game 3-3. Jagger Mitchell still on the mound, delivers, and strike 2 outside corner. Taylor started to offer, held back, and may have gone around or maybe just caught the outside corner. It was right in that area. No, 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Mitchell winds, delivers, and catches the inside corner for strike 3. Taylor goes down looking. Jagger Mitchell's 2nd strikeout of the day. So you got Mitchell on the mound, Fisher behind the plate, Allred at 1st, Thompson at 2nd, Schneider at short, Bodie Wicks at 3rd. Connor Peterson in left, Casey Perriman in center, and Clayton Moyles in right field. To the plate, Paxton Hunt lined out to second base in the 2nd. That was with the bases loaded and 2 outs. 3-3 ball game, home half of the 4th. Mitchell kicks and deals. Chipped between the legs of both the catcher and the umpire. That'll count for strike 1. Welcome you tuned in here tonight. Outlaws Baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog, 99.1 FM, KNYN, Evanston. Evanston Red Devil soccer going on tonight. Scrimmages, inter-squad scrimmages. The boys starting at 7 o'clock at Evanston City Field. Down the first base side, hit hard, but Gus Allred gets a good jump and makes an easy, or what looked like an easy catch at first base behind the bag. Allred with a nice grab brings Parker Ross to the plate. Parker singled and scored in the third, was robbed in the first. He had a line drive into center field, and Ryan Fisher laid out diving to make the catch and get the out. Mitchell steps back up onto the rubber. I've got him at about 70 pitches. Jagger kicks and deals and misses outside. Ball 1 to Parker Ross. Again, Ross comes in, the leadoff hitter, leads the team with a .389 average and is 1 for 2 so far in this game. Pops it over the backstop. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Please bring the foul ball to the tower.
2 down. Mitchell, 3 2/3 innings of work so far. Looking to get 1 more out here at least to end this home half of the 4th. High fly ball, center field by Ross. Perriman takes a few steps to his left, settles, drifts a little bit as the wind pushes it, and makes the catch. So the Rock Springs Sand Puppies go down 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. A long inning, and we'll hope Kason Smith's left wrist is okay. As we move on to the bottom half of the top of the 5th, Outlaws will be up when we return on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
An infected tooth can cause discomfort and serious harm to your health. At Wyoming Dental Specialties, endodontist Dr. Leslie Walker understands the complexities removing infected tissues from inside the tooth, which is one reason why you can trust him to provide endodontic treatment and root canal therapy. With a skilled staff and state-of-the-art technology in our office, we help save your smile and improve your overall dental health. Call today to schedule your appointment, 307-789-5608.
We take your fun very seriously. That's why we put so much emphasis on training and experience with our mechanics at Cash Honda Yamaha. Whether you're getting it ready for an upcoming season, putting it away for the winter, having routine maintenance, or have a mechanical problem, we want to make sure that when you're ready to have fun with it, it's ready for you. Don't trust your fun to just anyone. Make sure you bring all your service work to Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Brozana Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Jagger Mitchell, Ryan Fisher, Brendan Thompson due up for the Outlaws. That's hitters 4, 5, 6 against Barrett Hess. And Hess misses way low and outside for ball 1. Hess, a big, strong right-handed hurler. Jagger Mitchell hits right. Outlaws with just one left-handed hitter in the lineup. A few left-handed throwers, but just one left-handed hitter. Mitchell takes ball 2 up high from Hess, who threw just 9 pitches to get 3 outs in the visitors' half of the first inning he pitched, which was the last. That was inning number 4. Breaking ball. Boy, that pitch coming in so slow and just drops in for strike 1 on Mitchell inside corner. Jagger in his last time up hit by a pitch and scored. Hit into a 9-3 double play in the first. He ripped that thing to right field, but right at the fielder. Grounds one, a slow roller to short. Strong throw too high. Mitchell rounds the bag and heads for second. He'll make second base easily and stop there standing up. On board with the E6, the error on the shortstop. And so Jagger puts it in play, hustles down the line. It would have been a close play, or it was a close play, even if the throw had been lower. But and Parker Ross, I think he recognized, number 1, how slow that rolling ground ball was. Number 2, that Mitchell has some speed, so he had to get it there in a hurry. And he just threw it too high as he tried to throw it hard enough to get there in time. Brings Ryan Fisher to the plate. Singled and scored in the third. Hit by a pitch in the second. And takes the ball one. Low and away. This umpire has a slow indication of when it's a strike. And so I was kind of making some funny sound effects waiting for him to give an indication, which he didn't give because it was ball one. Fisher, high fly ball left field. This will drift in shallow. Parker Ross, the shortstop, settles under it and makes the grab. One down. Jagger Mitchell in scoring position in a 3-3 ball game. Wind shifts back to coming out of the northwest. And again threatens to blow my laptop off the table. At least that's what it feels like. It is blowing hard, 30+ miles an hour. Mitchell at second takes a big lead. Brendan Thompson at the plate. Right-handed batter's box, right back up the middle. Hess reaches down, pulls it into the glove, throws to first, gets the out. And that's 2 down. On the play, Mitchell moves to third, so Clayton Moyles comes to the plate. A 2-run single in the third. One of the candidates for the McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game. Popped out to first in the second. Moyles, a right-handed hitter, tall, thin, number 8. Comes in hitting .294 on the season, and again 1 for 2 so far today. Hess delivers. Moyles lets it go by for strike one on the outside corner. Got to be honest, with the size that Hess has, I would expect a stronger pitch, more velocity. But he uses a lot more off-speed than fastball as Moyles fouls it over the first base dugout and into the field, the softball field to our right. Moyles down 0-2 in the count. With Mitchell on third, he reached on an error, made it over to second on that error, and then got to third on Brendan Thompson's ground out to the pitcher. Moyles right side again over the first base dugout and out of play. 2 straight balls into the softball field. Moyles will step back in. Hess, a big, tall, strong right-handed pitcher. Outfield playing straight away for Rock Springs. The Sand Puppies and the Outlaws tied at 3, top of the 5th. Moyles, grounder towards short. Ross picks it up, throws low. Can it get scooped? No. Dandy Ricks couldn't scoop it, couldn't control it, and the Outlaws lead 4-3. So 2 errors in the inning. This is an E6. That throw was very low, and the shortstop just didn't make a good throw. So give the error to him. Now with 2 outs, that does not count as an RBI for Moyles. Would have been his third of the game. But Mitchell does score, and Evanston leads 4-3. Brings Jaden Schneider. It's not Jaden, Jordan. This is Jordan Schneider to the plate. Singled in the third, walked in the second. On base, he's 2 for 2. Play at bats, he's 1 for 1. Takes ball 1 outside. Schneider this season, a .318 average. He's walked 3 times, has 6 singles and a double. Steps back in. For Schneider, that's 26 plate appearances, 22 at-bats. He's played in 10 games. Scored 5 runs. Moyles heading for second. Hamblin air mails it into left field, or into right field. Moyles looks back and then starts to head for third. And he'll make it to third standing up. Hamblin trying to put a lot on that throw, just tossed it into right center field. So give Moyles the steal, and then he reaches third on the E2. So the Outlaws have no hits in the inning, but a run scored, 3 errors by this Rock Springs defense. Has a man on third with 2 down, 1 ball, 1 strike for Schneider, and he wears it. That was no question. He could have dodged a little bit, but maybe it was coming in right where he wanted it to hit anyways on that padded backside. And so Schneider on base, hit by the pitch. Ryan Powers got the start. He hit 3 batsmen, Outlaw batsmen, before giving way to Barrick Hess to start the 4th inning. Bodie Wicks to the plate for the Evanston Outlaws. He hits right, strong right-handed hitter. In the box, sharp grounder to third, high hop, belt high hop for Dominic Gunyon. He makes a strong and a perfect throw to first base to get the out. So Wicks sees 1 pitch and grounds out to third, but the Outlaws do get 1 run, no hits, 3 Rock Springs errors, and 2 runners left stranded. It's a 4-3 Outlaw lead on a First Bank presentation of Evanston baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
If you can't give your dentist a 5-star rating, then you ought to consider making your next dental appointment with Dr. McKay Frankham. One patient said, "The best experience I've ever had at a dentist." Other customer comments include 5 stars plus. And not only is Dr. Frankham the best dentist I've ever been to, but I can actually afford to have dental work done by Dr. Frankham. Make your next dental visit a 5-star experience. Call for an appointment today at 307-789-8910.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Evanston, not a lot of hits in this ballgame. Barrett Hess, in fact, has held Evanston to just 1 hit, but he's allowed 1 run. 3 defensive errors in the visitors' half of the 5th have the Outlaws on top, 4-3 on this First Bank presentation of Evanston baseball, brought to you in part by Superior Rental. They've got a lot to offer, a full line of Cub Cadet outdoor power equipment, plus Superior Rental is a servicing dealer. What does that mean? Well, it means you can buy it and have it serviced at the same location. How easy, convenient, and helpful is that? Simple and easy. At Superior Rental and the Gun Room, 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. To the plate, Bobby Sains, left fielder, number 2. Laid down a very nice sacrifice bunt in the last inning. So he's 0 for 1. He struck out swinging in the first. Pops it straight up the elevator shaft. This will be a tough one to catch. Thompson drifts to his right, to his left, and then makes the catch on his left shoulder. Good play by Brendan Thompson. With the wind whipping the way it is, that ball carried and drifted quite a bit. But Thompson makes the play, gets the out. Outlaws with a 4-3 lead, bringing Gunnar Hamlin to the plate is Rock Springs. He reached on an error in the 3rd and scored, flew out to right field in the 1st. Hamlin, a right-handed hitter. All these hitters for Rock Springs right-handed. Swings at the 1st and pops it over the backstop and into the softball field. Good thing there's not a game going on over there. They'd be littered with baseballs. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Evanston again up by 1, 4-3. In the home half of the 5th, Jagger Mitchell delivers and misses high and in, ball 1. I've got Mitchell at 74 pitches. And again, if he goes over 80, he'll have to have 4 days of rest before he can pitch again. Misses inside, ball 2. That's 2 balls and a strike. I do a little math here. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days of rest. So if he goes over 80 pitches, he wouldn't be available to pitch again until Sunday. This is low in the dirt through the legs of Ryan Fisher behind the plate. Again, Kaysen Smith started the game behind the dish, but on a follow-through of a swing by Mason Taylor, the bat hit Kaysen's left wrist is what it looked like. Sharp grounder to third. Wicks dives, can't get there. Schneider backhands, long throw to first. Big stretch by Gus, and they get the out. What a throw and stretch by Gus to get that out. That's a little redemption there for Jordan Schneider, who committed a couple of errors in the 3rd, but makes a great play there. The backhanded throw and the long throw from deep in the hole. There's another candidate for the for the McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. That was a great defensive play by Schneider from deep in the hole. Brings Dandy Ricks to the plate. Ricks 0 for 1, hit by a pitch in the 2nd, reached on an error and scored in the 3rd. Big first baseman. Cleanup hitter. I imagine if he gets able to turn on one, he could hit it a long ways. DeAndre Ricks, 143 average. Mitchell kicks and deals and hit into the hole. Schneider backhands again. This time can't scoop it up off the the sand, and Ricks is on board with 2 outs. Number 5 hitter Dominic Gunyon, third baseman, number 15, up next. Gunyon walked in the third, into a fielder's choice in the second. He's 0 for 1. Right-handed hitter, long orange socks, short white pants, orange jersey, white numerals, front and back, with an American flag on the back of the, right above the number between the shoulder blades. Mitchell winds, delivers, swing and a miss for Gunyon. Strike 1. That's, by my count, 77 pitches for Jagger Mitchell. Coaches are keeping track of that very closely as they strategize for this weekend's games. Grounder to second. That will find the hole. Thompson slides, but it pops up and may have bonked him on the face. He's slow to get up. And that was, we're going to give Gunyon a single on that. Thompson was 10 feet into right field when he slid down and tried to knock that ball down. And I think indeed it did bounce up. He just pulled his hand off his head and shook his head like he just got knocked in the noggin. That puts runners on first and second with 2 outs. Ricks reaches on an error. Gunyon reaches on a single. And Ryan Powers, not Ryan Powers. Barrick Hess to the plate. Hess has not hit in 6 plate appearances, 5 at-bats. He struck out twice, he's walked once, and takes ball 1 up high from Mitchell. Throw down to second base by Fisher, but off the bag to the first base side, and they're trying to get it to the third base side. That's where Dandy Ricks was coming back from. 79 pitches for Mitchell. Again, if he goes over 80, he'll have to rest until Sunday before he can pitch again with games Friday. 2 games Friday and 1 on Saturday. Mitchell misses again up high to Hess. Hess, big, strong right-handed hitter, takes ball 3 way outside down low. Fisher hesitates and then throws down to second again. Ricks back in safe. 3 balls, no strikes to Barrick Hess. With runners on first and second, 2 outs, and Evanston nursing a 1-run lead in the bottom of the 5th. 4-3 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Mitchell delivers, strike 1 on the outside corner. Fisher gets a little lackadaisical about it and lets it pop out of his glove, rolls 10-12 feet to the right and back toward the screen. Runners don't advance. The scorekeeper behind me say, "Come on, Blue," but where that was delivered looked like strike 1 to me. Outside corner. Fisher catches, oh no, ball 4. That one a little further out there and misses. That loads the bases with a walk. So Ricks is on third. He reached on an error. Gunyon on second. He reached with a single. And Barrick Hess walks to load the bases. Jaden Shelley to the plate. Singled in the second. A sac fly to right field in the third. Has a chance to tie things up or more with 2 outs and the bases loaded in the home half of the 5th. Outlaws scored 3 in the third. Rock Springs answered with 3 in the third. Outlaws scored 1 in the top of this inning. Rock Springs looking to answer in the bottom half of this inning. Mitchell delivers high and in, ball 1. So Mitchell beyond that 80 pitch count. He'll have to rest until Sunday to pitch again. Of course, with all those games this weekend. Swing and a miss, strike 1. That's the Ross Kesterson Memorial Tournament. Outlaws play Friday, 2 games, once at noon, then again at 7:30. Then they'll play Saturday at 7 p.m. A lot of games going on this weekend at Outlaws Field, Ross Kesterson. Jagger Mitchell, inside corner, strike 2 to Jade Shelley. Breaking ball. That was a pitch that Ryan Powers got a bunch of strikes on earlier in the game. Something looks like it's coming inside, then drops back over the plate for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mitchell trying to get out of this jam. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and he does. That ends it with no runs on 1 hit, 1 outlaw error, and 3 runners left stranded. Top of the 6th coming up. The Outlaws on top by 1 on a First Bank presentation of Evanston Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
When shopping for a vehicle, it's important to have a good selection of new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. It's also important to have a knowledgeable salesperson that listens, a finance team that helps you get the payment that matches your pocketbook, and a smart office staff that makes sure all the paperwork is done right. Working for you. Auto Farm Chevrolet. Stop in today. We're a community-driven dealer.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunmar Inn.
Well, apologies on some technical issues there for a moment. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by Auto Farm Chevrolet. I don't know if that ad played fully on the radio or online at mylocalradio.com. This wind causing some issues. I think it loosened one of the cables, and that, of course, with digital type stuff causes some issues. Anyway, Auto Farm Chevrolet, one of our sponsors, they're a community-driven dealer. And I'll tell you, they've really lived up to that tagline, community-driven dealer. Over the last 2 or 3 months, I don't know if anybody has done more than Auto Farm Chevrolet to help our community through the COVID-19 pandemic, the stay-at-home orders, and everything that's been going on and that we've had to deal with. Auto Farm Chevrolet, they've given lots of free meals. They've paid for meals at lots of different restaurants. They've had meals catered in where you can go and pick up a free dinner from various places in Evanston. And boy, they've really shown that they are community driven. That's Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street in Evanston. The wind whipping here in Rock Springs, 40 miles an hour, maybe more. I should look at my weather app real quick and get an actual number on that because, man, it is blowing hard. Barrick Hess out for what would be his third inning of work. He's so far held the Outlaws to just one run, and they just haven't gotten their timing down on his pitch. Strike one, drops across the plate and low to the outside corner on Connor Peterson here in the visitors' half of the sixth inning. Evanston leading by 4-3 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Peterson waits on this one, dribbles it back toward Hess on the mound. He scoops down, easy throw to first, one down. Outlaws just have not been able to make good contact on Hess. Peterson did. He had a single in the fourth. That was pretty good contact. But no other hits for Evanston hitters. They've hit into a double play, grounded to third a few times, dribbled it back to the pitcher, did Brendan Thompson and now Connor Peterson. And that brings Gus Allred to the plate. He hit to third in what ended up being a 5-3 double play in the last inning. High fly ball left field. Sains coming in and dives in to make the catch. What a grab by Bobby Sains to rob Gus Allred of what could have been a single. And Hess has two down, facing Casey Perriman. Doubled and scored in the third, walked in the first, grounded to third in the fourth. Perriman 1 for 2 in the ball game. Right-handed hitter steps into the box. Hess, a big, strong, tall, very tall right-handed pitcher. Misses down, ball one. Jagger Mitchell on deck if we get there. We've got 2 outs. Outlaws on top, 4-3. In the visitors' half of the sixth. Hess winds and delivers. Perriman swings and may have gotten a piece of it. A little foul tip. Either way, strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike on Perriman. Hess, very slow, long, deliberate delivery, and Perriman fouls it down the third baseline. A sharp grounder foul. If you're watching online at mylocalradio.com, I don't know if I've seen a slower, more deliberate delivery than Barrick Hess. Stands facing with the ball over his mouth, or the glove over his mouth, then winds and delivers. Perriman, high fly ball into left field. Wind pulls it back in. Bobby Sains comes in, makes the catch, and the Outlaws go down 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. A quick inning of work for Barrick Hess. Outlaws lead 4-3 through 5 1/2. Bottom half of the sixth when we return on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
A far cry from where we were last week. The Evanston Outlaws swept Rock Springs 12-0 and 12-2 last Thursday night in Evanston, but tonight it's a close one. Outlaws scored 3 in the third. Rock Springs answered with 3 in the bottom of the third. Evanston scored 1 in the top of the fifth and lead 4-3 over the Rock Springs Sand Puppies. Bottom of the sixth coming up. Rock Springs will have the 4, 5, 6. Or no, I'm looking at the wrong score sheet. Rock Springs will have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up on a broadcast brought to you by Union Wireless, 148 Front Street in Evanston. Speed so fast you'll see stars with Union Wireless. My family and I have Union Wireless, and they're not kidding. Their customer service is great. I remember the power went out a couple of weeks ago, and I called early on just to maybe inform them, hey, our internet's out. And they already had a message going on their customer service line, which was after hours. This was 6 or 7 in the evening, that said, hey, we're aware the internet is out. Our guys are working on it. And within about 20 minutes of that time, their internet was back up and screaming fast like it always is with Union Wireless. Visit unionwireless.com to learn more. Mason Taylor, the center fielder, number 22 to the plate. Taylor, a right-handed hitter, 0 for 2. He reached on an error in the second, struck out looking in the fifth, and takes ball 1 low and away from Jagger Mitchell out for his 6th inning of work. We've got Jagger at 88 pitches. Again, American Legion baseball pitch count max that a pitcher can go is 105. So Jagger reaching close to that limit as he catches the inside corner. Strike 1 to Mason Taylor. Taylor comes into the game hitting just 125. Had 1 hit in 8 at-bats. Add 2 to that, he's 1 out of 10. This may be one here to third base. Bodie Wicks knocks it down, picks it up, throws to first, way off target, and Taylor is on base with the E5. The Outlaws have committed 5 errors in the game. They're lucky to this point that Rock Springs has scored just 3 runs. So to the plate comes Paxton Hunt, the second baseman, number 27, hitting 0-0-0. And he's 0 for 2. He's lined out to second, lined out to first in this game. So he's 0 for 5 on the season in 5 plate appearances. Well, he's walked twice, so I guess he's 0 for 3 with only 1 other plate appearance, or 1 other at-bat, I should say. Low and away from Mitchell, ball 1. Runner on first with no outs. Evanston nursing a 1-run lead in the home half of the 6th. On a windy night in Rock Springs, other than the wind, it's beautiful. Sunny. Just a few wispy clouds. Throw to first, and back in safe, Mason Taylor. But that wind, a cold northeastern wind, or northwestern wind, keeping things off balance here in Rock Springs. Jagger winds and delivers high and in. Hunt ducks down, and it just misses the top of his helmet. Ball 2. Mitchell approaching the 100-pitch mark. Taylor takes his lead at first. Jagger from the stretch. Winds and deals, misses way out and low. Great dig by Ryan Fisher, the catcher for Evanston, but it's ball 3, a 3-0 count for Paxton Hunt. Rock Springs comes in at 1-5 on the season. They beat Jackson after losing badly to Jackson a couple of weeks ago on a weekend. They turn around and beat Jackson pretty badly, 12-4, I think. It was very lopsided. Pitch is high and strike one. Throw down to second, not in time, and a high bounce allows Mason Taylor to steal the base. Now, in the pitch was high and in the strike zone. Paxton Hunt watched his teammate steal second, then tossed his bat toward the dugout, thinking he'd just earned a walk. The umpire says, no, son, that's strike one. 3 balls and a strike. Hunt steps back in. Right-handed hitter waves the bat over his right shoulder and chips one back to the screen for strike 2. So Mitchell has worked it full after being down 3-0 in the count. He's thrown 2 straight strikes and filled the count at 3 balls, 2 strikes. No outs with a man in scoring position. That's the tying run at second base. 4-3, Outlaws leading. The home half of the 6th. Mitchell looks back to second and delivers the 3-2. High fly ball, center field. Drifting toward right. This will drop. Perriman grabs it and looks in. Nothing he can do but throw it safely back into second base. Mason Taylor on to third. Paxton Hunt with the single. Brings the leadoff man to the plate with runners on the corners. Parker Ross singled and scored in the third. Lined out to center in the first, popped out to center in the fourth, and he's got a chance to tie the score here. A base hit, anything deep enough to left, center, or right would likely score Mason Taylor, who's on third. Jagger Mitchell taking his time, working back up to the rubber, looked at the dugout for a minute. Must have gotten the indication from Coach Thompson, keep going, Jags. And he catches the inside corner, strike one. Tough pitch right there from Mitchell. It looks like it's inside and going to jam Ross, but it drops back over the plate for a strike just on that inside corner. There's the 0-1. High fly ball. Ross turns on it and skies it over the third base dugout, well out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. Parker Ross. Again, leadoff hitter, and he leads the team coming into the game, a .389 average. 7 singles, no extra base hits, but when you get 7 singles and hit .389, your teammates are going to love you. Mitchell steps off the rubber, throws back to second. It gets through Thompson's glove, but Schneider backing up just like he should. That's some good fundamental baseball as far as Schneider and the backup, but that allows Paxton Hunt to steal second. Jagger just kind of not paying attention to him, so now we've got 2 runners in scoring position with no outs, and the leadoff hitter, Parker Ross, has an 0-2 count. Mitchell now with the full windup. Here's the 0-2. Dribbled down to shortstop. That'll score a run. Schneider charges and airmails it. Not in time anyway. Ross beat the throw, and he's got a RBI single. That ties the score at 4. Even if Schneider makes a perfect throw, Ross with too much speed down the line, he's safe. Paxton Hunt on to third, runners on the corners. Watch for Ross to steal second here as Bobby Sains comes to the plate. 0 for 2, struck out swinging in the first, sacrifice bunt in the third, and popped out to second in the fifth. No outs, and there goes Ross for second. Fisher throws to second, and Thompson tagged him but lost the ball in the exchange, then throws to third, and the tag not in time to catch Paxton Hunt, who was a ways off the bag. So Ross with the steal. Outlaws having a hard time today. I don't know if it's the wind or just not being quite real sharp, but a bunch of errors. We've got at least 5, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5 errors, and some other error-like play as well. Tie ball game, and Rock Springs threatening to take a lead with 2 runners in scoring position and no outs. Sains chips it down the third base line foul. 1 ball, 1 strike with that foul ball. The first pitch where Ross stole was down low and was clearly a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bobby Sains, 375 average coming into the game. Tall right-handed hitter, and he gets hit on the left hand. Or did that hit the bat? Sains walking back over toward his third base dugout. Not for first base, so it must have chipped off the end of the bat and gotten a finger too. That happened to me one time when I was in Little League, and it split my finger open. Got more contact of my finger than it did the bat. So looks good for Sains. He steps back into the box and waits. 1-2, chips foul. This one toward the on-deck circle. Gunnar Hamblin, who's on deck, the catcher, runs over, picks it up. No outs, runners on second and third. A tie ball game in the home half of the sixth. Mitchell kicks and deals. Pop up, straight back. Fisher may have room to make the catch. Throws off the mask and does make the catch from his catcher position to get the out. So the Outlaws finally get their first out of the inning. A couple of singles, an error, a run scored for Rock Springs, and with one down, Gunnar Hamblin, the catcher, comes to the plate. He's 0 for 3, reached on an error in the third and scored. Flew out to right in the first and was thrown out on a hit into the hole at short in the fifth, on which Jordan Schneider made a great play from his spot at short. Looks like we'll have a pitching change here for the Outlaws. So Jagger Mitchell will still be on the hook for those guys on base, and I think Jordan Schneider is going to take the mound. We'll give him a few warm-up pitches. Try not to get blown away here as the wind shifts again to coming out of the northwest. So Jordan Schneider, I think Jagger is at about 105 pitches. That's part of why he's got to move to short. I think that'll be a straight switch. Mitchell to short, Schneider to pitch. So Jagger with 5 1/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. So far, 4 runs. Walked 1, 2. Walked just 2. Hit 2. Struck out 3. And we'll see what he's going to finish with on runs and earned runs. We'll take a moment as Jordan Schneider warms up to thank one of our sponsors, Hoover Chiropractic at 545 Cheyenne Drive in Evanston. Dr. Todd Hoover, Doctor of Chiropractics. They call him Dr. Voodoo. He's excellent with his chiropractic work and does a lot more as well. He can get rid of your allergies. If you visit him, just ask him, just mention what the allergies are, and he'll do the diagnosis and take care of it for you. Does blood work at a much discounted price from other places in town. That's Dr. Todd Hoover, Doctor of Chiropractics, 307-789-0043. That's 789-0043 for Hoover Chiropractic. In past years, I am complaining here. In past years, they've allowed us a spot inside the press box, and that's been nice. I haven't had to deal as much with the wind, and I tell you, I'm frankly quite nervous because my laptop, the wind is whipping so hard that it keeps pushing the screen. I'm frequently having to move my laptop screen back up as the wind pushes it down and it makes it unviewable. I've got all my papers taped down to the table to keep them from blowing away. A couple of my cables and my pen have already blown off the table. All right, complaint session over. Outlaws tied at 4 with Rock Springs. When these teams met last Thursday, Evanston won 12-0 and 12-2, both 5-inning affairs. But Rock Springs has came to play here. Evanston not hitting the ball like they did last week against Rock Springs. Against at least one of the same pitchers, Barrick Hess, has held Evanston to virtually nothing. Jordan Schneider on the mound. He and Jagger Mitchell swap spots. Jordan, a right-handed pitcher, misses. No, catches the outside corner. And the scorekeeper agrees with what I saw as well. He says, that was way out, Blue. But the Outlaws will take it. Strike 1, no balls, 1 strike, 2 on. Tie ball game, grounder to short, sharply hit. Jagger scoops, looks to home, throws to first, gets the out there, and Rock Springs takes the lead. Paxton Hunt, masterfully done from his spot at third. Outlaws get the out at first, but Paxton Hunt scores, and Rock Springs leads 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Parker Ross forced to stay at second, so count that run to Jagger Mitchell. He's allowed 5. He's on the hook for Parker Ross if he scores as well. We'll see as Dandy Ricks comes to the plate. Ricks 0 for 2. He's hit by a pitch in the second, reached twice on errors and scored once in the third. Takes ball 1 inside, throw down to second into center field. That took a funny bounce. Perriman scoops it up in center and throws it in. So Paxton Hunt moves to third on the error from the catcher. Jordan Schneider with an 0-1 count pitching to Dandy Ricks. The Outlaws down 5-4. They had an 8-game winning streak going, but not playing the same quality of baseball here today as they did in those 8 wins. Schneider kicks and deals inside corner, strike 1 for Ricks. Dandy, big, strong right-handed hitter, long white pants, red and white batting gloves. Well, on the right hand, a black and white on the left hand. Grounder to short. Jagger picks it up. Nope, through his legs and into left field. That'll score another run. And it's another Outlaw error. That's 1, 2, 3 in the inning and 8 in the ball game. Maybe 7 in the ball game. Either way, Dandy Ricks is on first, and Dominic Gunyon comes to the plate with Rock Springs leading 6-4. And 2 outs. Schneider's pitch just misses high, ball 1. Mason Taylor reached on an error. Paxton Hunt singled. Parker Ross singled, an RBI. That one scored Mason Taylor. And then a pop out, a 6-3 ground ball that scored a run. Schneider misses on the first pitch and then catches the inside corner, strike 1 to Gunyon. Gunyon had a single in the last inning, takes strike 2 on the outside corner. Gunyon 1 for 2. He walked in the third. Fielder's choice, ground out in the second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Schneider trying to end the inning. Grounder back up the middle. Thompson slides, knocks it down, but it boots into into center field. And another Outlaw error allows Gunyon to reach first. Ricks over to second with Barrick Hess coming to the plate. Hess 0 for he walked in the 5th, a 5-pitch walk from Jagger Mitchell. So you can close the book on Mitchell. He allowed 6 runs. Haven't had the time to figure out how many of those were earned at this point, but here's the first pitch for Barrick Hess. Ball 1 down low. Number 8 hitter in the inning. He's number 6 in the batting order for Rock Springs. Schneider trying to get out of the inning. Here's the 1-0. High fastball, strike 1 as Hess offers and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outlaw defense playing straight away, fairly shallow. You see Perriman hopping a bit in center field trying to stay warm as that cold northwest wind blows in at 30, 40 miles an hour. Hess chips it over the first base dugout foul and finds himself down 1 ball, 2 strikes in the count. 3 runs in the inning. Rock Springs leads 6-4 in the bottom of the 6th on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Outlaws had led or had not trailed until this bottom half of the 6th. Schneider, right-handed pitcher, delivers to the big right-handed hitter. That's a wild pitch outside, back to the screen. Both runners advance. Ricks to third, Gunyon to second. And my stat sheet is getting messy with all these errors, wild pitches, passed balls, runs scored. Schneider looks back to second. Ricks, no lead. He's on the bag at third. A 2-2 count to Barrick Hess. Schneider delivers and misses down in the dirt. It gets away from Fisher, but Ricks not moving from third base. That fills the count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jaden Shelley on deck. He's already got a single and an RBI. And Hess steps back in. Big, tall, right-handed hitter. The full count pitch. Here's the payoff pitch. Hit back up the middle. Thompson goes over, knocks it down. He couldn't field it cleanly. And another run scores. Ricks from third. Gunyon moves to third, and Barrick Hess on first. The 5th error of the inning. Clayton Moyles from his spot in right field trying to keep warm, I think, more than anything. Runs over to center field to give Casey Perriman a fist bump. A 7-4 ball game as Jaden Shelley comes to the plate, the 9th hitter in the inning for Rock Springs. They've only hit safely twice, but errors have allowed 3 runners on the base paths. Fisher digs out a low and outside pitch to Shelley. Hess on first, probably not a big threat to steal. A little more speed on third with Dominic Gunyon. Runners at the corners. Low and inside. Ball 2 to Shelley. Wind whipping in cold from the northwest. 59 degrees here at Rock Springs, but that wind makes it feel like we're in the 40s. It's a 2-0 from Schneider. Outside, gets away from Fisher. That'll score another run. Hess will advance to second, and Rock Springs leads 8-4. A lopsided 5 runs have scored in this 6th inning. There's another wild pitch. That's 3 wild pitches in the inning. Add that to the 5 outlaw errors. That's why Rock Springs is on top. Errors and wild pitches. Barrick Hess at second. Jaden Shelley, 2 balls, no strikes. Waits from the right-handed batter's box. Bat on the shoulder, takes strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Outlaws trailing 8-4. Rock Springs with 5 runs in this 6th inning. None of them earned. Schneider delivers in the dirt, and that's ball 4. I had the count wrong. I was missing 1 ball, so that's a 5-pitch walk to Jaden Shelley, and that brings up the number 8 hitter, Mason Taylor. He led off the inning, reached with an error, came around to score. 0 for 3 in the ball game. He's reached twice on errors and struck out looking in the 4th. Outlaw cry from the dugout, let's go. Inside, misses, ball 1 from Schneider. Be interesting to see who pitches in game 2 of this doubleheader. Of course, we've got another out and then 1 more inning to go for the Evanston Outlaws. Swing and a miss, strike 1 for Taylor. Mason Taylor, a 125 hitter coming into the game. He's 0 for 3 in this game, but he's reached twice on errors and scored a run earlier in this 6th inning. 8-4, Rock Springs leads. Schneider kicks and deals. Outside corner, no, just off. Oh, it was on the corner and down in the zone. Strike 2. It's a spot that Schneider could work more. The umpire likes that. It's a pitcher's zone on that outside corner. Schneider goes inside this time, and that's in the dirt. Another wild pitch will allow runners to advance to second and third. Hess over to third. Shelley on to second. On that wild pitch. And Mason Taylor has an even count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Right-handed Mason Taylor, long white pants, white batting gloves. Looks like permed hair coming out the back of his black batter's helmet. Black bat with a red stripe just above the handle. Here's the 2-2. Down in the dirt, ball 3. Fisher able to knock this one down and keep runners from advancing. This is a situation where the Outlaws are really hurting to not have Reed Gross. Not that he'd be doing better to knock these pitches down, but just to have that depth at catcher. And his bat, very good as well. Full count, here's the pitch. Pop up, shallow infield. Wicks calls for it and makes the catch. 2-handed grab to make sure and get that out. An ugly 6th inning for Evanston. Rock Springs likes it. 5 runs on 2 hits, 5 outlaw errors, 2 runners left stranded. Rock Springs leads by 4. Evanston down to their final 3 outs, trailing 8-4 on a First Bank presentation of Evanston baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
Crafting is really fun. Sometimes a tutorial helps get the project finished just right. TheLittlestWoodShop.com offers tutorials on Facebook to teach you new techniques and fun ideas for crafting. Follow us on Facebook so you're notified each time we post a new tutorial. Plus, get all your supplies for each project at TheLittlestWoodShop.com. We sell individual project supplies, kits for group projects, and we sell bulk wholesale crafting supplies. Visit TheLittlestWoodShop.com today.
At pass to the Evanston Recreation Center gets you so much more than a weight room. A pass also gives you access to the pool, hot tub, steam rooms, cardio room, cycling studio, shooting range, basketball court, and locker rooms with showers. Passes also let you attend drop-in fitness classes at no additional cost, including Zumba, yoga, cycling, water aerobics, and strength training classes. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Recreation Center. Payment plans available. Stop in today.
Well, Rock Springs, you got to credit, give them some credit. They did what they needed to do. They took advantage of 5 outlaw errors, hit just twice in that home half of the 6th, but scored 5 runs thanks in large part to those errors. Add to those 5 errors 3 wild pitches, and Rock Springs, which had not led in this game, puts up a 5 spot in the home half of the 6th and leads by 4, 8-4. On the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, Outlaws have hitters 4, 5, and 6 coming up here in the visitors' half of the 7th. Evanston down to their final 3 outs unless they can score at least 4 runs, and then they would have to hold Rock Springs scoreless in the bottom of the 7th inning. A breezy evening here at Rock Springs. Actually, cold and very windy evening. Looking for winds to die down within about the next hour or so, and I'm looking forward to that, although then the sun will go down and we'll cool off anyways. Jagger Mitchell steps into the box. He's 0 for 2 in the game. Flew out to right field in what ended up being a double play, hit by a pitch and scored in the 3rd, reached on an error and scored in the 5th, and he hits one sharply down the line in 3rd, or down the line in left. And the throw goes all the way. Who knows where Sains was throwing that? Mitchell gunning for 3rd base, and he'll stop there. What a throw from Sains. Well, Mitchell, a nice ground ball into left field. Down the line, just stayed fair. The single, and then Sains air-mailed it, throwing it into 2nd base. He threw it far enough to go to 1st from his spot in left. And that allowed Mitchell to advance all the way around to 3rd base. So Ryan Fisher comes to the plate. A good start. Outlaws need to keep it going. They're trailing by 4, 8-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard here in the home half or the visitors' half of the 7th. Ryan Fisher to the plate. Fisher singled and scored in the 3rd, was hit by a pitch in the 2nd and popped out to the shortstop, and he gets hit on the noggin. Ducks his head to let that hard plastic do its job and takes his base. Barrick Hess has been very effective. Came in to start the 4th, allowed Connor Peterson to single, and then hasn't allowed a hit since then until Jagger Mitchell's single to start off the 7th inning. He's held the Outlaws to just the 1 run, and that was mostly because of 3 defensive errors in the 5th inning. But we'll see if the Evanston Outlaws can get something going here against Hess, still on the mound, for what would be his 4th inning of work. Delivery to Brendan Thompson. Oh, did Thompson take a timeout? He did. Stepped out of the box. Thompson 0 for 3 in the game. Fisher heading for 2nd base. He makes it. Jagger steals on the double steal, and he slides in safe. Fisher all the way around to 3rd as the throw from Paxton Hunt at 2nd back home was way too high. So the Outlaws come up with a double steal, and Fisher moves all the way to 3rd on the E4. Wind really whipping in from the northwest. Outlaws within 3, 8-5. Brendan Thompson, 0-1 count, takes ball 1 high and in. That first pitch was down the middle for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to Brendan Thompson. Barrick Hess there on the mound. Looks to Fisher at 3rd, kicks and deals. Thompson to right field. This one may drop. It will. Fisher will score down the line in right. Thompson stays at 1st with the RBI single. So the Outlaws need 4 runs to tie. They've gotten 2 so far. Halfway there. 1 out. No outs in the home half. I'm just bumbling over my words. No outs in the visitors' half of the 7th inning. 8-6, Outlaws trail. Clayton Moyles to the plate. Moyles a 2-run single in the 3rd. He's 0 for 2 beyond that, so 1 for 3 in the ball game. reached on an error in the 5th and popped out to first back in the 2nd. Takes ball 1 down in the dirt. Good block by Gunnar Hamlin to keep that in front and hold Thompson at first. Moyles represents the tying run. He's at the plate, right-handed hitter. Comes in, hitting .294 in this game, or into the game, and he's 1 for 3. Takes an inside breaking ball for ball 2. Inched away just enough to avoid getting hit by that pitch. 2 balls, no strikes for Moyles. Steps back in. White bat waves it out in front of the plate. Hess taking his time, so Moyles steps back out of the box and then back in. Outfield playing pretty much straight away for the Rock Springs defense. Hess delivers way up high and behind Moyles. That'll allow Thompson to advance over to second base. Rounds the bag as Gunnar Hamlin picks it up at the screen. Thompson in scoring position with Moyles. A 3-0 count, 3 balls, no strikes. Dandy Ricks comes in to talk with his pitcher. Ricks, the first baseman. Hey, you got this, Hess. Get a little fist bump. Don't worry about that runner. Let's get the guy at the plate. 3 balls, no strikes, no outs. Outlaws a 2-run rally so far, trying to keep it going. Thompson at second as Moyles waits on the 3-0. That was way outside and in the dirt. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk for Clayton Moyles. That may be enough. It is. Coach Rondinelli will come out to have a word with his pitcher. This may be a pitching change. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Our broadcast today is brought to you here, of course, on mylocalradio.com, where it's local radio just for you. We have local and regional news, live regional sports, plus weather, job listings, giveaways, contests, and more. That's mylocalradio.com. Visit today. Barrick Hess is done. His day just ended. So we've got a pitching change. We'll take a quick break and figure things out as we play some ads from some of our sponsors. Stay tuned. More Outlaws baseball coming up on a First Bank presentation of Evanston baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
Meet the service and parts department staff at Auto Farm Chevrolet. We work on almost every type of vehicle, foreign and domestic. We also sell parts and accessories for almost all makes and models. Our staff is friendly and well-trained, and we are here to serve you. Open Monday through Friday beginning at 7:30 a.m., we invite you to Auto Farm Chevrolet for all your parts and for all your service needs. 624 Front Street, Evanston. We're a community-driven dealer.
Folks have many reasons to visit Casper, Wyoming every year, whether it's work, high school sports and activities, a romantic getaway, or business meetings. The best place to stay when you're in Casper is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. A beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, a pool, fitness center, and a fabulous indoor atrium. You can also reserve meeting rooms for your next event, and each stay includes an extended continental breakfast. Reserve your rooms today at the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper, Wyoming. Call 307-472-6300.
So close the book, not quite actually, on Barrick Hess. He's on the hook for Brendan Thompson at second and Clayton Moyles at first as Dylan Johnson comes in to replace him. Johnson, a right-handed pitcher, long flowing locks coming out of the back of his white and orange ball cap. I've got Barrick Hess at 3 innings pitched. He's allowed 3 hits. So far, 3 runs. None of them earned. But again, on the hook for those other 2 guys on the bags. He didn't walk anybody, didn't strike out anybody, and hit 1 with a pitch. That's the line so far on Barrick Hess. Outlaws the tying run on first with no outs, and Jordan Schneider to the plate. Schneider hits right. He's 1 for 1 in the game. Squares to bunt and lays it down the third base line. This might be good enough. The toss to third, not in time. So Brendan Thompson in safe. That would have been a perfect bunt anyways from Jordan Schneider. I'm going to give him a single on the bunt. Schneider 2 for 2. He walked in the second, singled in the third, was hit by a pitch in the 5th, and he loads the bases. So the go-ahead run for the Outlaws is now on first with the bases loaded and Bodie Wicks to the plate. Bodie this season, a .250 average. He's 0 for 1 so far in this game. Grounded to third in the 5th. So that will put his average a little below 250. Rock Springs defense playing in tight. They're going to try to cut off the run at home. They're in the infield. Wicks chases a high fastball, strike one. Bodie, any kind of base hit scores a run, especially with the outfield playing deep and the infield playing tight right on the fringe, the inside of the grass, of the dirt. 0-1, Wicks, a strong right-handed hitter. Grounder to short, scooped up, thrown to home, the out there, the throw to first, in time, a double play. 6-2-3 double play, gets Thompson on his way home, gets Wicks before he can make it to first, and leaves runners, Clayton Moyles on third, Jordan Schneider on second. To the top of the order, the Outlaws go, and they'll bring in a pinch hitter, Kendall Cummings, to bat in place of Connor Peterson. To face Dylan Johnson. Strike one, no, ball one, outside corner, off the outside corner. So Connor Peterson was 1 for 4 on the day, had singled in the 4th. Kendall Cummings, swing and a miss, strike one. Cummings, a 280 average coming into the game. This is his first at-bat of the day. First base open with 2 outs, runners on second and third. Evanston down by 2, 8-6 in the visitors' half of the 7th, down to their final out. Outlaws are. Cummings waits, fly ball, center field. Taylor ranging to his right, makes the catch, and Rock Springs wins. 8-6. Outlaws good contact there, but not good enough. So Rock Springs' lopsided 5th or 6th inning, where they scored 5 runs on 5 Outlaw errors, was enough for Rock Springs to get the win. They improved to 2-5 on the season. Evanston drops its 3rd straight, and we'll be back in just a bit to tell you a little bit more about it on our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. We'll also have your McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game coming up as well. Stay tuned for a post-game coming up after this on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall. Prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
Final score 8-6. Rock Springs with the victory over Evanston. The Outlaws took a 3-0 lead in the 3rd, and I'll tell you more about how the rest of that game went right now on the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Jimmy John's at 113 Front Street in Evanston, where fresh and fast meet. That's Jimmy John's. The Evanston Outlaws at Rock Springs. Evanston had beat Rock Springs last Thursday night, 12-0 and 12-2. Then Tuesday night in Rock Springs on a windy night, the Outlaws' bats are a little bit quieter. In fact, it took till the 3rd inning before the Outlaws put a run across the board. They scored 3 in the 3rd. Rock Springs would answer with 3 of their own in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And then we went scoreless for the 4th. Outlaws put 1 on the board in the 5th and led 4-3 until the bottom half of that 5th inning. Rock Springs came up to the plate, and boy, they got some work done. Mason Taylor led off, reaching on an error. Then Paxton Hunt singled. Parker Ross singled. That scored a run. 4 errors and 1 hit later, Rock Springs led 8-4 in the home half of the 6th inning. Outlaws tried to answer in the visitors' half of the 7th Jagger Mitchell led off with a single. Ryan Fisher was hit by a pitch. Brendan Thompson singled. Clayton Moyles walked. Jordan Schneider singled. Outlaws were in business, but then hit into a double play and flew out to center to end the rally and take the loss. 8-6. Rock Springs with its second win of this young season. Evanston with its third consecutive loss on the year. 8-6 the final score. Rock Springs with the win. And that's your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Jimmy John's, where they spend 6 hours daily slicing all natural meat and fresh produce for your 30-second sandwich. Jimmy John's. They're at 113 Front Street in Evanston. Stay tuned. I think we're going to have one of the Outlaw players come up to chat with us here on the postgame show. If not, we'll go back to music here in a bit. But first, let's move first into the Dr. McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game. Dr. McKay Frankham at 170 Arrowhead Drive, number 1. Easiest phone number to remember, 789-8910. That's 789-8910. They have dental care at reasonable rates for the whole family. And we've got a few candidates for the play of the game. One, Clayton Moyles' 2-run single in the third. That put Evanston up 3-0 at that point. There were a couple of great defensive plays by the Outlaws. One, a grounder deep in the hole at short. Jordan Schneider backhanded it and then made a strong, long throw to get the out on at first. But I think the defensive play and the McKay Frankham play of the game was Ryan Fisher's diving catch on the first batter for Rock Springs, first hitter of the ball game. Parker Ross hit it into the gap in left center field, and it hung up just long enough in the air for Fisher to run over, lay out full, and make the catch in his left-handed glove, in the glove on his left hand, and that's your McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game. Unfortunately, the Outlaws lose, drop their third straight, 8-6 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Stay tuned. Looks like we won't have an interview between our two contests. I know Coach Chad Thompson told me he would come chat with me after the second game, so we'll look forward to that later on tonight. Game 2 will start shortly. In the meantime, we're going to go back to the music. So Val Cook back in the studio. Thanks so much for being there. Again, our final score in Game 1, 8-6. If you want to keep watching tonight, keep this stream going. We'll have Game 2 on this same stream here on mylocalradio.com, and we'll be back with Game 2 on the radio shortly. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back with more Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio. Well, our apologies on some technical issues. We're back at Rock Springs Paul J. WATAHA Complex. 8-6 the final in that first game. Outlaw errors cost them the game, really. The lopsided sixth inning for Rock Springs. They scored 5 runs in the inning, and most of those were on Outlaw errors. Actually, none of those runs were earned, as the Outlaws committed 5 errors in that sixth inning. And Evanston had a rally going there in the third for the second straight game. They had the bases loaded with 2 outs and couldn't get a much-needed hit. You want to talk for a bit, Jake? Jake Hibbert joining me here on the radio between games. First of all, your take on that game by the Outlaws.
Well, I got here in the 6th inning, so it was 4-3, and I'd been watching some of this game. I saw it was actually a pretty tight one, and by what I've seen out of Rock Springs so far.
Never mind. We're already in music. Sorry. Right. On the stream. Sorry. Yeah, continue.
Okay, sorry. The technical difficulties, I guess we'll chalk it up to. It was errors. You mentioned that. But I was a little surprised to see how touch and go it was, how close the game was going into that 6th inning. Rock Springs has struggled quite a bit. And we see this with these two teams. They play each other constantly. Right. And, it goes one way one time. And then usually the team that's, whether it's Evanston or Rock Springs or Green River, whoever's on bottom, after like the 3rd or 4th time, they get sick of losing and they have a good game like this. But there was a hole in the glove at the second base in that 6th inning, and that was just an issue that haunted them. But credit to the Outlaws. In the 7th inning, they came out and did exactly what they needed to do. And I was talking about this down in the stands. Obviously, the changing point in that game was the double play, the 6-2-3 double play.
Yeah.
And what happened there was, I don't have that. Who is that hitter? He must be a younger guy.
That's Bodie Wicks.
Yeah, Bodie Wicks. Okay. It's just it looked like a youthful mistake, okay? So you got bases loaded, got no outs. It's a big kid. He looks like a guy who can get the ball into the outfield. What are you trying to do? You're trying to drive the ball to the outfield.
Yeah.
And he sees a pitch. I was talking about this. It's hard to lay off on some things, but you see a pitch a little bit outside and high. You reach it out there. You get that bat out there. What's going to happen? You roll over the ball, which is what he did there, puts it on the ground, and that's exactly what you didn't want to happen.
Right.
But errors, should have Evanston got those 2 runs in as quickly as they did? No, but errors by Rock Springs, which we've seen this year,
That's right.
They collected. So I think this second game should be interesting. I don't know if you know who's going to be on the mound yet, but I thought Jagger did a pretty good job pitching today, holding them to really 3 earned that I saw.
Right.
I don't know how many errors came in before I got there, but I would chalk that 6th inning up to defensive issues more than the pitching.
Yeah, you're right about that. They had 3 errors in the 5th inning, and Rock Springs scored one run there. They had 1 error in the 3rd inning, and Rock Springs scored 3 runs there. I think 1 or 2 of those runs were earned. So, really, I think you're right. Jagger Mitchell did a pretty good job. He got in some jams, got out of a couple, but errors killed the Outlaws in this game.
The wind here is killer.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know how you're holding on to your papers, and I see little bits of tape is the answer.
Yep, the Gorilla Tape on each paper that I – and then this one has almost blown – this pen blew off the table. I mean, the wind is
I don't know if that's an option this year, but that's why I went to the iPad last year, because the flipping of the paper in the wind, it's a good way to lose it in a hurry.
Yep. Well, Jake, secondly, I want to say congratulations on your WAB awards.
Hey.
First place play-by-play, second place sports talk. Is that right?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
It was a surprise. Eric Pauly gave me a call, and I had not seen. They did it live through the internet, like everything. That's for the last 3 months. It'll happen, but it's going to be remotely. So obviously, I didn't know, especially since they did it 4 or 5 days before the scheduled banquet. But no, it was great. It was great to see. I was happy. Obviously, I was surprised. I'm always surprised when that happens. But yeah, no, it was awesome.
Well, cool. All right, so we're going to go back to break, and we got Game 2 coming up shortly. Thanks for tuning in. Stay here on the stream if you're tuned in online, and we'll be back with more Outlaws baseball in a bit. Welcome back to Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog, mylocalradio.com, and, of course, on K9, 99.1 FM. Outlaws and the Rock Springs Sand Puppies, Game 2 coming up. And Evanston, we try to get caught up, just got lineups moments ago, so I'm going to try to work things out. And already we've got a man out of order as Gus Allred steps into the batter's box, the leadoff hitter. My lineup has, maybe I'm looking at the wrong, there we are. Nope, I'm out of order. Gus Allred, the leadoff hitter, fouls one off to the backstop and then takes ball one low and away. Pitcher is Dominic Gunyon in this contest, Game 2. Rock Springs took the first game 8-6. Allred down the first baseline, chops it foul. Gus will be at first base. On deck, center fielder Casey Perriman. And in the hole, left fielder Kendall Cummings. Gunyon delivers a breaking ball that stays high. Ball 2. 1 ball, 1 strike. Excuse me, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gunyon kicks and deals. He's a right-handed pitcher. That one misses way down low, bounces out 5-6 feet in front of the plate and fills the count. So the count full as Gus Allred steps back into the left-handed batter's box. Gus, of course, hits left. Gunyon kicks and deals. Allred pops it down the third base side, and this will drift out of play into the Rock Springs dugout. Jagger Mitchell will bat fourth. I'll get lineups and things for you probably next inning. I just got lineup cards, came up, sat down, and they started Game 2. Here's the payoff pitch for Gus, and it's low and inside. He takes his base, ball 4. Gus Allred aboard with a leadoff walk. Brings Casey Perriman to the plate. Perriman in that first game, pretty good. 2 for 3. Scored once, walked in the first, had that single or that double in the third inning. The wind still continues just to whip here in Rock Springs, causing me all kinds of issues. Dominic Gunyon on the mound, misses for ball 1 to Casey Perriman. Gunyon, number 15, played third base in that first game. Made some nice plays, kept things going for Rock Springs in that 8-6 win. Misses outside. I think we got a called strike on the corner. That is a definite pitcher's zone if that's a strike on the outside. So Casey Perriman steps back in. He hits right. Number 2, right-handed batter. Throw over to first. Allred dives back in safe. That's a pretty quick move for Gunyon, although he threw it high and away from the bag. Gunyon looks in, glances to first. Gus inches out further, and the pitch, Perriman, skied high down the third base line and out of play. Well out of play in the bullpen over down past the third base dugout. One ball, 2 strikes, no outs, and a runner on first. Again, Rock Springs took that first game 8-6. They had a 5-run 6th inning that put them on top for good. Outlaws battled back, had the bases loaded with no outs, hit into a double play, and then flew out to center field to end it. Perriman, high fly ball, left field, going back, then coming in and missing the catch. That'll put Allred on second. Gus had to hold up because he thought it might be caught, and Casey is on first with a single. Left fielder is number 99, Thomas Murphy, who couldn't make the play out there. Now on a normal day, we might call that an error. On a windy day like this, I'm calling that a single. Brings Kendall Cummings to the plate for Evanston. Kendall chops the first pitch back to the screen. Outlaws have runners on first and second with no outs. Gus walked, Casey Perriman singled. Gunyon delivers, and Cummings ducks just enough to avoid letting that ball plunk him on the helmet. Gunyon delivers down in the dirt. Great block by the catcher, which again in this game is Gunnar Hamblin. Gunnar will bat third. Two balls, one strike for Kendall Cummings. And foul tips it back to the screen for strike two. That evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes for Kendall Cummings, and he chases a low pitch just to make sure he doesn't strike out on it. Fouls it off to the Outlaws' first base dugout. Dominic Gunyon in a bit of a jam here. Runners on first and second with no outs. Cummings into the hole, left side. That will get through. No, a diving stop by Parker Ross will keep runners going station to station. So Perriman to second, or to third. Gus to third, Perriman to second. Kendall on first with an infield single. And Jagger Mitchell comes to the plate. Jagger will play shortstop in this game. On deck, Ryan Fisher. Then we'll have Jordan Schneider, Bodie Wicks up next after that. Bases loaded, no outs. Infield playing tight at the corners as Jagger takes ball one high and in. Mitchell in that last game singled and scored in the 7th. Scored 2 other times. He reached on an error and was hit by a pitch. Scored 3 runs in the inning. Fouls one back for strike 2. 1 ball, 1 strike. Excuse me, for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Jagger steps back in. Here's the 1-1. Pops it over the backstop. This will drift out of play and scared a couple fans, but no damage done. No harm. Was a foul ball, but 1 ball, 2 strikes with the bases loaded and no outs. Mitchell waves the bat, pulls it back, then swings into left field. This should drop in, and it does. A diving effort by Murphy. Again, he can't get to it, but again, the runners have to just move station to station because it was close. Gus Allred scores from third, Perriman over to third, Kendall to first, and Jagger with the RBI single puts Evanston up 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, with Ryan Fisher to the plate. So Fisher, who hits right, steps into the batter's box. He had a good first game and swings and misses. Strike 1. Went 1 for 3, hit by a pitch twice, and scored 2 runs. He's down 0-1 in the count. May have been a foul tip. Bases loaded, no outs, and Hamblin blocks a pitch in the dirt. Ball 1 to Ryan Fisher. Gunyon looks back at the runners, then delivers the pitch. Misses outside. Ball 2 for Fisher. Ryan Fisher came into the weekend, or into today's games, hitting .410. He earned 7 walks. Had struck out 7 times. He's on base percentage .510. He takes ball 3 low and away, and can walk home a run here. That would be an RBI for him. He's got 11 RBIs on the season. We'll see what he does with this next pitch. Gunyon delivers inside. Fisher takes a 5-pitch walk. keeps the bases loaded. That's an RBI for Fisher. Casey Perriman walks home. Evanston leads 2-0, and that'll be a quick mound visit from Coach Rondinelli. Dominic Gunyon struggling to pitch strikes early on here. RBI single for Jagger Mitchell and an RBI walk for Ryan Fisher. Outlaws lead 2-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston will be followed in the lineup, the batting lineup. Jordan Schneider's up next, then Bodie Wicks, Derek McDonald, and Ethan Buse. Ethan will be on the mound for tonight's game. The second game of a doubleheader. Outlaws had an 8-game winning streak going into Sunday morning, lost to Severance, Colorado, then lost to Torrington 4-3, and lost earlier tonight 8-6 against Rock Springs. That was Rock Springs' just second win of the season. Of course, we look at the Evanston Outlaws have played 16 games. This is game number 17 on the schedule. Rock Springs has not played, or had not played, since they last faced Evanston at Evanston last Thursday night. So a quick mound visit. Gunyon stays in. Schneider into left field, the line drive. That'll score Kendall Cummings from third. Jagger Mitchell around from second. He'll score as well. And Jordan Schneider with a 2-run single breaks the game wide open. Schneider, nice little piece of hitting. Didn't try to do too much with that pitch, just took it into left field. And the Outlaws have opened up a 4-0 lead in the visitors' half of the first inning. Bodie Wicks steps into the batter's box. Big, strong, right-handed hitter. And swings and misses. Healthy cut, but he couldn't catch up to Gunyon's fastball. On deck again is Derek McDonald. Ethan Buse in the hole. McDonald will play right field tonight. Buse pitching. Bodie Wicks will be at third. Gunyon delivers. Wicks again can't find a connection on a breaking ball that dropped down out of the zone for strike two. Wicks steps back in. Bodie came into the day, had a .250 average, but I think he went 0 for 2 in that first game. Takes ball one inside, has to scoot back and away. Yeah, he hit a grounder to third, and then hit into that 6-2-3 double play that, with the bases loaded, essentially or effectively ended the Outlaws' rally in the 7th inning of the first game. Wicks takes ball 2 down out of the zone and evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Great start for the Outlaws. 4 hits already, 4 runs in. Wicks swings and just barely foul tips it to stay alive. That was a high pitch that he chased. Gus Allred earned the walk to lead off. Perriman singled. Kendall Cummings singled. Jagger Mitchell singled. Ryan Fisher walked. Jordan Schneider singled. Those have been the 6 batters so far. Bodie Wicks with a 2-2 count. High fly ball, left side. Parker Ross goes back, drifts over, and catches it just on the lip of the outfield. And there's 1 down. That's the first out of this first inning. Outlaws had either hit safely or walked and reached base, all the previous hitters. That'll bring Derek McDonald to the plate. Right fielder, number 22. Red batting helmet. McDonald with white batting gloves. Hits right. Thin frame. Swings. He stepped back with his right foot. A funny swing and misses. So strike 1. Ethan Buse on deck for Evanston. You may hear my papers flapping in the wind. It continues to blow hard here in Rock Springs. Evanston Red Devil soccer teams held a couple of scrimmages tonight, the girls and the boys. Way outside and to the screen. Fisher rounds third, wants to take home, but there's no time there, so he'll stay at third on the wild pitch. That advances Jordan Schneider over to second. It also is ball 1 for Derek McDonald. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Outlaws with a 4-0 lead right out of the gate here, first inning of game number 2 tonight. Swing and a miss. McDonald goes down swinging. That'll bring Ethan Buse to the plate with 2 outs and runners on second and third. Buse, no at-bats yet this season as an Outlaw. And he hits, he'll step into the left-handed batter's box. I know he throws right, so maybe he's a switch hitter. Swing and miss, strike 1. Buse taps both sides of the plate, far and near side, and waves the bat behind his left shoulder. Swings, pops it high down the third base line. If this stays fair, no, it won't, but it'll be caught by the third baseman. Good hustle to get over there and make the catch, Dylan Johnson, who earned the save in the first game. So the Outlaws fly out to right field, or to left field, excuse me, but do some damage. 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors, 2 runners left stranded. Evanston leads 4-0 after half an inning on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
Bit of a rough start for Dominic Gunyon of the Rock Springs Sand Puppies. Walked the first batter he faced, then allowed a single, walk, single before retiring the next 3. 4 runs, 4 hits in. I've had him with 38 pitches thrown to start things off tonight in the second game of the Twin Bill. Ethan Buse will pitch for the Outlaws. Purple Shoes Buse on the mound tonight. Just got a text from Elon Olive, who was covering the Evanston Red Devils scrimmages tonight. Says that was the most intense scrimmage I've seen. Red won 6-3. Ramon Rivera has the hat trick for the Outlaws, or for the Evanston Red Devils. Tonight, a senior night inter-squad scrimmage for the Evanston Red Devil soccer teams. So let's see if we can get Rock Springs lineup here. It'll be Parker Ross leading off. He'll be at short again in this second game. Again, I got lineup cards just before the start of the game, so I'm trying to fill those out as we go. Bobby Sains will bat second, play in center field. And then batting third will be the catcher, number 8, Gunnar Hamblin. Ethan Buse, so far pitching this season, he's had a couple of appearances. Yep, two games played. He's got two starts. He's pitched 5 innings, has a 12.6 ERA. He's allowed 10 hits, 8 runs, 7 of those earned, walked 2, struck out 5, and he's hit 2 with pitches. Buse, a big, strong right-handed pitcher. And I remember, I think it was his Outlaws debut last year at Green River was the first time I saw him pitch early on in the year. And went 4 or 5 innings of shutout pitching against that Green River Knights team. If we get there, Dominic Gunyon, the pitcher, will bat fourth. But again, first is Parker Ross. Ross, a right-handed hitter, low crouching stance. Takes the first pitch for strike 1. I was going to say ball 1, but this umpire for game 2 also has a slower response time on strike, called strike pitches. High and outside from Buse. That misses, no doubt there. Buse throws right. Ross hits right. 1-1 count. No outs. Outlaws on top 4-0. Swing and a miss. Little foul tip, but into the glove of Ryan Fisher. Set the Outlaws defensive lineup for you real quick. Buse, battery mate is Ryan Fisher. At first, Gus Allred. Second baseman for this game, Jordan Schneider. Get to the rest here in a second as Buse delivers. Line drive back up the middle. Perriman ranges to his left, reaches high. He almost overran it. Came too far in, but reached up and made the catch there in center field. The third baseman is Bodie Wicks for Evanston. Jagger Mitchell at shortstop. Kendall Cummings in left. Perriman in center. And Derek McDonald is in right field. That brings Bobby Sains to the plate. Buse winds and delivers. Grounder down the third baseline, foul by Bobby Sains. Next up, just getting some information about Dominic Gunyon here. As Bobby Sains waits the pitch from Ethan Buse. Buse winds and Sains swings and misses, strike 2. So it sounds like Bobby Sains pitched a couple of weeks ago against Evanston on a Saturday. On 5:30, he allowed, on May 30th, that's what that is saying. Ball 1 outside. Allowed 7 runs, 5 of those were earned. 6 innings pitched and a 7-3 loss to Evanston. He struck out 5 and walked 5. He's already allowed almost as many runs in this first inning. Ethan Buse pitches, swing and a miss for Bobby Sains, and he goes down on 4 pitches. Well, our apologies. We're having some technical issues back at the studio tonight. Sounds like we missed the post-game show and the first half of the first bit of that first inning. Buse delivers and catches the high end of the strike zone. If you're just joining us on 99.1 FM, we welcome you tuned in. The Outlaws, a big first inning. Gus Allred walked to lead off. Buse delivers, and Gunnar Hamlin takes ball 1 outside, a 1-1 count. So Gus Allred walked, then Perriman, Cummings, Mitchell all singled. Fisher walked, Schneider singled, and the Outlaws scored 4 quick runs. They lead 4-0. Bottom half of the first inning. Buse misses outside. So far, Parker Ross lined out to center field. Bobby Sains struck out swinging, and Gunnar Hamlin has a 2-1 count. Hamlin hits right. He's the catcher, number 8. White batting gloves, black long sleeves. Buse misses outside again, ball 3. Up next, if we get there, is Ryan Powers, the second baseman. Powers pitched in that first game and fairly effective through 3 innings. Gunyon pops it high, or Hamlin rather, pops it high and back over the backstop. That fills the count at 3 balls, 2 strikes. Again, my apologies. We're a bit slow to get lineup cards for me, and so I'm trying to even fill those out still right now. As this game goes on, bottom half of the first inning, 3-2 pitch from Buse. Sharp grounder down the third base side, foul, as Gunnar Hamlin continues to battle. Dominic Gunyon got the start for Rock Springs in the second game after the Sand Puppies took game 1 8-6. A 5 spot in the 6th inning. Or in the 6th inning put them on top. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Ethan Buse strikes out 2 of the batters he faces. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Top of the second coming up right after this on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Frankham. As a dentist in Evanston for over 20 years now, my mission has always been to provide quality dental care for people of all ages at reasonable prices. I'm a detail-oriented person, and it's important to me to stay current on new dental procedures and protocols that can help my patients have the best experience and have the best results. Over the years, I've also worked to keep my overhead low so that I can pass those savings on to my patients. I believe everyone deserves quality dental care. Please call us today at 307-789-8910.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
Back at the Paul J. Wataha complex, Evanston Outlaws with a big first inning. Scored 4 runs, had 4 hits. They took advantage of a couple of walks. The first 6 batters reached base safely with a walk, a single, walk, and then another single. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by Superior Rental and the Gun Room at 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. Superior Rental has the largest inventory of industrial-strength equipment for rent and a full-time mechanic who maintains all their industrial rental equipment. So when you need it, it's ready to go at Superior Rental, 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. Outlaws batted through the lineup in the first inning, so Gus Allred will lead off inning number 2. Dominic Gunyon back out on the mound. I had him with 38 pitches in that first inning, and he misses outside, ball 1 for Allred. Gus steps back in, left-handed hitter leading off in this game. High fly ball, deep right center field. Bobby Sains goes back and makes the catch. Made it look routine. Gus got too much air underneath it and flies out to center field. 1 down. Get that Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard back up there for you if you're tuned in online at mylocalradio.com. And again, our apologies. Folks running the boards back in the studio took the blame. I'm not throwing them under the bus. He said, it's my fault. Please tell folks I'm sorry. So if you've been trying to tune in on K9 and hasn't been listening and haven't been hearing the game, that's why. Had some technical issues there. Casey Perriman to the plate, fouls it over the first base dugout, out of play. No balls, 1 strike for Perriman, who hit a single and scored in the first. 1 down. Gunyon back on the mound after struggling through that first inning, and catches the outside corner, strike 2. Perriman let that one go by. That was a breaking ball that dropped out and just caught that front outside edge of the corner of the plate. Perriman takes ball 1, clearly down low in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes should be the count, with 1 out. In the top half of the second inning, Evanston leading 4-0. Perriman, foul tip, and Hamblin can't quite hang on to it, so Perriman stays alive for the moment. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outlaws took a 3-0 lead in that first game. In the third inning, Rock Springs answered with 3 runs in the bottom half of that inning. Outlaws scored another run in the 5th and led 4-3, but then Rock Springs with 5 runs in the 6th to make it 8-4. Evanston scored 2 more in the top of the 7th, but that's all they could get and lost 8-6. Perriman chops it down the first base line, foul. And Jason Mitchell with the big parka on fields that barehanded and tosses it back to the pitcher. No coach's error there, no EC error on the coach. Perriman chops it down the third baseline, foul. And he's battling, staying alive, wants to get a hit. Perriman came into the day hitting .356. Second on the team with 14 runs scored. He scored already in this game. Did not score, or did he? He did score a double in the third and scored after that double in game 1. Takes ball 2 down in the dirt outside. Has evened the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Perriman steps out and back in. Dominic Gunyon, a right-handed pitcher. Perriman from the right-handed box takes ball 3 down in the dirt. He's worked the full count, was down 0-2, has fouled off 3 pitches, taken a couple balls, and he's got a full count. Here's the payoff pitch with 1 down, nobody on. Down the line, sharp grounder to third base and foul. So there's another foul ball. Perriman turned on that one well, and if that gets through, it's probably a double. Thomas Murphy playing about straight away and fairly deep in left field. Same for Bobby Sains in center and Jaden Shelley in right. Gunyon, another payoff pitch, misses high and away, ball 4, and Perriman, after being down 0-2 in the count, works a walk on 10 pitches, a 10-pitch at bat. So by my count, Dominic Gunyon has already thrown 50 pitches, and he's only through 1 1/3 innings with Kendall Cummings coming to the plate. Cummings singled and scored in the first. Right-handed hitter steps into the box and waits. Bat off the shoulder, sharp grounder, high bounce to third. Powers reaches down and can't quite get it in the glove. I said Powers, that's Ross at short. And Kendall Cummings is on board. Man, even if he gets that ball in the glove and throws to first, he's not going to get that throw there before Cummings gets to the bag. So I'm calling that an infield single. Runners on first and second. Plus, Ross, I don't think his glove touched the ball. Jagger Mitchell to the plate, RBI single, and scored in the first. Jagger took the loss in that first game, although he did pitch pretty well. I had him with allowed 5 hits, 3 runs, just 2 of those earned. Swing and a miss. Healthy cut from Jagger Mitchell. He hit a home run earlier this season. I think that was here. And I think he was swinging for the fence again with that cut. Outlaws up 4-0. Runners on first and second. Mitchell takes a ball high and inside and waves to his teammates. Casey, go to third. Perriman does. Cummings also advances to second, so that puts 2 runners in scoring position. Mitchell has a 1-1 count, and Evanston already leads 4-0. Gunyon made some real nice plays at third base in game 1. And he was the one that started that a 5-2-3 double play in the third. Jagger chips it back to the screen. Strike 2, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Outlaws on a 3-game slide looking to get out of that little losing streak. They'd won 8 in a row before losing Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, and then earlier tonight. Jagger, sharp line drive into left field, right at Murphy. It gets through him. He reaches out. He didn't quite charge in enough. So Perriman will score from third. Cummings rounds third and heads home. Jagger Mitchell into second with a stand-up double. The throw comes in off target, and he takes third on the error. So give Jagger a 2-out, 2-run, or 1-out, 2-run double. And Evanston leads 6-0. Dominic Gunyon's day might be done. That's already 6 hits and 6 runs for the Evanston Outlaws. Gunyon has thrown about 55 pitches and has only worked through 1 1/3 of an inning. Coach Rondinelli comes out to chat. Infield surrounds the pitcher, and Gunnar Hamblin the catcher. Rock Springs won the first game 8-6, but the Outlaws have already matched their run production from the entire first game, and we're only an inning and a third in. The catcher, Gunnar Hamblin, heads back out to the behind the plate, and Dominic Gunyon stays on the mound. A couple of fist bumps, and he's ready to roll some more. Coach Rondinelli heads back to the dugout. Jagger had gone into the dugout. Needed some Twizzlers or something. I don't know. Maybe another mouthful of seeds. He sprints back over to third base and gets set to run. Ryan Fisher to the plate. Walked and it was an RBI walk in the first. He had the bases loaded when he walked. Steps back into the right-handed batter's box and laces one into right field. This is well over the second baseman. That'll score a run. Fisher will stop at first with an RBI single. And Fisher already 2 RBIs in the game. The Outlaws lead 7-0. That's 1 run more than they scored in the entire game 1. And we've got 1 down with a runner on first. Top of the second inning. Evanston leads 7-0. zip. Jordan Schneider to the plate, a 2-run single in his last at-bat, and he'll take ball 1 up high. Outlaws baseball tonight in Rock Springs. Welcome you tuned in. Oh, the wind is finally dying down a little bit, and it is glorious. 1 ball, no strikes. Gunyon steps off the rubber for a moment. And then just as I say that, it starts to pick up just a little bit again. A cool night. It's really cooled off now, but without the wind, it feels less cold. Popped out of play and over the first base dugout side. You heard the shouts because Outlaws dugout shouting to the guys playing softball on the field to the south here. They're unaware that a baseball is finding its way onto their field, onto their diamond. 1 ball, 1 strike for Jordan Schneider. Right-handed hitter, takes ball 2 high and away. Throw down to second. Fisher steals as the throw came in too close to the first base, or too far off to the first base side of second base. So Fisher with the steal. And Jordan Schneider has 2 balls and 1 strike with a runner on second in scoring position. Schneider, a 2-run single already in the game, and he drives this to short. Parker Ross scoops and throws. Fisher heads for third. Ryan DeBernardi had to take his foot off the bag because the throw was high, but what a heads-up play. He reaches around and tags Schneider on his way to first base. So Fisher advances to third. Jordan Schneider thrown out on the 6-3, shortstop to first base ground ball. And that brings Bodie Wicks to the plate. 0 for 3 on the day, including 0 for 1 in this game. Wicks 0 for 2 on the day. Sharp grounder to third. Dylan Johnson scoops, throws, and makes the routine play. 5-3 put out, but Outlaws get 3 more runs on 3 hits. No errors, actually 1 error, and 1 runner left stranded. 7-0. Evanston leads on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when 2 roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less traveled. Plains Tire, 157 Pear River Drive, Evanston.
Crafting is really fun. Sometimes a tutorial helps get the project finished just right. TheLittlestWoodShop.com offers tutorials on Facebook to teach you new techniques and fun ideas for crafting. Follow us on Facebook so you're notified each time we post a new tutorial. Plus, get all your supplies for each project at TheLittlestWoodShop.com. We sell individual project supplies, kits for group projects, and we sell bulk wholesale crafting supplies. Visit TheLittlestWoodShop.com today.
Paul J. Wataha Complex. It has been a windy afternoon and evening. It's caused us some a little bit of issues. I don't know how much it affected the game, which Rock Springs won 8-6 in that first game. Outlaws were 3-0 against Rock Springs prior to that loss earlier tonight. But, of course, that's how baseball goes sometimes. That's why they play the game, and just because a team looks to be like a better team and even dominates 12-0 and 12-2 in a twin bill 6 days earlier, that means nothing tonight. And Rock Springs 1-0 against Evanston tonight, but in a hole. Outlaws scored 4 in the first, 3 more in the second. Casey Perriman, Kendall Cummings, and Jagger Mitchell have already scored twice each. And Dominic Gunyon's pitching days may already be done, or pitching day, I should say, as he has struggled to slow down the Outlaws. Got the start, and so far he's given up 7 hits, 7 runs. Has not been able to, well, he struck out 1. Got a couple guys to ground out. So far he's walked 3. And now he comes to the plate to bat, see if he can help his own cause a little bit. Dominic Gunyon in the first game tonight. Gunyon Went 1 for 3, scored a run after he reached on an error. Outlaws had 5 errors in that 6th inning, a disastrous 6th inning. Ethan Buse back out for a second inning of work. Gunyon grounds it sharply to second. Jordan Schneider boots it, picks it up, throws, too late. That second base spot has been a error-prone spot tonight. And Schneider moving quickly to his left. I think he overplayed that a little bit in his hurry to get there in time. Brings Ryan Powers to the plate. Powers did, let's see, he hit twice or came to bat twice in game 1. Went 0 for 1, hit into a fielder's choice, was hit by a pitch, and earned an RBI in the 3rd inning. He's a right-handed hitter, white batter's gloves, white-barreled, black-handled bat, and takes his first pitch from Buse inside for ball 1. I finally got my lineup card filled out. Bottom of the 2nd inning. Finally got there. 1 ball, no strikes. Man on first. Reached on an error. Powers takes ball 2, low and in. Gunyon on first. On deck, Ryan DeBernardi, the first baseman. Powers playing second in this game. Again, he hits right, steps in, and waits. Buse working a little bit deliberately, misses outside. Fisher whips it down to first, and Gunyon back in, no trouble. But Buse down, 3 balls, no strikes to Ryan Powers. Pitcher, a hitter's count here as Powers steps back into the box, bat on his shoulder, then he lifts it off. Buse from the stretch, slides and delivers, strike 1, down low in the zone, straight down the middle of the plate at the knees. Buse didn't go to Riverton over the weekend. I ran into him, said, I didn't see you in Riverton. He said, no, I had to work, stay home, do some branding. Had work to do. It was the 3-1, misses low, ball 4. A 5-pitch walk for Ryan Powers. Puts runners on first and second with no outs. See if Buse can settle down here a little bit and throw some strikes. Ryan DeBernardi to the plate. First baseman. Big number 66. Steps into the right-handed batter's box. Black batting gloves. Long, white pants. Takes ball 1 outside. That's 5 of the last pitches from Ethan Buse have been outside the strike zone. Gus Allred playing in tight at first. In on the grass. DeBernardi, strike 1 outside corner. Yes, I thought so. Trying to get these, catch up on these signals from this new umpire. A lot of times when there's a double header, one umpire, they'll send 2 umpires, and one will play behind the plate or, be behind the plate, and then the other in the field, and then they'll switch for game 2. Chopper to second base. Schneider picks it up, throws to second. They get that runner there, throw to first, not in time. DeBernardi beats out the throw, hits into a 4-6 fielder's choice. Gunyon advances to third on the throw. You have runners on the corners with 1 down, and Dylan Johnson, little Metallica walk-up music, into the right-handed batter's box. Dylan, the third baseman, number 3. I don't think he batted in that first game. He's a big, strong right-handed hitter. White batting gloves. And his first pitch from Buse down in the dirt. Fisher whips it back there. Ryan Fisher behind the plate for this game. Started game 1 in the outfield, center field, and then Kaysen Smith on a swung bat, the follow-through, the bat hit him on the left wrist. And he was in some pain. Buse scoops up the throw to second. The throw to first. They get them both. The double play negates the run. Gunyon crossed home plate, but doesn't matter. DeBernardi thrown out at second, and Dylan Johnson hits into the 1-6-3 double play. Outlaws get out of the inning, not allowing any runs. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left stranded. A 7-0 Outlaws lead on a First Bank of Evanston presentation of Evanston Baseball on the Big Dog, 99.1 FM and mylocalradio.com.
A pass to the Evanston Rec Center can help you reach your overall fitness goals. Whether you would like to walk the indoor track, lap swim, lose weight, run a marathon, or train for a triathlon, the Evanston Rec Center offers something for everyone, every age and every fitness level. With a nursery available year-round, everyone in the family will have fun focusing on better overall fitness. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Rec Center. Stop in today, 275 Saddle Ridge Road.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
No matter what you need to have printed, Westar Printing is the place you want to have it done. Calendars, letterhead, envelopes, brochures, books, posters, vinyl banners, business forms, announcements, wedding invitations, and business cards are just a few examples. You can also have your favorite family photos printed on canvas or placed into a personalized family photo calendar. You will want to do business with Westar Printing. Stop in today. Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston.
Seven 0 Outlaws lead heading for the top of the third. Evanston scored 6 runs in all of the 7 innings in game 1. But Dominic Gunyon, who got the start tonight, has not fared so well. So far he's walked 3, allowed 7 hits, 7 runs. Defense has committed 1 error. And that was costly, but bigger issue for Gunyon has been the hits allowed. Derek McDonald to the plate, struck out swinging in the first. Takes ball 1 low from Gunyon. Gunyon's thrown, I've got him with 60 pitches through those first 2 innings. 61 down in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes for Derek McDonald. Right-handed hitter. Sharply hit into right field, just over the glove of Ryan DiBernardi. He got just a tip of the leather on it, but McDonald into first base with that hit into right field. Derek McDonald came in having not gotten a hit as an Outlaw prior to that single right there. So leadoff runner on. Leadoff batter with a single, Ethan Buse to the plate. Purple Buse shoes steps into the left-handed batter's box. Batting helmet looks like it should be for a right-handed hitter. Takes strike 1 inside corner. No, ball 1. Again, this umpire has a late delivery when it's a strike. I'm kind of calling it mostly from what I can see and where I've seen his strike zone be, and I thought that one was in there for strike 1, but no. I was a bit off. McDonald a short lead at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Buse swings and misses. Strike 1. Buse steps back in, right in the middle of the box, reaches out, taps the far edge of the plate, and sets to hit. Blue batter's gloves. Here's the pitch. Fly ball left field. Thomas Murphy drifting to his left, and he can't get there in time. It drops right in front of him. And Ethan Buse has his first single of the season. He had not recorded an at-bat this year prior to popping out to third base in the first inning. So it's some quick math. He's 1 for 2 on the year, batting .500. Buse on first, McDonald on second, no outs. Back to the top of the lineup, and Gus Allred, who's 0 for 1. He walked and scored in the first, flew out to center in the second. Outfield shaded way off to the right. Big line, or big gap down that left field line. Pitch outside, a little too far out there for Gus to chase it, but boy, if that was a little closer in and he just takes it the other way, there's a lot of room down that left field line. Murphy shaded off toward right field from his spot in center. Gunyon delivers in the dirt, ball 2. Not much of a gap in right field. Bobby Sain's playing about shaded off toward right field. Jaden Shelley in right, playing about straight away. So that leaves that big gap in left center and down the line in left. Throw into left field. Looking back for second base to Derek McDonald. He gets a late start heading for third, and he's going to be gunned down. No! Dylan Johnson lets it go in and out of his glove, and Derek McDonald dodges a bullet. The pickoff move from Gunyon to second base, the throw was way high. McDonald didn't realize it. By the time he popped up and started running for third, it was too late. He was lucky to get there safely. The pitch was not a pitch. It was just a pickoff move back towards second. So Gus Allred with 2 balls, no strikes. Gunyon delivers, and that drops in a little bit high, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Outlaws already up 7-0. 2 runners in scoring position, no outs, and the leadoff hitter, Gus Allred, a 3-0 count. Ball 4, yes, that one misses outside. So Gus with a 4-pitch walk. He's walked twice already in this game. And that brings Casey Perriman to the plate. Singled and scored in the first, walked and scored in the second. In fact, the next 3 guys in the order have been up twice. They've all 3 reached base twice. They've all 3 scored twice for Evanston. Between Perriman, Cummings, and Mitchell, you got 5 base hits, a walk, and 6 runs scored already. That's just in this game. 7-0 Outlaws lead, bases loaded, no outs. Gunyon misses in the dirt. And that gets Hamblin on the hand. He tries to shake it out. That's going to sting for a little while, especially on a chilly night here in Rock Springs. So Perriman up 1 in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. He had a 10, or was it 11 pitch at bat, fouled off a bunch of pitches before walking in the second. Grounder to second. This is a double play opportunity. Ross gets it to second. The throw to first, low, gets away. 1 run will score in Derek McDonald. Ethan Buse will score from second as well, and Perriman advances over to second on the throwing error. So Gus is thrown out at second on a 6-4 fielder's choice. I'll give Perriman a couple RBIs on that play, and Evanston leads 9-0. We're in the visitors' half of the third. Another mound visit from Coach Rondinelli will mark the end of Dominic Gunyon's day on the mound. So Gunyon goes 2 1/3, and we'll see where he moves. I know Dylan Johnson came in and got the save in that first game against Evanston. I don't believe he even approached 30 pitches. In fact, I had him, I think, with 3 pitches. So he's definitely available to pitch in this game, and it looks like that's who they'll go with. Now that could be just a straight switch. Dylan Johnson for Dominic Gunyon. Dylan was at third. Gunyon played third in game 1, so they could very conceivably just swap spots. Dylan Johnson taking some warm-up pitches. And now we can't close the book on Dominic Gunyon. So far he's allowed 9 runs. Scoreboard says 8, but Evanston has scored twice already here in this third. Derek McDonald singled, Ethan Buse singled. Both have come around to score. Casey Perriman is on second, and Kendall Cummings is on deck. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by Union Wireless, treating you like a neighbor, not a number. Wireless speed so fast you'll see stars. UnionWireless.com. Visit at UnionWireless.com. Their office is at 148 Front Street in Evanston, and again, you can visit UnionWireless.com to learn more. Very windy day today, but boy, it has settled into a beautiful night. And while the temperature has gone down, well, let me find out real quick, because we were at 57. It's gone down to 52. But I'll tell you what, it feels a lot warmer now than it did an hour ago when that northwest wind was whipping at us. And it's turned into a pretty night here in Rock Springs. Got the sunset lights out in front of us. Of course, if you're watching online at mylocalradio.com, your view is looking out to the northeast. And so any colors you see there in the sky are kind of the reflection of the sunset to our backs and to our left and behind us. But I tell you, something just, I don't know what it is. It gets me every time the lights on, a night game at the ballpark. Just something special about it. And maybe I appreciate it more now because of the pandemic and the stay-at-home and the quarantine that we've been dealing with for a few months. Boy, this is awesome. This is just, can't beat it. Kendall Cummings swings and tips it foul. Strike one for Cummings. So it is indeed Dominic Gunyon moving to third, Dylan Johnson on the mound. And Johnson, a big, strong right-hander, earned the save in game one earlier tonight. Misses high, ball one. Johnson this season came into the day with an 8.75 ERA, but he was pretty effective. Only had to throw 3 pitches. Make that 6 pitches in his appearance earlier. Cummings pops it high to the first base side. DiBernardi sendles under it right next to the bag and makes the catch. One down. So that's what you want from a relief pitcher. A pop-up, a ground out, a strikeout, any kind of out is the key. Two outs with a man on second base. And to the plate, Jagger Mitchell. Jagger, RBI single, 2-run double, 2 runs scored. He's got 3 RBIs and 2 runs scored already in this game. Takes ball one low and in. Jagger came into the day hitting .436, giving him 15 RBIs with the 2 he's got today. 14, 15, 16 runs scored. Chips it back over the backstop. Count for strike one. One ball, one strike for Jagger Mitchell. Top half of the third inning. Evanston leading big, 9-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. A man on second. Johnson delivers, catches the outside corner. Oh, no. Wow, that looked like strike two to me. Well, that was a strike. I don't know where that missed. That was a good pitch. Scoreboard guy running the scoreboard says that's a strike, blue. I have to agree with him. That looked in there. I don't know how that one missed. That one definitely missed. Low and in at Jagger's feet. Makes the count 3 balls and a strike. I was just looking, I thought that was a strike too. You were right on. 2 outs. Johnson looks to second, delivers the pitch, and that was strike 2. Down at the knees, right down the pipe. That fills the count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jagger steps back in. 2 for 2 already in the game. 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored for Jagger. Looks to make it more with 2 outs. And he tips it. That hit, I think, the umpire's face mask. And Gunnar Hamblin will go talk with his pitcher for a moment. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you by Hoover Chiropractic at 545 Cheyenne Drive in Evanston. 789-0043. Set your appointment today if you need any kind of chiropractic work done. He does blood work as well. Dietary supplements. He's got a great weight loss program and can get rid of your allergies. I asked him to help me with my allergies last week, and I'll tell you what, I hadn't breathed that clearly in weeks prior to Dr. Hoover helping me out last week with the allergies. 3-2, payoff pitch down in the dirt. Ball 4, Mitchell takes his base. So you've got Mitchell on first, Casey Perriman on second, and the Outlaws leading 9-0. Ryan Fisher, 2 RBIs and a single so far in this game. RBI on a walk, RBI on a single in the second. The walk was in the first. Fisher steps in, right-handed batter's box. His average is something special so far this year. I'll tell you in a second. He takes strike. No. Ball 1 must have been just low. Again, bad angle from up here to call, especially on low pitches. But that looked pretty good. Perriman, in the meantime, stole second base. He just takes off for third and takes it. So Ryan Fisher, no balls, 1 strike. Switch that. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs, runners on the corners. Jagger, big lead at first, and he's headed for second. Hamlin throws down to second as Jagger dives in safe. Ball gets past the second baseman, and Fisher scores. Outlaws already on top, 10-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, and Jagger Mitchell steals second. So Perriman scores. I think I said Fisher a second ago. Perriman scores on the E2. And at the plate, Ryan Fisher, 2 balls, no strikes. Takes strike 1 down at the knees over the middle of the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike. Boy, this game just is such a different feel than the last one. A close game all the way through, start to finish, except when Rock Springs had a 4-run lead to end the 6th inning. It was 8-4. Dylan Johnson delivers. Fisher fouls it straight back over the screen and well out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count evens up. With 2 outs, a runner on second in scoring position is Jagger Mitchell. Evanston has already crossed the plate 3 times in this inning. Add that to the 3 in the second and the 4 in the first. It's a 10-run lead for Evanston. Dylan Johnson looks back, then delivers. Fisher chases outside, strike 3. And that ends the visitors' half of the third. 3 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, 1 runner left stranded. 10-0 Outlaws. We've played 2.5. We'll be back with the bottom of the third after this on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
So we can now close the book on Dominic Gunyon. A rough outing for him tonight. Allowed 7, 8, 9 hits and 10 runs. I don't know. I think that 9 of those were earned unofficially. I have a hard time sometimes keeping track of that exactly. Gunyon walked 3. Nope, he walked 4. Struck out 1. Didn't hit anybody, and no home runs. So 2 1/3 innings for Dominic Gunyon. 9 hits, 10 runs. And I believe 9 of those earned. His ERA is about to spike. On the mound for his 3rd inning of work, Ethan Buse. He's been pretty effective so far. I'll tell you about that here in just a second. Outlaws with a big lead. Heading into the home half of the 3rd inning. Buse has thrown 26 pitches. He's struck out 2. He's allowed no hits. A couple of base runners. As he's walked 1 and then 1 reached on an error. Looks like Brennan Thompson will take Ryan Fisher's place behind the plate. Brennan played second base in that first game and moves to catcher for game number 2. Well, that's the last thing, well, not the last thing I wanted, but one of the last things. On a list of things I wanted, the wind picking back up right now was pretty low on that list. And we'll see if If that's a straight switch, Brendan Thompson for Ryan Fisher. Buse takes a couple more warm-up pitches. Thompson throws it almost into right field. On the throwdown is that practice throwdown to second.
Number 9, Jaden Shelley.
Jaden Shelley to the plate. This will be his first at-bat of this second game. In game 1, Jaden Shelley had a single in the second. He was 1 for 2. He struck out swinging, hit a sac fly, RBI, and walked as well. Didn't score any runs, but see what he can do here. Right fielder, number 9. Eight in for 11. Oh, look at that. 18. So, yeah, Brendan Thompson comes in for Ryan Fisher. And Clayton Moyles is in at first for Gus Allred. So straight switches there. As Ethan Buse winds and deals to Jaden Shelley. Outside corner, strike 1. Nice pitch there from Buse. That's not something that somebody is going to swing at on a first pitch. Fastball outside corner. For a right-handed hitter. No balls, 1 strike. Buse kicks and deals again. Just blew it past him. Strike 2. Couple of fastballs, and Buse is up 0-2 in the count. The Outlaws leading big 10-0. The home half of the third inning. A far cry from the Rock Springs 8-6 win in game 1. Buse winds and misses outside. Thompson may have wanted to just get up and catch to warm up a little bit on this cold night. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Buse gets the call, the sign, nods, and delivers. High fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. And Shelley goes down swinging on 4 straight pitches. I've got Buse at 30 pitches through 2 1/3 innings.
Number 99, Thomas Murphy.
Ethan Buse in his 3rd start of the season. To the plate, Thomas Murphy, left fielder, number 99, takes ball 1 low and away from Buse. Outlaws outfield playing pretty much straight away and not too deep, not too shallow, right about middle of the outfield. There's the 1-0. And that misses down low to Murphy. Oh no, that was called strike 1. Down in the zone, I guess, at the knees. Like I said a minute ago, I'm not in a very good position to call balls and strikes, especially from a high-low perspective. Buse winds, and here's the 1-1. That one comes in chest level, maybe a little bit higher than that, misses ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike for Thomas Murphy. Buse nods, big tall right-hander. Murphy hits right. Murphy waits, Buse delivers and misses down low. Yes, ball 3. Boy, 4 pitches to Jaden Shelley struck him out, 4 pitches to Thomas Murphy, and it's a 3-1 count. With 1 out, nobody on. Evanston leads 10-0. Buse delivers down low at the knees, strike 2 fills the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And when that wind stops, it is just a gorgeous, perfect night in Rock Springs. With the wind blowing, it's cold and a little bit miserable, to be honest. Buse delivers, swing and a miss, strike 3. He got down in the count and comes back for the strikeout. That's 4 strikeouts on the night for Ethan Buse, the Outlaws starting pitcher. Takes us back to the top of the lineup, and number 12, the shortstop, Parker Ross. Ross lined out to center field in the first. In game 1, he went 2 for 4, had 2 singles, scored twice, and had 1 RBI. And again, he came into this day leading the team with a .385 average. Takes strike 1 right down the middle. A .389 average. I think I said .385, but it was a .389 average coming into the day. And that will stay up around that average. Ball 1 outside. Again, as I mentioned, he went 2 for 4 in game 1, so that would improve his average a bit. He's 2 for 5 total on the day. That's a 400, so that still would move his average up a bit at this point. Buse, a lot of movement on that breaking ball, but not enough as it came in way up high. But I'll tell you, that pitch, boy, if he can get that controlled, that was crazy. Ross was ducking out of the way, and then it curved back over the plate, but up high. Here's the 2-1. This is outside, down low, ball 3. 2 outs, nobody on. Evanston leads 10-0. 4 in the first, 3 more in the second, 3 more in the top of this inning, the third. Rock Springs 0-0, and so far 0 here in the third. They have nobody on with 2 outs. 3 balls, 1 strike for the leadoff hitter, Parker Ross. So far, Buse struck out Shelley, struck out Murphy in this inning. The 3-1 misses outside, and Ross is on board with a 5-pitch walk. He's on first. Bobby Sains to the plate. Struck out swinging in the first. Sains, a .375 hitter coming into today. In game 1, 0 for 3. Had a beautiful sacrifice bunt down the first base side in the third inning. It helped spark a Rock Springs rally that tied the game at 3 at that point of the game. He's a right-handed hitter, crouched wide open stance. Ross heading for second. He'll get there easily. The throw, not a bad throw, but not nearly in time. Ross too fast. Mitchell applies the late tag just to make sure in case Ross pulled a finger or a foot off the bag. But Parker Ross in scoring position with Bobby Sains at the plate. And no ball, 1 ball, no strikes. Buse from the stretch. Ball down at his right side and a little bit behind his leg. Looks back to second, looks again, then to home, and delivers. Inside corner, no. Thompson dropped the ball, picks it up, throws to left field. That throw was too far, close to second base and into left field, and Parker Ross comes around to score. Bodie Wicks, I don't know if he got a little twisted ankle or something. He's the third baseman for Evanston, and when Thompson made that throw, Wicks reached out to try and get to the ball just as Parker Ross was coming into third. Wicks up and walking it off. Coach Thompson out of the dugout to call out to his third baseman, see if everything's okay. Coach Thompson, he turned back this way with a smile on his face like, oh, brother. We're ready to go. Wicks walking around, no limp. He's fine. Not sure what it was, but the look the look on Coach Thompson's face was pretty gold, pretty good. 1 ball, 1 strike for Sains, way outside. Back to the screen, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Buse needing to find the strike zone here. Outlaws on top, 10-1. Parker Ross reached on a walk, stole second, stole third, and then got home on the E2. Outlaws way too many errors in that first game. 8 errors, and they only lost by 2 runs. That's surprising. Buse misses again high and inside. He's got to find that strike zone. Struck out the first 2 batters he's faced, but he's 1 pitch away from walking the next 2. Buse winds and delivers outside corner. There's a strike. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. 10-1, Outlaws lead in the home half of the third frame. Outlaws looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. Rock Springs looking to make it 2 in a row as Sains tips it foul over toward the Outlaws' first base dugout. On deck, the catcher, Gunnar Hamblin. Struck out swinging in the first. Sains struck out swinging in the first as well. Those are 2 of Ethan Buse' 4 strikeout victims so far in this game. Buse came in having struck out 5 prior to tonight over 5 innings of work. He has struck out 4 in 2 2/3. This is the full count, 3-2 way outside. Misses badly all the way back to the screen. Sains not in any hurry to get down to first base. And it took a good bounce right back to Thompson. Maybe Sains was aware of that and realized he didn't need to hustle down. Brings Gunnar Hamlin to the plate. As I mentioned a moment ago, he struck out swinging in the first. That's an interesting inning for Ethan Buse. He struck out the first two batters he faced, but the last two, with 2 outs at the top of the order, he's walked. A 5-pitch walk for Parker Ross and a 8-pitch walk to Bobby Sains. Sains on first. The 10-1 Outlaws lead. Inside on the corner, strike one to Gunnar Hamblin. Hamblin, an RBI, ground out in the last game, reached on an error and scored in the third as well. A .250 hitter coming into the day. Buse fakes a move to first, so Hamblin's count remains no balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Parker Ross walked, stole second, stole third, scored on an error, throwing error from the catcher to give Rock Springs that 1 run. Line drive into left field. Hamblin will be on board with a single. That moves Sains to second. And now you've got runners on first and second with 2 outs. And you move to your cleanup hitter, Dominic Gunyon. So walks can do to you. Those first 2 strikeouts, 2 outs, and then fail to retire a couple of batters, and suddenly you're in a jam. Hamblin, a right-handed hitter, long orange socks, white numerals on the orange Sand Puppies jersey. Rock Springs just 6 years ago were the Mustangs. They kind of dropped that Mustangs mascot and went to buy Archie Hay Post 24 for a couple of seasons, and then adopted the Sand Puppies mascot, which, in my opinion, is the best of those 3. Nothing against Archie Hay Post 24. They're still Archie Hay Post 24. Wild pitch gets past Thompson, and the runners advance to second and third. Sains over to third. Hamblin to second. Dominic Gunyon, 1 ball, no strikes. And Ethan Buse, who again struck out the first 2 batters he faced here in the third inning, has struggled with control on the last 3 batters and 1 pitch. So what I'm getting at is really enjoy the Sand Puppies mascot. Buse kicks and deals and catches the outside corner. May have been a bit high. No, it's in the strike zone for strike 1. Now again, that's nothing disparaging against the Outlaws. Love that nickname for the Evanston Post 41 baseball team. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Gunnar Hamblin. Right-handed hitter, black long sleeves under his orange Sand Puppies jersey. Strike 2 outside and at the knees. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Again, as the wind has died down, a beautiful night in Rock Springs. Cool for certain. It's under 50 degrees. Or is it right at 50? 52, in fact, my weather app says. It is chilly. It's swinging a miss, strike 3. And Ethan Buse strikes out to the side with 3 batters mixed in between. 1 run scores, 1 hit, 1 outlaw error, and 2 runners left stranded. 10-1, Evanston leads. We've played 3. We've got the top of the 4th coming up after this on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
When you think about Bear Lake, think family, fun, fishing, beaches, boats, green, and great food. Think water, wildlife, trails, and shakes, snow, scenery, and sun. Think summer. Go to bearlake.org and plan your visit today. Visit Scenic Idaho.
When you want something custom built for your home, farm and ranch, vehicle, or trailer, it needs to be done with precision, be strong, and be affordable. Get all this and more when you work with the Steel Shop at Ellingford Brothers. You bring the plan or idea, and they'll make it a reality. The Steel Shop sells and installs vehicle accessories like bull bars, running boards, and bed liners. They also specialize in truck and trailer hitches as well. Get it built to last. Ellingford Brothers, 221 County Road in Evanston.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
Dylan Johnson retired the last two batters, well, two of the last three batters in the top half of the third inning. So he's pitched 2/3 of an inning so far, and he's out for another inning of work here in the bottom, or the top of the fourth, rather. Evanston leads 10-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Outlaws jumped out to a quick 4-0 lead as Gus Allred got a leadoff walk. Perriman singled, Cummings singled, Jagger Mitchell singled, Fisher walked, and Schneider singled. Evanston scored 3 more in the second, 3 more in the third. So far, Rock Springs' lone run came as Parker Ross walked with 2 outs, stole second, stole third, and then ran home on an error from the catcher throwing down to third base. And that's it for the scoring. Outlaws lead big, 10-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. A much different game than we had in the first, when Evanston Rock Springs won the first game 8-6. Evanston took a 3-0 lead in the third. Rock Springs matched. Outlaws scored another in the fifth to take a 4-3 lead, and then Rock Springs came up with a lopsided 5-run sixth inning. Evanston trailed 8-4, fought back, but ended up losing 8-6. Dylan Johnson pitches, high fly ball. Jordan Schneider left field, and that's caught by the center fielder, Bobby Sains. Good range from Sains, and Schneider flies out to center. Schneider a 2-run single in the first. He's 1 for 3 in this game. That brings Bodie Wicks to the plate. Wicks 0 for 2 in the ball game. Bodie came into the day hitting .250, but he's 0 for 3 so far today. Went 0 for 1 in game 1. He's 0 for 2 so far in this one. A pop out to short, ground out to third in the second. Wicks, tall, strong, right-handed hitter, chops it toward the first base side. And Wicks tries to slide under the tag of DiBernardi. And DiBernardi, in an attempt to get the tag, kind of knocked Wicks to the ground. He comes off a little bit of chatter, but a smile, and heads to the dugout. 2 outs. So Ryan DiBernardi, the first baseman, makes the play. His teammates laugh and kind of mock him a little bit, the way he applied that tag with kind of a two-handed shove, ball in the glove. Derek McDonald to the plate. 1 for 2. Struck out swinging in the first. Singled and scored in the third. Ethan Buse on deck if we get there. McDonald, a red, it's a maroon-colored red batting helmet. Takes ball 1 up high. Dylan Johnson, so far in this inning, has thrown 3 pitches. A fly out, a ground out, and a ball high and out. McDonald, the right fielder for the Outlaws in this second game tonight. They lead 10-1. Johnson kicks and deals. McDonald, high fly ball, deep right field. This will drift foul. Boy, that was about 4 hops to the fence in right field, but in foul territory. So McDonald 0-2 in the count. Again, he had not registered or had he? Oh yeah, he was 0 for 7 on the season coming in. 1 for 2 on the day. McDonald steps back in. He's a right-handed hitter. Johnson throws right. A low kick and delivers low in the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike from McDonald. Singled and scored in the third. Outlaws lead 10-1. Visitors half of the fourth. Johnson kicks again and delivers. McDonald, looper to the right side. Bounces in front of Powers. He scoops it up, throws just in time to get McDonald at first. So the 4-3 put out. And the Outlaws go down 1-2-3. No runners, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Home half of the fourth after this on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 FM and mylocalradio.com.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
For more than 10 years, the professional and friendly staff at Mountain West Business Solutions has been serving customers in Wyoming and Utah. Our professional technicians live and work in communities across both states. This way, we're able to provide quick, quality service to all of our customers. We serve businesses of all sizes, and we also provide service and supplies for HP printers. Call us today to see how we can help with all your printing and copying needs. Mountain West Business Solutions, a local company with a toll-free number, 866-583-9925.
Chilly night in Rock Springs. The wind continues to blow. Not as bad as it was before. But boy, when that wind kicks up, it suddenly feels cold again. Outlaws leading 10-1. They scored 4 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 more in the third. Went scoreless, down 1-2-3. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, is how it goes. Good afternoon, good evening, good night. Anyway, they went 1-2-3 in the top half of this fourth inning. Dylan Johnson being a very effective pitcher so far against the Outlaws. He's faced 6 batters, retired 5 of them, walked the only other that he didn't retire. That was Jagger Mitchell. Home half of the fourth, Outlaws leading 10-1, and Rock Springs will bring who will they bring up? Ryan Powers, yeah. Ryan Powers, the second baseman, number 5 hitter in the lineup, 0 for 1. He walked in the second inning. The lone run for Rock Springs was Parker Ross. He walked, stole second, stole third. The throw down to third went into left field, and he scored on the error. Ethan Buse on the mound. His battery mate is Brennan Thompson. Clayton Moyles is at first. Jordan Schneider at second. Jagger Mitchell at short. Bodie Wicks at third. Outfield left to right is Kendall Cummings, Casey Perriman, and Derek McDonald. Powers hits right. Ethan Buse out for a fourth inning of work. Throws with the right hand, misses high and out. Ball 1 to Powers. Ryan Powers started that first game, went 3 innings, allowed 5 hits, 3 outlaw runs, 2 of them earned. Buse delivers outside corner. Yes, he got it, just barely out on the corner. Evanston will get back in action on Friday at the Ross Kesterson Memorial Tournament. They'll play Layton. I'll tell you a little bit more about that here in a second as Buse misses way outside for ball 2. Friday, the Outlaws play against Layton at 12 p.m. at Ross Kesterson Field. We'll have that game right here on mylocalradio.com and KNYN. That's the next time Evanston will be in action. Here's the 2-1, high and in. Ooh, that dropped and caught the strike zone. Just on the inside corner. So that'll be at 12 noon. Then Evanston will play the Lone Peak Black team at 7:30 p.m. Friday night. Saturday, Evanston has the nightcap, 7 p.m. against Lone Peak Maroon. Buse deals, misses outside and low, ball 3. Now, in the meantime, some of those other games going on, Rock Springs will be there and Green River will be there as well. So between those 6 teams, the Utah teams will play only Wyoming teams and vice versa. Here's the payoff pitch, 3-2, outside corner and just a bit low, ball 4, leadoff walk for inning number 4, Ryan Powers. So those games will happen Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday, they'll do a seeding, and 5 will play 6 at 10 a.m., 4 versus 3 at 12:30, 1 versus 2 at 3 p.m. That'll be some excellent competition. Lone Peak, of course, Utah didn't have a spring sports season either this spring that is just ending. But a year ago, Lone Peak High School won the 6A Utah State Championship in baseball. Talk about 6A, and Evanston being a 4A team in Wyoming. Evanston High School with 600 students or so in the 9 through 12. Buse winds and deals, swing and a miss for Ryan DiBernardi. He's 0 for 1, hit into a fielder's choice in the second. Evanston about 600 students. We'll just put that out there. I think that's about what enrollment is at Evanston High School. Lone Peak High School, a big 6A in Utah. Closer to 2,500, maybe 3,000 students in the school. So they put together 2 teams and still have, they're going to be some very good quality teams. Layton also another bigger area. So some good competition coming up next weekend to Evanston, or this weekend to Evanston. Buse, foot off the rubber. DiBernardi, open stance, right-handed hitter. Bat resting on the shoulder as he waits for Buse to make up his mind. Buse still just holding on the mound and not liking what Brennan Thompson is offering. Now Brennan Thompson goes to chat with his little discussion with the dugout. I'm not sure. I think there's just some miscommunication going on. Outlaws catchers are given sole responsibility of calling pitches. They don't look to a coach to get the call and then give that sign to the pitcher. The catcher does all that work himself for the Outlaws team. So there's just some miscommunication. Brennan Thompson has not played a lot of catcher. Buse throws to first, back in safe. Ryan Powers diving in. I think we just had a case of a little miscommunication there as Thompson maybe was getting a sign a little bit wrong. Thompson back behind the dish. Buse likes the sign he sees. Sets and deals. Popped straight back at me here. Thank goodness for that netting. Of course, if it wasn't there, maybe it would have been an E-B, let's be honest. Error on the broadcaster if I'd have tried to catch that barehanded. I don't think that's a stat in the book, is it? EB? Outlaws joke that there's a stat for EC, error on the coach. No balls, 2 strikes, down low and in the dirt. Great stop by Thompson. He stabs out there and keeps it in front of him. That holds Powers at first. Feels like a pretty lazy 4th inning for the Outlaws tonight. Approaching 10 p.m. Game 1 started at 5:30. Game 2 a little after 7:30. We've had a longer second game because of all those runs scored. Swing and a miss, strike 3 to DiBernardi. He goes down swinging. That's the 5th strikeout of the night for Ethan Buse. Came into the game having struck out 5 previous batters in 5 innings of work. He's got 4 1/3 under his belt, or 3 1/3 under his belt in this game, and has struck out 5. Dylan Johnson to the plate. Johnson, the long flowing locks coming out of a black batter's helmet. Seen a lot of players around the state with the facial hair, the long hair. Outlaws Kason Smith has long hair. Johnson, a right-handed hitter. Thompson, the pitch outside, and he looks to throw down to Powers as he heads for second base, but the ball drops out of the glove, and Powers dives in safe with a steal at second base. Torrington, guys, had a lot of beards, mustaches, and long hair. Dylan Johnson, I've got 1 ball, no strike. Scoreboard says differently. Maybe I'm sleeping. Outside corner, strike 1. 1 out. Outlaws on top 10-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard here in the bottom half of the 4th. Ethan Buse dealing for Evanston Outlaws. So far he's allowed just 1 hit, a few base runners because he's walked a couple. Buse from the stretch, looks back to Powers at second. Slides that foot forward and misses outside and low. Ball 2 to Dylan Johnson. 2 balls, 1 strike. This Paul J. Wataha complex gets a lot of activity on a Tuesday night. There's softball games, one going on my left, one on my right on the softball field surrounding this American Legion ball field. Buse hits the outside corner, strike 2. In fact, the layout here is very similar to the layout at the Overthrust ball fields in Evanston, with the exception of that the northeast ball field here is the Legion ball field, and the grandstands are a little bit bigger. Buse delivers, 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3 to Dylan Johnson. And Buse, boy, when he's been on tonight, he is dealing. That's 6 strikeouts for Buse in the game. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Two down, man on second. Jaden Shelley comes to the plate. He doesn't get his walk-up song. What happened? Shelley struck out swinging in the third. 2 outs and a man in scoring position. Outlaws leading 10-1. Swing and a miss, high fastball. Shelley couldn't catch up to it. Those are so hard to lay off and so hard to catch up to. Outlaws in the outfield swinging their arms, doing little dances, trying to stay warm on a chilly night in Rock Springs, especially when that wind blows, and it's just picked up a little bit here, blown out of the northwest. It's a cold wind. No balls, 1 strike for Jaden Shelley. Buse, not sure what just happened. A balk. I wonder if he saw Shelley asking for a timeout and decided not to throw. What he's got to do is just follow through with that motion. And Coach Chad Thompson coming out to talk with either the umpire or with his pitcher to just kind of say, hey, give that coaching advice. Clayton Moyles sprints the 90 feet from first to second in an effort to try and stay warm. Umpires meet briefly to chat and maybe discuss what just happened. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by mylocalradio.com, local radio just for you. Make sure to stay tuned in our postgame show. We'll have the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Jimmy John's at 113 Front Street in Evanston, where fresh and fast meet. We'll also give you the Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game. Dr. McKay Frankham Dental Care at reasonable rates for the whole family. So far, thinking about the dental services, McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game, I'm leaning toward Jordan Schneider's 2-run single in the first, or Jagger Mitchell's 2-run double in the second. Outlaws scored 4 runs in the first, 3 more in the second, 3 more in the third. So after some discussion, the umpires determined that Ryan Powers has to go back to second base, and Jaden Shelley has no balls and 1 strike. Buse looks back to Powers at second, 2 outs from the stretch. Looks to second, looks to home. Back to home, then to second, and misses low and away. Ball 1 to Jaden Shelley. Buse, been a little bit streaky here. Struck out 2 to end the first. Had an efficient 11-pitch second inning. Struck out the first two batters he faced in the third, then walked 2, gave up a single, and struck out the third man. Here in this 4th inning, as he deals the 1-1, swing and a miss, strike 2 to Jaden Shelley. He walked Ryan Powers to lead off, and then he struck out the last 2 guys swinging. DeBernardi and Johnson go down swinging. Jaden Shelley at the plate has a ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Buse, one of the slower-paced pitchers on this Outlaws staff. Other guys like Ryan Fisher will work quickly. Jagger Mitchell, kind of in the middle there. Gus Allred likes to work a little maybe faster than Gus, not quite as fast as Fish. But Buse takes his time, steps off the rubber, then back on. Powers at second. Buse nods, likes the sign. From the stretch, he sets, looks back to second again, then deals and misses way outside. Thompson, good grab from behind the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Generalizing here, and this is a stereotype, but guys on the west side generally, and then in single A, work faster. And the double A level, guys work a lot more slowly. Buse sets again. He likes the sign. 2-2 count, 2 outs. Runner on second, deals, and outside corner, rung him up looking. Buse again for the 2nd straight inning, strikes out the side. 1, 2, 3 strikeouts recorded. He walked the leadoff man, then strikeout, swinging, strikeout, looking. We've played 4, and the Outlaws lead 10-1 on a First Bank presentation of Evanston baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
An infected tooth can cause discomfort and serious harm to your health. At Wyoming Dental Specialties, endodontist Dr. Leslie Walker understands the complexities removing infected tissues from inside the tooth, which is one reason why you can trust him to provide endodontic treatment and root canal therapy. With a skilled staff and state-of-the-art technology in our office, we help save your smile and improve your overall dental health. Call today to schedule your appointment, 307-789-5608.
We take your fun very seriously. That's why we put so much emphasis on training and experience with our mechanics at Cash Honda Yamaha. Whether you're getting it ready for an upcoming season, putting it away for the winter, having routine maintenance, or have a mechanical problem, we want to make sure that when you're ready to have fun with it, it's ready for you. Don't trust your fun to just anyone. Make sure you bring all your service work to Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosana Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Well, Ethan Buse looking pretty good tonight on the mound for the Evanston Outlaws. I've got him at 4 innings pitched. He's allowed 1 hit, 1 run, and that was unearned because of that throwing error. But 8 strikeouts. That's impressive. Struck out 8 in 4 innings of work. That's he struck out the side in the last 2 innings. And I guess not technically. It's been interesting because in the 3rd, he struck 2 guys out, then walked 2, allowed a single, and then struck out the 6th batter he faced. There in the 4th, he walked the 1st, then struck out 3 straight. So not technically striking out the side, but striking out all 3 batters, or getting all 3 outs via strikeout. Ethan Buse to the plate, and Buse hitting right this time. Moved to the right side of the batter's box. We saw him hit left his first 2 at-bats, and he went 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored in the 3rd. Chops this one foul down the first base side. Dylan Johnson has been effective. He came in with 1 out in the 3rd, faced 3 batters, walked 1, got 2 outs. Put the Evanston Outlaws down 1-2-3 in the 4th. A fly out to center, a ground out to first. Buse chops it toward short. Gunyon comes up, grabs barehanded and throws to first to get the out. 5-3 put out, and Buse is retired. I have Johnson having thrown just 21 pitches entering this inning, plus 2 more. He's at 23. He's been effective so far. Gus Allred, no. Clayton Moyles to the plate. Moyles' last outing as a pitcher was against Torrington Saturday morning. Pitched a pretty nice game, helped the Outlaws to the victory. Swing and a miss. High fastball. Johnson with some heat on that pitch. And Moyles couldn't catch up to it. Moyles so far this season hitting .294 coming into the day. And Clayton got a couple of at-bats in game 1. Actually got 4, went 1 for 3. Walked once, had an RBI single. A 2-run single, I guess it was. Johnson misses low and away. Ball 1, a breaking ball, breaks too far out. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 10-1 Outlaws lead. That 4th inning was the first one where one team or another didn't score a run. Outlaws 4 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 more in the 3rd. High and inside to Moyles. Pops out of Hamblin's glove and over toward the 3rd base dugout. Umpire walks over, retrieves it. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by Superior Rental and the Gun Room, 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. They have the largest inventory of industrial strength equipment for rent and a full-time mechanic who maintains all of that industrial equipment. So when you need it, it's ready to go at Superior Rental and the Gun Room. Moyles, chopper to the second baseman. Powers, charges, scoops, throws, and gets the out. Outlaws down. Ground out to third, ground out to second, and Casey Perriman comes to the plate with 2 outs. Feels like hours ago since Perriman was last up in the 3rd inning and hit into a 6-4 fielder's choice that scored 2 runs. Perriman came around to score. He scored 3 times in this game. On base, 3 for 3, singled, walked, and reached on that fielder's choice and has 2 RBIs. Pitch, breaking ball from Johnson, breaks around the inside of the plate and misses. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Outlaws built a 10-0 lead in the first 3 innings. Didn't score in the 4th, and they've got 2 outs with nobody on here in the 5th inning. Visitors half. Johnson delivers. Perriman back up the middle off the handle of the bat. Powers charges, scoops. Perriman beats the throw. He's safe at first with the infield single. That was just too slow of a hit. It got over Dylan Johnson and then died in the infield grass. And Perriman beat the throw for the infield single. Brings Kendall Cummings to the plate. Cummings 2 for 3. A couple of singles and a couple of runs scored in the 1st and 2nd innings. Popped out to first base in the 3rd. Cummings hits right, steps in with Perriman on first. Big lead for Casey at first base. Johnson looks over his right shoulder to Perriman and then delivers inside and just misses Cummings at the knees. Ball 1. Cummings steps back in. Long white sleeves. Red and black barreled bat with white handle. And ball 2 up high from Johnson. 2 outs, a man on first. Casey Perriman with that infield single a moment ago. Outlaws looking to make it a 10-run ball game and get out of here with a split. Lost the first game 8-6. Johnson delivers up high. And Cummings takes ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. After 10 o'clock here at Rock Springs, on a cold night, not cold, a chilly night, especially when that wind picks up, then it feels cold. Cummings outside, takes strike 1. He wanted to swing at that. I think he had strict orders. This is 3-0, son. You do not swing. Bat on the shoulder, 3-0. But that was the pitch. That was a pitch he liked. He looked like he wanted to offer at it. 3-1, 2 outs, Perriman on first. Outside, ball 4 in the dirt. And Cummings is on with a walk. Haven't seen Coach Rondinelli make any movement from the bench or toward the bullpen. Runners on first and second. Perriman infield single. Kendall Cummings with the walk. And Jagger Mitchell comes to the plate. Mitchell tops on the team coming into the day with a .436 batting average. Had 12 RBIs prior to tonight. He's already got 3 RBIs in this game, plus scored 3 runs in game 1 and has scored 2 more runs in this second game. Mitchell waits, right-handed hitter, runners on first and second with 2 outs. Long, deep fly ball into left field. Murphy coming up and makes the catch to end the inning. So the Outlaws get a couple runners on board but can't capitalize. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. 10-1, heading for the bottom of the 5th on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com from Rock Springs.
If you can't give your dentist a 5-star rating, then you ought to consider making your next dental appointment with Dr. McKay Frankham. One patient said, "The best experience I've ever had at a dentist." Other customer comments include 5 stars plus. And not only is Dr. Frankham the best dentist I've ever been to, but I can actually afford to have dental work done by Dr. Frankham. Make your next dental visit a 5-star experience. Call for an appointment today at 307-789-8910.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Wind picking back up here in Rock Springs on a chilly night. And Ethan Buse out for what he hopes will be a 5th inning of work. So far, he's allowed 1 run, 1 hit, struck out 8, and is certainly in line for the win. In line for the wind as well. Oh, I thought we were done with this for a while, but it kicks back up. It was really blowing hard earlier. Threatened to blow my laptop off the table a couple of times. Blew a couple of my cables and a pen off the table. I've had to tape down all my papers and weigh down anything else that's not heavy enough. I taped down my camera, the scoreboard camera, to make sure it wouldn't blow away or tip over. Oof, windy night in Sweetwater County. And an up and down night for the Outlaws. They lost the first game 8-6. Started this second game on a tear. 4 runs in the first, 3 more in the second, 3 more in the third. They've gone scoreless in the 4th and 5th, but with Buse pitching the way he is, 8 strikeouts, and has allowed just 1 run on 1 hit, Outlaws feeling comfortable about a big lead, 10-1. Bottom of the 5th inning, and Rock Springs will have number 9 hitter, number 99, left fielder Thomas Murphy. It's 0 for 1, struck out swinging. Then back to the top of the order, and Parker Ross, followed by Bobby Sains. Ross, the shortstop, Sains, the center fielder. Murphy, right-handed hitter, struck out swinging in the 3rd. He was the 2nd out of that 3rd inning. And, boy, a lot of other guys on his team have struck out as well. Buse deals the first pitch, a breaking ball. Starts in, moves across the plate for strike 1. I've been impressed by Buse so far tonight. He's a big, strong, right-handed pitcher. And good height, probably about 6'1", 6'2". Good whip on the ball. Nice long kick and misses high. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike for Buse. Pitching to Thomas Murphy, the number 9 hitter. Softball going on at the fields to our right and our left. I think that's a co-ed. Actually, I think it's all males from what I can see out there. Buse delivers strike 2. Belt high fastball at the knees. A belt high, not at the knees. Over the middle of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Murphy. And breaking ball drops in and freezes Murphy. As soon as that was caught by the catcher, he said, yeah, I'm out. That's a strikeout swinging, or strikeout looking. It's a backwards K on your scorebook. To keep track of that, let's see, we've had 9 strikeouts, 7 of them swinging, 2 looking. Buse is dealing. To the plate, leadoff hitter Parker Ross checks his swing and takes strike 1 on another breaking ball from Buse. Those breaking balls look like they're coming in and they drop so far. So much drop on these off-speed pitches. Buse kicks and deals. Fastball outside, no. Down low and in the strike zone. Scorekeeper's not happy with that call. That looks pretty low to me. No balls, 2 strikes for Parker Ross. He scored the only run of this second game for Rock Springs and takes ball 1 up high. He lined out to center and walked in the 3rd inning. He stole 2nd, stole 3rd. Outlaws tried to pick him off at 3rd on that steal attempt and threw it into left field. He walked home on the error. Grounds it toward 3rd. Wicks picks it up, slides across, throws to 1st, and gets the out. Nice play by Bodie Wicks. That looked like a routine ground out. And Wicks made it happen with the throw. Brings Bobby Sains to the plate. Sains 0 for 1, struck out swinging in the 1st. In fact, if you look at who's struck out and who hasn't on this team, Parker Ross hasn't struck out. Ryan Powers has walked twice. Everybody else on the Rock Springs lineup has struck out at least once against Ethan Buse, including Bobby Sains, who struck out swinging in the 1st, walked in the 3rd. And that was a long at-bat, 8-pitch at-bat for Sains. Takes strike 1 inside corner from Buse. Buse has that pitch going. It looks like it's coming in on the hands and drops back over across the plate and down. This pitch way outside, misses badly, ball 1. Nobody on, so the fact that it got past the catcher, Brennan Thompson, no big deal. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Home half of the 6th. Move to the 7th here in a bit, but Outlaws need to get 1 more out. Bobby Sains at the plate. He's 0 for 2 on the 0 for 1 in this second game. 10-1 Outlaws lead. Buse kicks, and Sains delivers a line drive shot into right center field. Casey Perriman going back to the wall, scoops it up. Sains to second base, and the throw comes in. Sains will stop with a stand-up 2-bagger. That's just the second hit of the day that Ethan Buse has allowed in his 5 2/3 innings of work. Pretty good outing for Buse. Struck out 9, 2 hits allowed, 1 run. But a man on scoring position as Bobby Sains is on second. Gunnar Hamblin, the catcher, he's the only other man to hit safely in this game. A single in the 3rd, struck out swinging in the 1st. 1 for 2 in the ball game. RBI opportunity for the catcher, Gunnar Hamblin. Fly ball into left field. And the outfielder starts to come in. Kendall Cummings comes in, then goes back out and dives to make the catch. He made it a lot harder than it had to be, but he makes the play in left field and gets the out. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Heading for the top of the 7th, Evanston leads 10-1 on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com. I said top of 7. We're heading for the top of the 6th right after this.
When shopping for a vehicle, it's important to have a good selection of new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. It's also important to have a knowledgeable salesperson that listens, a finance team that helps you get the payment that matches your pocketbook, and a smart office staff that makes sure all the paperwork is done right. You can always rest assured knowing that our whole team is working for you. Auto Farm Chevrolet. Stop in today. We're a community-driven dealer.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunmar Inn.
Dominic Gunyon just got subbed out, and into the game comes Paxton Hunt to pitch. Dylan Johnson moves to 3rd. So let's see. Dylan Johnson, number 3. Close the book on him. And into the game, as I mentioned, 27, Paxton Hunt. Get some numbers on Johnson here in a second. He finished out the 3rd, got 2 outs there, plus all of the 4th, all of the 5th. So 2 2/3 innings. In that time, he allowed just 1 hit. No runs. Pretty good outing in relief for Dylan Johnson. He was on board when the Outlaws, or he was pitching when the Outlaws scored. No, he was done pitching, or hadn't started pitching when they scored their last run, those 3 in the 3rd. So no runs, of course none earned, obviously. Walked just 1. Not a big strikeout pitcher, but boy, he was effective. No strikeouts, he didn't hit anybody. Again, 2 2/3 innings, 1 hit, no runs, no strikeouts. But retired. Let's see, he faced 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 batters and retired 8 of them. Walked a couple, allowed 1 hit. 10-1 Outlaws lead. Onto the mound, Paxton Hunt. Paxton, a 7.5 ERA in 2 appearances, 4.2 innings, or 4 2/3 innings of work. is that number. So he's been fairly effective in his appearances. Hunt will face Brendan Thompson. Brendan started this game on the bench, but Ryan Fisher decided, I think, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say Ryan Fisher decided, but Thompson and Fisher traded spots, and so Fisher batting 5th takes ball 1 outside. Thompson, this will be his first at-bat of this game. And Hunt misses outside again, ball 2. Hunt, a right-handed pitcher. Thompson hits right, waits, and takes strike 1 right down the pipe. 2 balls, 1 strike, a 10-1 Outlaw lead. Evanston scored 4 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 more in the third. Hunt delivers, down low, but in the zone, was it? Or no, ball 3. Again, a delayed signal from the umpire sometimes has me guessing. 3 balls, 1 strike. Thompson fouls it straight back to the screen. That was headed straight for our camera if not for that backstop. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jordan Schneider on deck. Bodie Wicks will bat 7th for the Outlaws. He's in the hole. Thompson waves the bat. Hunt misses high and away. Ball 4, and Thompson earns a leadoff walk. Outlaws walked 2 in the first, another in the second, another in the third, and another in the 5th. They've had plenty of base runners in this game. And, of course, the 10 runs, they've stranded 2, 4, 6 base runners over the course of the 5+ innings. Jordan Schneider to the plate. A 2-run single in the first. Grounded to short in the second and flew out to center field in the 4th. Schneider hits right. Again, Hunt throws right and misses low and away, ball 1. Hunt so far in those 4 2/3 innings has walked 3, make it 4 with Brendan Thompson, has struck out 3. Kicks and deals, and that drops in for strike 1. Tough pitch right there. A lot of movement on that one. It looked like it was going to come in very high, but then drops in for strike 1. From the stretch with Thompson on first, very short lead for Brendan Thompson. And Hunt misses low in the dirt, ball 2 to Schneider. Jordan Schneider, a .318 average at the start of the day today, has struck out 6 times, 3 walks earned this season. Swings and misses. Hunt blew it past him, strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Schneider steps back in. Black bat, white long sleeves, white batter's gloves. Outlaws in their blue uniforms, white numbers, gray pants tonight. There's the 2-2, misses in the dirt. Good scoop by Gunnar Hamblin. And Jordan Schneider has a full count. Payoff pitch coming up. He sets up and waits. Thompson inches out at first base. On a cool night here in Rock Springs, the payoff pitch with no outs. Schneider fouls into the softball diamond on the south side of the Legion ball field. This complex, similar to the Overthrust ball fields in Evanston with the 4 fields, the big grandstands in the middle. Grandstands here a little bit bigger than there at Overthrust, and the Legion ball field is the northeast corners field. Schneider, high bouncer towards short, and there's no time for Ross to make the throw or the play at either spot. So Thompson advances to second, and Schneider hustling down the line. Boy, he sprinted, and even had Ross made the throw, it would not have gotten there before Schneider. So an infield single for Jordan Schneider brings Bodie Wicks to the plate with no outs and 2 men on, a 10-1 Outlaws lead. If they can extend this lead and then get 3 quick outs, this game would be over in the bottom half of this 6th inning. Outlaws may be thinking that very thing as Wicks steps into the right-handed batter's box, waves the bat around. He's got a strong, solid stance. Brendan Thompson headed for third. He's in easily. Jordan Schneider dodges the tag. The pitch was thrown off toward first base, and Schneider had to play a little acrobat to dodge that tag. Brennan Thompson was stealing all the way as Hunt delivered that pitch, and a double steal gets the Outlaws 2 runners into scoring position. Bodie Wicks with no balls, or with 1 ball, no strikes, I believe, and there's strike 1. No question there. It's a dirty pitch. It looks like it's nothing you'd want to offer at, and then it just drops into the strike zone, and you're left thinking, man, why didn't I swing at that pitch? Outfield straight away for the Rock Springs Sand Puppies. There's that pitch again, and it's just such a looping pitch. It looks like it's going to come in high, like up at the helmet level, and then it drops in for strike 2. Like a hanging curveball, but it doesn't hang. This is a deceiving pitch from Paxton Hunt. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Wicks. Swing and a miss, strike 3, he's done. Wicks 0 for 4 in the game. And Derek McDonald comes to the plate. He's 1 for 3, singled and scored in the 3rd. Runners on 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. Evanston leading 10-1. We'll do a 10-run rule after 5. We're certainly there as it's the top of the 6th inning. Of course, the Outlaws up 10-1. Rock Springs doesn't have much of a shot anyway. Swing and a miss. McDonald steps in the bucket. He's got a funny habit of sliding his back foot. That's his right foot as a right-handed batter. He slides that back foot out as he swings through, which has got to make it almost impossible to make contact. Bat on his shoulder. Takes the pitch down low and away. Ball 1. In fact, as he was waiting for that last pitch or looking down to third base, Coach Thompson was giving him a little bit of coaching there. I think saying, hey, keep that foot in. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. Hunt delivers, and this breaking ball does not drop in. Stays high for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. A lot of traffic over here. I think we got some kids whose dads are playing softball in the other fields, and they're just kind of running around enjoying some time at the ball fields. McDonald, late swing, chips it back to the screen, evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ethan Buse on deck. He's had a great day on the mound. 9 strikeouts. He's allowed 2 hits, 1 run to this Rock Springs Sand Puppies team. Buse in line for the win. He's dealt for 5 straight innings and allowed just that 1 run. Here's the 2-2. Drops, just a bit too much. Hunt looking for the bottom end of the strike zone, and it dropped a little too far. Full count, 3-2 to Derek McDonald. McDonald steps back in. It's righty on righty. Schneider on 2nd, Thompson on 3rd with 1 down. The pitch, and rung him up. McDonald strikes out looking. Strike 3. Sits McDonald on the bench. 1 for 4 on the day. Singled and scored in the 3rd. Brings up Ethan Buse. He singled and scored in the 3rd as well. Popped out to 3rd and grounded out to 3rd in the 1st and 5th, respectively. Buse, first 2 at-bats, he hit right. His last at-bat, the first 2 at-bats, he hit left. Then he switched to the right side, and for this at-bat, he's back on the right side. Ball 1 off the outside corner to the right-handed hitting Buse, a switch hitter. Blue batting gloves. Waits for the pitch and takes ball 2 up high from Paxton Hunt. Thompson walked. Schneider singled, an infield single to short. Bodie Wicks struck out swinging. Derek McDonald struck out looking. 2 outs, runners on 2nd and 3rd. Evanston up 10-1. Buse dribbles it back to the pitcher. Hunt picks it up. Quick throw to first. And down go the Outlaws with no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners left on. A 10-1 lead, bottom of the 6th, coming up on a First Bank presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
On to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Outlaws again scored 10 runs in the first 3, and then they've gone scoreless for the last 3. But Ethan Buse has been pitching well. 9 strikeouts. He's allowed 1 run, 2 hits through 5 innings of work. He's back out for a 6th inning. And now if he had allowed no hits, I, of course, couldn't mention that. But where he's allowed 2 hits, I can say he's doing well. 9 strikeouts. There's no question he's had a good outing. And he's certainly in line for the win as he got to start his 3rd start of the season. He will face Paxton Hunt, I believe, should be the man coming up. He came in for Dominic Gunyon. Gunyon was 0 for 2, reached on an error in the 2nd, struck out swinging. Paxton Hunt, I think he got an at-bat or 2 in that first game. This will be his first at-bat of game number 2. Yeah, he had a single and a run scored in the 6th and lined out to first, lined out to second in those 2 at-bats, or those 3 at-bats of game 1. So Buse, let's reset the Outlaws defense for you. You've got Buse on the mound, Brendan Thompson behind the plate, his battery mate, Clayton Moyles at first, Jordan Schneider at second, Jagger Mitchell at short, Bodie Wicks at third. Outfield from left to right, Kendall Cummings, Casey Perriman, and Derek McDonald. Moyle sprints across the diamond first to third to have a quick chat with Bodie Wicks as Buse continues to warm up. Moyles jogs around, a little fist bump to his teammates over on that side of the infield. Jagger Mitchell and Kendall Cummings in chatting with his teammate as well. So the Outlaws had won 8 in a row leading up to, including Saturday night's 4-0 win, a shutout win at Riverton. Then they lost 3 in a row, Saturday morning against Severance, Colorado, Sunday morning against Severance, Sunday evening against Torrington, and then earlier today an 8-6 loss against Rock Springs. And they came out with a fury in this second game, scored 4 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 more in the third. And they're in line for a win here, but they got to finish this one out. A 10-1 victory, or a 10-1 lead as Paxton Hunt steps into the right-handed batter's box and Buse misses high and in, ball 1. Well, we've had some interesting weather tonight here in Rock Springs. It was chilly and super windy earlier. Now it's just chilly. Buse just misses the outside corner. Ball 2. Buse throws right. Big, strong right-hander. Paxton Hunt hits right. Waves a black aluminum bat, and Buse just misses high at the numbers. Right down the middle, but too high. Again, the angle from up behind is a little deceiving, so I have to sometimes wait. Even though that looked high from here, got to wait for the umpire's call. Inside corner, yeah, that's strike 1. That would have been ball 4. Hunt would have headed for first base had that been off the plate. So count at 3-1. On deck, Ryan Powers. 2 walks in this game. Buse kicks and deals, and just misses. That one too low, I think, or maybe a little bit outside. Either way, it's a 5-pitch walk for the leadoff man, Paxton Hunt. Number 4 in the batting order brings up the 5th hitter, number 4, second baseman, Ryan Powers. Where's number 4? Plays position number 4. Long orange socks, short white pants, white bat, right-handed hitter, black helmet. Powers steps in. Again, he's no at-bats in this game. 2 plate appearances. He's walked twice. 2 for 2 in the on-base department. Takes strike 1 low and outside. Thompson behind the plate. Getting some experience as a catcher in this game. Jagger swinging his arm there at shortstop, trying to stay warm, trying to stay loose. Temperature listed at 52 degrees here in Rock Springs. Wind, thankfully, knock on wood, has died down, and it's really a very nice night. High pitch out to the throw down. Jagger Mitchell tags the runner as he heads for second, and Paxton Hunt is caught stealing. That throw was about 5 or 7 feet off the bag toward the first base side. And Jagger made a great adjustment from his spot at shortstop to come get the ball and then reach back and tag Hunt as he ran past. So although Thompson's throw was not specifically great on target, it was strong enough that it allowed Jagger Mitchell to make the tag and get the out. The pitch, by the way, a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Buse misses way outside. Had a runner been on with that pitch, the runner would have advanced a base without a doubt. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ryan DiBernardi on deck. Ryan Powers at the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. Evanston leads 10-1. Powers takes strike 2 down at the knees on the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Buse has struck out 9. Struck out 4 of the last 5 batters. Or actually 4 batters in a row he struck out from the 4th to the 5th inning. He misses outside ball 3, and that puts the count full. Walked the last batter he faced, Paxton Hunt, who was caught stealing at second base. Payoff pitch with 1 down. Buse delivers outside, and he caught the corner, rings him up looking. From here, that looks way outside. I don't know. Not my call. Ryan DiBernardi coming to the plate, and he's 0 for 2. Hit into a grounder, a fielder's choice in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 4th. DiBernardi comes in a 0.000 batting average. Right-handed hitter. Didn't play in the first game, and pops it high, sky high, a mile high, third base side and out of play. That took a while to find its way back down to the earth. But once it did, it was in the bullpen of the Rock Springs Sand Puppies. They're on the third base side. DiBernardi down 0-1 in the count. With 2 outs, Buse has struck out 10. 5 2/3 innings of work. Ethan kicks and deals. Line drive into right field. Schneider jumps, but he's about 5 feet short. And a single into right field with 2 outs has DiBernardi on base and his first base hit of the season. DiBernardi was 0 for 4 coming into the game. That's hit, plus the 0 for 2 prior, puts him at 1 for 7. Dylan Johnson to the plate. DJ, strikeout swinging in the 4th, hit into a double play in the 2nd. Outlaws defense, after 8 errors in game 1, knock on wood, the defense has committed just 1 error here so far in the 2nd game. They focused in mentally a bit. With that 10-1 lead, it's been a little easier. Pitch low and away, and Thompson can't stop it. That allows DiBernardi to take second base. And Dylan Johnson has a ball and no strikes. With 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. 10-1 Outlaws lead. Outlaws baseball back in action this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The Ross Kesterson Memorial Tournament. If you're interested in some live baseball, and it looks like the weather will be warmer this weekend, you might stop in over at the Ross Kesterson Field. Buse delivers, and that breaks in there. Strike 1 to Dylan Johnson. Got a couple of teams, 3 teams from Utah coming. Rock Springs will be there. Green River will be there along with Evanston. And then the 3 teams from Utah are Layton and 2 teams from Lone Peak High School. That's Alpine, just south of Alpine, Cedar Hills, Utah. Johnson checks his swing. He went around, and he's done. Wasn't that only two strikes? They'll call it 3, and Dylan Johnson strikes out. So Buse strikes out 2 more. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left stranded. 10-1 Outlaws. We've played 6 Seventh inning after this on a First Bank presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball. Post 41 on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
Crafting is really fun. Sometimes a tutorial helps get the project finished just right. TheLittlesWoodShop.com offers tutorials on Facebook to teach you new techniques and fun ideas for crafting. Follow us on Facebook so you're notified each time we post a new tutorial. Plus, get all your supplies for each project at TheLittlesWoodShop.com. We sell individual project supplies, kits for group projects, and we sell bulk wholesale crafting supplies. Visit TheLittlesWoodShop.com today.
A pass to the Evanston Recreation Center gets you so much more than a weight room. A pass also gives you access to the pool, hot tub, steam rooms, cardio room, cycling studio, shooting range, basketball court, and locker rooms with showers. Passes also let you attend drop-in fitness classes at no additional cost, including Zumba, yoga, cycling, water aerobics, and strength training classes. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Recreation Center. Payment plans available. Stop in today.
Ethan Buse in line for the win. I've got him at 6 innings of work, allowed 2 hits, or is it 3 now? Let's see, 3 hits, 1 run, has struck out 11. The American Legion rules say a pitcher can throw a max of 105 pitches in a day. And Buse I've got at 104. That's unofficial. I may be off by a few. We'll see if he comes back out to pitch in the bottom of this 7th inning. Outlaws will send the leadoff hitter, Clayton Moyles, to the plate. Moyles, a right-handed hitter. Paxton Hunt delivering up high, ball 1. And the Outlaws open things up at the beginning of this second game with a bang. 4 runs in the first, 3 more in the second and third each. Put them up 10-0 at that point. Rock Springs scored 1 in the bottom of the third. That's all they've mustered so far. Paxton Hunt and Dylan Johnson have done a nice job limiting the Outlaws to no runs over the last 3 innings. Clayton Moyles takes ball 2 outside. Moyles, a .294 hitter, coming into the day today, reaches out and slaps one towards short. Ross charges, grabs, throws, and gets the out. What a play by Parker Ross, charging in. And, boy, he had to charge. He had to make an accurate and strong throw. And he had to do it all in time, and he just did in time to get Clayton Moyles at first, 1 down. Casey Perriman to the plate. Perriman 2 for 3 in this second game. He scored 3 runs, has 2 RBIs, a pair of singles, hit into a fielder's choice, and walked. His last single was an infield single. He takes ball 1, low and away. Paxton Hunt struck out 2. Prior to him pitching, getting those 2 strikeouts, the previous 2 pitchers, Dominic Gunyon and Dylan Johnson, had combined for 2 strikeouts of Outlaws hitters in this game. So 4 strikeouts in the game for Outlaws hitters. 2-0 on the outside, off the outside corner. Hunt delivers and Perriman swings and misses. 2 balls, 1 strike with 1 out. Coach Thompson wearing a parka down there at third base. He's even got the hood on and gloves. It looks like he's ready for a basketball game in the outdoors. Perriman pokes it back up the middle. Ross comes across, scoops, throws, not in time. Perriman beat the throw. DiBernardi made a nice stretch and dug it up, but not quite in time. And Perriman has 2 infield singles in this game. Perriman 3 for 4, 3 runs scored, 2 RBIs in game 2 against Rock Springs. And let's look at a little bit more. Perriman in the first game, I think he did pretty well too. Yeah, had a double and scored a run, went 1 for 3 in that first game. Brings Kendall Cummings to the plate. Started 2 for 2 in the game. Perriman dives back in on a throw pickoff move from Hunt. So Cummings singled and scored in the first and again in the second. Popped out to first in the third, walked in the 5th. Outlaws looking to put 1 more run on the board. Of course, this is the 7th inning, so as long as they can hold the lead, 1 more run wouldn't really matter. It would just might kind of be an insurance run. Cummings takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Kendall Cummings came into the day hitting .263 and takes ball 2 up high, or ball 1 up high. Now, Cummings in the first game went 0 for 1. Here in this second game, as I mentioned, it's been pretty good, 2 for 3. Pops it straight up the elevator shaft. Hamlin can't find it and runs out of time trying to find it. That went straight up in the air. Wind pushed it just a little bit, about 20 feet away from home plate toward the Outlaw dugout on the first base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cummings jogs back the 90 feet from first base, picks up his bat, and gets set to swing again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cummings steps in. Outfield playing pretty much straight away. Bobby Sains in center field, shaded just a bit left. Cummings chops it toward the shortstop. No time to make the play at second. And Perriman sees third base wide open. He goes all the way to third. Heads up base running by Casey Perriman as the third baseman Dylan Johnson came over to make the play. Parker Ross charged and was in the green grass infield to scoop the ball up. So Cummings with the single, Perriman with the heads up base running. Third base was wide open, so he just sprinted for the bag and got there. Runners on the corners with 1 down and Jagger Mitchell to the plate. Perriman just about overran third base. That was a little comical, him trying to stop there and not get tagged by the shortstop Parker Ross. Jagger Mitchell, 2 for 3 in the ball game, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Ground ball to third base. Johnson knocks it down. It got away from him, and Perriman scores to make it a 10-run ball game. Cummings to second. Jagger on first with the E5. With 1 down, that counts for an error, or for an RBI for Jagger Mitchell, his 4th of the game. And brings Brendan Thompson to the plate. 11 to 1, Outlaws leading by 10. Fisher was in this batting spot earlier, had 2 RBIs and went 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Thompson so far, batting 5th, is 0 for 1, 0 for 0. He walked in the 6th, takes ball 1 out in the dirt. Outlaws scored 10 runs in the first 3, 0 in 4, 5, 6. And they've put 1 on the board so far here in the 7th. Strike 1 outside corner to Thompson. Brendan came into the day hitting .297, had 12 RBIs coming in. Picked up 2 RBIs in game 1. Takes ball 2 out away from him off the outside half of the plate. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Runners on first and second. Cummings singled. Mitchell reached on an error. Thompson. Foul tip for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A late night here in Rock Springs. A lot of runs. And Ethan Buse has been very effective. A little bit slower pace, but I tell you, if that's what works for him, we're happy to stay late tonight. Paxton Hunt, breaking ball. Thing looks like it's coming in so high and drops in. Not quite enough this time for strike 3. Thompson takes it, fills the count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Wind picking up a bit here again, and Thompson reaches, swings and misses. Paxton got him off the outside corner to chase 1. Strike 3 brings up Jordan Schneider. Excuse me, Schneider singled in the 6th, a 2-run single in the 1st. Sandwich in between those, a ground out to short and a fly out to center. Schneider 2 for 4 in the game. Jordan steps back in. High back elbow, swings and pops it right side into the softball field to our right, if you're watching online at mylocalradio.com. Paxton Hunt looking to finish things off here. He's not in line for the loss. That would be Dominic Gunyon, who gave up all 10 of those Outlaws runs through the first 3 innings. Hunt just looking to finish off the Outlaws, get a couple more outs. Schneider takes strike 2 on the inside corner. No balls, 2 strikes to Schneider with runners on first and second and 2 outs. Low and away, ball 1. And Schneider came in hitting .318, and he's going to boost that. Went 2 for 2 in the first game, and right back up the middle off the leg of Paxton Hunt, and that hits the Outlaw base runner as he goes between second and third. Kendall Cummings tried to avoid the ball, and where it deflected off the pitcher, Coach Rocky Rondinelli comes out to chat with the umpires. The man running our scoreboard says doesn't matter. It can't hit a base runner ever. We'll see what they determine here. So Jordan Schneider, that would be another single. He'll go 3 for 5 on the day, but with the possibility of runner interference, that might be out number 3. We'll see. If not, the bases are loaded with 2 outs. We'll see. Bodie Wicks coming to the plate. Looks like that's what we'll do. They'll say since it deflected off the pitcher, it's not a runner interference. So Cummings to third, Mitchell to second, Schneider on first. 3 singles in the game for Jordan Schneider. And Bodie Wicks, who's 0 for 4 in this game, comes to the plate. He went 0 for 1 in the first game as well, 0 for 5 on the day. See if he can break out of this little bit of a slump here. Bases loaded, and Hunt delivers down in the dirt. Ball 1 for Wicks. On deck, Derek McDonald if we get there. Outlaws leading 11-1. 2 outs in the visitors' half of the 7th inning. Wicks steps back in. Again, he's got a strong and aggressive-looking stance, but has struggled so far today. Chops it toward third. Dylan Johnson charges, scoops, throws. High throw, but on target to Ryan DiBernardi. And that ends the Outlaw threat with the bases loaded. 1 run on 3 hits. No errors. 1 error and 3 runners left stranded. 11-1. Outlaws lead. Bottom of the 7th. Final 3 outs for the Rock Springs Sand Puppies when we return on a First Bank of Evanston presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall. Prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
Bottom half of the 7th inning. Outlaws up by 10. Plus, it's the 7th inning. And it looks like we'll have a new pitcher out there for Evanston, Jordan Schneider, to finish things off. We can close the book on Ethan Buse. He goes 6 innings, allows 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, I believe. I'll have to double check on that. But let's see. He walked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Scattered those 5 walks over the 6 innings, struck out 11. Didn't hit anybody and allowed no home runs. What an outing for Ethan Buse. In line for the win if Evanston can avoid allowing 10 runs to Rock Springs here. Jordan Schneider to the mound with number 8 hitter Jaden Shelley. And he skies one high and deep into left field. Kendall Cummings starts back, then stops, settles, and catches. 1 down. And I said Kendall Cummings. I just heard the Outlaw dugout shouting, "Could catch Connor." And that as he turns to walk back to a spot in left, I see it is number 17 out there now, Connor Peterson. So Peterson makes the catch in left field for the Outlaws. And that brings Thomas Murphy to the plate. Right-handed hitter. Jordan Schneider throws right and gets a swing and a miss for strike 1. Outlaws starting to feel some energy and get some chatter from the dugout. course, Rock Springs doing the same as they look for a 10-run, one-out rally here in the home half of the 7th. Ball 1 down in the dirt from Schneider. Jordan Schneider was at second, and ball 2 comes high and inside, a little quote-unquote chin music. Moyles still at first. That does not look like Buse at second base, so I think we've had another sub there as Schneider misses in just off the inside corner for ball 3. That's Perriman still in center. Jagger Mitchell's at short. Bodie Wicks at second. And Schneider misses inside again. Brennan Thompson behind the plate. I'm going to try to figure out who this is at second base for Evanston. Outlaws second baseman. That's not Purple Shoes Buse. I don't see the purple shoes. We'll see if we can get this figured out. Schneider delivers, and it's chopped off over the backstop by the leadoff hit. Leadoff hitter Parker Ross. He walked in the third, stole second, stole third, and scored. Kendall Cummings is at second base. Reset that defensive lineup for you here in a second as Schneider just misses outside. So on the mound, Schneider, Thompson behind the plate, first base to shortstop or to third base. Well, here's Schneider missing in for ball 2. You got Moyles, Kendall Cummings, Jagger Mitchell at short, and Wicks at third, and then outfield is Peterson, Perriman, McDonald left to right. Schneider's got to find the strike zone. Here's the 1-2. Popped straight back, and right above me lands in the netting. So that'll count for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with a man on first. He walked to get there. Thomas Murphy takes his lead. Inches out. Outlaws leading 11-1. Schneider delivers. High fly ball. Ross into shallow right field. Coming up and stumbling. Derek McDonald couldn't make the catch. Runners advance just one base. That's Murphy having to hold up at first because he thought it might be caught. We'll call that an E9. That allows Parker Ross to reach base. And now the Sand Puppies have runners on first and second with 1 down and needing a rally. Bobby Sains to the plate. He doubled in the 5th, walked in the 3rd, struck out swinging in the 1st. I had Ethan Buse at 104 pitches, which is a good reason why he couldn't pitch any further tonight. He would have come out for 1 pitch and then been done. So Sains a right-handed hitter. Schneider delivers, and it's grounded towards short. Mitchell grabs, throws to second, just in time to get that man there. And so Parker Ross thrown out at second on the 6-3 fielder's choice. Thomas Murphy advances to third. And Bobby Sains is on first. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. Rock Springs down to their final out with Evanston leading 11-1. And Jordan Schneider, it wouldn't be a save, but trying to finish this thing off. Misses high, ball 1 to Gunnar Hamblin, the catcher, number 8. Hamblin, a single in the 3rd. He struck out swinging and flew out to left in his other 2 at-bats tonight. Swings and misses, strike 1. The pace has picked up here a bit with Schneider pitching. He works more quickly. We saw Buse work very deliberately and kind of slow, frankly. Nothing wrong with that, just different style. Chopped back to the screen. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes. And this could be the final pitch of the night. Rock Springs took the first game 8-6. We invite you to stay tuned for our post-game show. It'll include a Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap and a McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. And quick at that, because we're going to be looking to get out of here. In fact, they're already starting to turn the lights off. Well, on the other fields, I guess that is. Schneider steps off the rubber. Sains showing a big lead at first. Then Schneider delivers. High fly ball, right field. And starting in, McDonald, then he has to go back out. The ball goes over his head. He did knock it down with the leather. Picks it up, throws it in. A run will score. It gets past Mitchell, dribbling toward third. Wicks picks it up, not in time. Tries to scoop a throw with his glove over to third. That won't work, and Rock Springs scores a couple. Plus, Gunnar Hamlin is on to third. We're going to give Gunnar a 2-run double. And then he reaches third on an E9. That throw in from McDonald. He was trying to throw to second base, and instead of hitting his cutoff man, he threw it to the dirt. That brings Paxton Hunt to the plate. Hunt, a right-handed hitter. Outlaws from the dugout. We hear a couple of calls out. Guys, let's go. Finish this thing off. 11-3 the score after those two runs. Dribbler toward first and fielded behind the bag in foul territory by Clayton Moyles. So that's a foul ball. There's the cleanup hitter, number 27, Paxton Hunt. He walked in the 6th and was caught stealing, heading for second base. 2 outs. Outlaws looking to close this thing out. They lead by 8. A runner on third. And 0-1 count for Paxton Hunt. Schneider delivers inside, misses the corner. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wind picking up a little bit here as we approach 11 p.m. Over the first base dugout, the Hunt hits it foul, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on third. Outlaws leading 11-3. Could be our final pitch here as Schneider kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Schneider strikes him out. 12th strikeout of the night, and the Outlaws win 11-3. Rock Springs with 2 runs on 1 hit. 2 outlaw errors and 1 runner left stranded in that bottom half of the 7th inning, and that's your ball game. 11-3, Evanston wins in Game 2 after Rock Springs took the first game 8-6. We'll take a quick break, be back with a quick post-game show, and wrap this thing up on a First Bank presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes for the tooth fairy, so the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
Business cards are a powerful and inexpensive way to promote the goods and services you offer. You can design your own cards or have the professionals at Westar Printing design your business cards. Now with same-day and next-day turnaround on all business card printing, you don't have to wait. Get your business cards today. Professional quality, inexpensive prices, and quick turnaround. Visit Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston, across from the library. Westar Printing, 307-789-5202.
When your vehicle needs new tires, any tire store can get you back on the road. But only Plains Tire can get you rolling again with the peace of mind that you were treated well, paid a fair price, and that you'll be taken care of for the life of the tire. At Plains Tire, trained tire technicians mount and expertly balance your new tires, replace the valve stems, and hand check each lug nut to make sure it's all tight and secure. Plus, you'll get lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations only at Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston. Visit plainstire.com. Back at Paul J. Wataha Complex, and in the post-game show, Ryan Steineckert here visiting with Ethan Buse. A pleasure. Thanks for coming up to talk, Ethan.
Oh, yeah. It's good being up here. We had a good game today, and good outing. We had good defense, and there was a couple of times we had struggled to hit the ball, but then we really got it and dialed it together.
That first game, too many errors. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think we had like 7 or 8 errors.
Yeah. Second game, what was your mentality coming in on the mound trying to get that win?
Well, I was just thinking throw strikes. I know I have a great defense to back me up, and it proven that my defense really got me there.
Throwing strikes, you struck out 11 guys. That's pretty good, Ethan.
Yeah, thanks. It was fun. I like playing against these guys. They're a good sport.
That's good. Now, I know I've seen you pitch a few other times, and this is, your 3rd game that you've pitched in this year?
Yeah.
Were you feeling better tonight than you had in other games, or is it just kind of things worked out?
Yeah, my arm was feeling great. I felt like I got a good stride. It took a couple innings for my slider to finally dial in, but once I got that, it really felt good.
Gotcha. Does it mean anything more to get the win over a conference opponent, or you guys had won 8 in a row, you lost 3 in a row, now you break that losing streak, anything like that?
Well, I think I really feel like it's really good to win against our conference games, because all these, when we go to our Utah and Idaho teams, it gives us a good competition, and it really tests our team. But winning these conference games, it really gives us the confidence and the ability to face them again.
Gotcha. Anything else we should touch on, Ethan?
I don't think so, Ryan.
Yeah, you got the win tonight, 11 strikeouts. Great game. Good job pitching.
Thank you.
All right, Ethan Buse, thanks so much, man. All right, that's Ethan Buse here on the postgame show, and we'll move through some other postgame stuff real quickly here. The Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. I know the folks where I'm plugged in with my power, they want to get lights turned out and close shop, so we'll wrap it up real quick. The Outlaws lose the first game 8-6. Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Jimmy John's were fresh and fast meat. In Game 2, Ethan Buse took the mound, struck out 11. His final line, 6 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, 5 walks, but struck out 11 and earns the win. Outlaws scored 4 in the first, 3 more in the second, 3 more in the third, and then tacked on a couple more, or 1 more in the seventh, and win 11-3. To Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, 113 Front Street in Evanston. And your McKay Frankum Dental Services Precision Play of the Game. That's going to go, I think, to Ethan Buse. And there's a few other candidates, but when it really comes down to it, the way Buse pitched, striking out 11, earning the win, that's your play of the game. Dr. McKay Frankum Dental Services at reasonable rates for the entire family. All right, I think that'll just about wrap it up for us real quickly. Casey Perriman goes 3 for 4. Kendall Cummings 3 for 4. Jagger Mitchell 2 for 4. And yeah, some other guys did well too. Jordan Schneider 3 for 5 in the game, 2 RBIs. Jagger Mitchell had 4 RBIs and 2 runs scored. Casey Perriman 2 RBIs, 3 runs scored. Outlaws lose the first 8-6, win the second 11-3, and improve to 10-6 overall this season. More games coming up this weekend. We can tell you more about it on K9. Tune in for Radio Classifieds tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. We'll be live on the air. Thanks to Val Cook for being in the studio tonight. Thanks to the folks here in Rock Springs for hosting us tonight. Thank you for tuning in, and thanks to all of our sponsors for making tonight's broadcast possible. Until next time, go Outlaws.
You've been tuned into Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 KNYN with live video online at mylocalradio.com. Today's broadcast has been brought to you by these supporting businesses and individuals: Auto Farm Chevrolet, First Bank of Evanston, Dr. McKay Frankum, Rocky Mountain Yeti, Arrowhead Dental, Plains Tire, the Come On In of Casper, the Littlest Wood Shop, Evanston Recreation Center, the Legal Tender Restaurant in Best Western Dunmore Inn, West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, the Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau, Uinta County School District No. 1, Ellingford Brothers, Bear River Dental of Evanston and Black's Fork Dental of Mountain View, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, Mountain West Business Solutions, Wyoming Dental Specialties, Cash Honda Yamaha, and by Dr. Todd Hoover Chiropractic. The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of MyLocalRadio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Old West Media. Our executive producer is Val Cook. We want to thank Office Manager Kayleen Anderson, our Sales Manager Julie Burley, along with Evanston's Elin Olive, and Bridge of Valley's Jake Hibbard, Rich County's Ryan Steineckert, and production assistant Alyssa McDaniel. But the biggest thanks of all is to our sponsors and to you for tuning in. We invite you to visit mylocalradio.com for archived games and like My Local Radio on Facebook to stay up to date with the game broadcasts. Thank you for joining us on this presentation of Evanston Outlaws Baseball on KNYN 99.1 FM and online at mylocalradio.com.